Welcome back to the channel. This is Trade Storm and you are watching ninth part of What If Naruto Was Trained by Ninjas of Another World. If you enjoy this video, please like, share and subscribe to the channel. Now wasting no time, let's start the story.
In Konohagakure, the day was calm and clear. The village was busy with daily activities. About 3 days had passed since Kumogakure's exam period ended. A group passed through the village's gates. As they walked into the street together, Tsunade grinned and gave them a quick glance. "We're home." All of the students' teachers turned to face her. Though some more than others, they all appeared weary from the journey. With her 3 charges gathered around her, Yugo grinned and said, "That was something else." The Hokage fifth gave a nod. "That it was. You're all free to go now. It will be a few days before the results arrive. You all did well, and brought honor to the village." With a smile, Ino pushed out her chest. Staying by Tsunade's side were Sasuke and Sakura. She'd won the competition and was sure she passed, so she said, "No way I failed." Taking off his mask, Sasuke grinned darkly at her. "You'd better hope not." Sakura nodded and followed suit, hooking their masks beneath their cloaks on their belts. "Yeah. You know what happens if you did." The blonde girl gave them both a stern look. She jerked her thumb at her ponytail and said, "Jerks. You saw enough to know better. I'll shave my head if I failed." Gazing at the pink-haired Kunoichi by the Hokage's side, Rock Lee blushed. His fist balled up and he lowered his gaze. However, she didn't seem to be aware of him and wasn't paying any attention, saying, "Sakura, she's become so strong." Neji scowled at him, but said nothing. He pivoted and commenced his retreat. As he turned to head back towards the Hyuga compound, Ayume watched. She hung her head, went after him at a much slower pace, growled, and balled up her fist. She had no desire to inform the clan chief of her failure. Tenten sighed deeply and seemed a little sad as he picked at her neck. "Next time, I guess. No way I passed this time." Ryoji and Genji both appeared at ease. Out of the two, the taller one spoke. "I'm just glad that's over with." With a nod, the boy with brunette hair extended his arms behind his head. "Tell me about it. I'm heading home." Glancing over, Sasuke scowled at both of them. "They'd better have passed. After all the trouble I went to tutoring them. I'll kill them both if they didn't." Tsunade looked at him, seemingly amused. "Sasuke, you're not saying that you're going to murder 2 village ninja in front of the Hokage, are you?" Sakura cleared her throat. "I'm sure he was speaking figuratively, Tsunade-sensei." With a sly smile, the woman saw that Sasuke turned his head and remained silent. She turned to face Ino and said, "All right, you two. You're both free to go. Yamanaka." While speaking with Yugo, the blonde girl turned to face her. "Yes, Hokage? You're to report to Anko with Sasuke and Sakura tomorrow for duty. Regardless of the outcome, you're an ANBU, and it's time for you to begin your duties." She nodded and grinned. Her expression lowered slightly as she said, "Of course. Naruto isn't here though. I'm guessing I'll be on guard duty again?" Tsunade gave a nod. "You won't be taking any field missions without your Junin just yet. As Chunin, you'll be taking individual missions of course. Just not right away, you'll be given the opportunity to adjust a bit first." Sakura appeared taken aback. "I thought he couldn't take missions?" The female gave a nod. "Yes. I won't be giving them to him, but if he wants to help you out with the ones I give his team." Sasuke smiled, knowingly. "In other words, you still give him missions, just not officially or directly." She grinned in response. She turned to leave the 3 of them standing and said, "I can't comment on that, I'm afraid." With a yawn, the boy with raven hair turned to leave. He was the first to speak, ahead of both the girls. They both appeared to be about to respond, but then their faces lowered and they shut their mouths. "No, I'm not hanging out with anyone. I'm going to get some sleep. I was on watch most of last night." With a slight sigh, Ino murmured, "Great. Now what?" Sakura shook his head. "I'm going home. I figured you'd be running back to tell your mom and dad about it all. You won the tournament after all. Only because I wasn't competing, but I guess you did pretty good." The blonde smirked and squinted her eyes. Yeah? We'll see about that. Don't go acting all high and mighty now. What are you gonna do, heal me to death? The kunoichi with pink hair glared back. You're a glorified hypnotist. Don't forget who has to patch you up when you get clobbered by someone else. I may have to fix you in the end, but I don't have to be gentle about it. Ino's nose turned up. Whatever. I'm heading home. I guess I'll see you tomorrow then? Sakura gave a nod. She wasn't released from her responsibilities because her training was over, so she said, yeah. I'll be there. She continued to see Tsunade for her medic training, but now that her Anbu induction was over, she had more time to take on other responsibilities and work a few shifts of guard duty. Each of them had to spend some time in the offices performing administrative tasks. The blonde girl shook her head, smirking, as she watched her teammate walk away. The days of their childhood tests and tournaments were long gone, but she still hoped she would get the chance to fight Sakura eventually. She was now a fully realized ninja, assured of her Chunin status. Since she was already an ANBU, achieving Junin status was the only thing left to do. She had not given it much thought prior to now. Her father had not attained the same status until he was in his 20s, and she had only just turned 14. Actually, she had forgotten her birthday and celebrated it in the middle of nowhere, on the side of a mountain. She had just been hit by it. Huh. I'm 14 now? It seemed impossible that a year had passed so quickly. While walking home, she raised her gaze to the sky. Her gaze swerved to the right, turning her into a moving blur. She raised her forearm as a leg slammed into her, and a yellow trail of hair fell where she had been. She threw the attacker away from her by shifting her weight and encircling the limb out of instinct rather than thinking. With a startled groan, the figure spun around and discovered a deserted road. What the? Oof. Approaching him from the side, Ino first put her foot through his stomach before pressing her palm against his chin. At her feet, the man was sprawled out on the ground, his back facing her. However, she had already left and was grinning as she flipped over him. Attempting to roll away, the now familiar man glanced down at his arms and legs. The 6 kunai knives were used to pin them in place. With her legs crossed beside him and her gaze fixed on the road, Ino had the blade of a ninjutsu across his throat. She seemed pleased and smiled at him. Hi, Joden. It's been a long time. The man glanced at her, blinking. He was somewhat taken aback and said, yes, it has. She rose, tucked the weapon into the scabbard behind her back, and wiped her hands. What the hell are you doing anyway? Jumping out at me that way? The man's long blonde hair fell freely down his back, with a portion tied in a ponytail on top of his head. With his forehead protector securely fastened across his forehead, he grinned at his situation before raising the kunai and returning them to Ino. Well, it was less fun for me than I had anticipated. I heard you went off to take your Chunin exam. She narrowed her eyes at him, catching them all. Yeah. So I did. I kicked everyone's ass and won the tournament. He nodded and grinned. I believe it. You've grown since I last saw you. The girl gave a headshake. That's what happens when you take off for so long. Been running around as an Anbu, I hear? He nodded and followed her home, saying, yes, I have. You know I can't talk about it. Raising her sleeve to reveal the mark on her arm, she arched an eyebrow at him. Yeah, you can. How are things? You haven't visited in ages. The man gave her a smile. I know. I'm just teasing you. Maybe we'll get the chance to work together? I heard about what happened with you and your team. Yojimbo is still catching flack over that mess in the woods. You and your friends made a lot of people look pretty bad. The young lady laughed. Yeah. I noticed. I just did the same thing to you. What were you thinking? You're lucky I recognized you before I cut your head off, you dope. He cast a narrow look at her. He was clearly amused, saying, I was going easy on you. Don't forget, I'm a Junin. I still outrank you. You're still not a Chunin yet. She gave him a nod. I hope so, you're going to embarrass our clan if it's really that easy. Besides, there's no way I failed that exam. I beat the crap out of everyone. There were some strong genin, but after the Anbu training, it wasn't much of a problem. He gave her a back slap. He turned serious and said, I'm glad to hear it. You're a real ninja now, Ino. You'll be treated like an adult. I hope you're ready. I came by to have a look at you. It's been a long time since I've seen you. I heard about you coming back today and that you'd completed Anbu training. I wanted to see what had become of you for myself. She smiled, looking confident, as she nodded. Are you still worried? He nodded. Yes. Just not as much. Good luck, Ino, you'll need it. She gave a headshake. There's no such thing as luck. If I'm going to be successful, I've got to make it happen myself. Joden nodded. He gave her a backslap and leaned in, saying, huh. You might turn out all right after all. I'll see you around. I've got to head back. Welcome to the Anbu. It's Fu now, by the way, not Joden. She gave a blink. Huh? Fu? They make you change your name? He gave her a smile. There's still things I can't tell you about, even as another Anbu. You probably won't have to do that. Not unless you get into specific departments. I can't really say more. The teenager gave him a smile and a nod. Oh. Okay, Fu then. See you later. The man leapt away, turning into a blur of motion and then out of sight, saying, I'm sure you will. Ino stopped in the street and took a few glances. A nearby tree let out a small pop and uttered a curse. A contented smile lifted her lips. The small explosive note that he attempted to pat her on the back had exploded. It was the kind that was used for ninja pranks as well as blowing small locks. She would discreetly place it on his pants back when he wasn't looking. She had assumed it was some kind of attempt at hazing. She'd have to be vigilant. Hope I don't have to put up with too much of that sort of thing. Her house was visible a moment later. With a smile on his face, her father was anticipating her arrival. He was leaning against the yard's fence with his arms crossed. Ino. She walked over to smile at him. Daddy. After straightening up, Inoichi put his hands in his pockets. How did it go? Did you enjoy your trip? She pulled a gold medal out of her pocket and held it up, hanging from her fist, to show him. She grinned broadly. I gave a thumbs up with my other hand, and I kicked everyone's ass. There's no way I failed. She exclaimed. He lifted her into his arms and gave her a hug. He exclaimed, that's my girl. With great satisfaction. She kicked her feet and seized him by the neck. It was great. Kumogakure was really impressive. He placed her down and touched her head. Really now? I've not seen it in many years. You'll have to tell me about it. She gave a nod. Yeah. There were some really strong shinobi. It wasn't easy. That made the man laugh. His pride was making him smile. He was often teased by Choza and Nara for being a girl instead of a boy. Though he was unable to bring it up, he already knew that Ino was a chunin. It had been mentioned by the Hokage that she would become one if she made it to the finals. It was agreed that, regardless of the tournament's result, she would become an Anbu member since she had already passed the training. Though not an ANBU, Shikamaru was also a chunin, and Ino had surpassed both of his former teammates' offspring in her ninja career. Being an Anbu was regarded as a quick route to the rank of Junin. Another thing hanging over their heads was winning the Chunin exam finals tournament. Reaching down, he placed his hands on her shoulders. Ino, I am very proud of you. You have brought great honor to the Yamanaka clan. I am glad to proudly call you my daughter. The girl started to cry and sniffled. She wiped her tears and grinned at him, saying, Come on daddy, don't be so. At that he laughed. All right. Come on. I'm sure your mother will want to hear about it as well. She gave a high five. She sprinted to the door, yeah. I got some really cute outfits in Kumogakure. I can't wait to show her. As they went through the door together, Inoichi cast his gaze down to his daughter. What was with that pose you made when you showed me your medal anyway? Have you been hanging around Maeda guy? Playing with the ground beneath her feet, she blushed and hesitated. A little. Yugo sensei is friends with him. That made her father laugh. Well, don't go overboard. He has a tendency to overdo things. He's a bit weird. In front of Hiyashi, Neji and Ayume were curled up on the floor. They were drenched in sweat and in excruciating pain. The man was glaring down at them both, clearly not happy. "You failed me. An opportunity like this may never come again." Neji laughed despite his suffering. Hiyashi scowled at him as he stood up. The boy's curse seal flared to life again, and he grunted in pain. "You think this is funny, do you?" Neji, too tired to open his eyes from his torment, glanced up at him. "You fool." The man gave him a gloomy look. "What?" Neji let out a gasp. "You sent 2 genin to kill an ANBU, and you expected success?" Ayum's pain had not increased, but it had decreased. Hiyashi had grown tired of her and was concentrating only on Neji, saying, "Shut up, you idiot." The boy shut his eyes. "Kill me then. It doesn't make what you did any less foolish. We never stood a chance against her. Her training is beyond ours. I tried to kill her, I did my best to succeed. I didn't do it for you though." The man turned away from the youngster. "Why then?" Neji snarled, too weak to sit up. "I want to be strong. I'm not afraid of Uzumaki or his team. I want to be stronger than them. Not cover up what he's accomplished and wallow in my own weakness, hoping no one else discovers what they have done when they're gone." Hiyashi retraced his steps to his front row seat. "You don't know what you're talking about, boy." Neji chuckled a little. "Yes I do. Even if you kill him, even if you destroy this thing he can do, you'll still be as weak as you are now." The man gave a nod. "You do not understand. We remain strong by destroying those who oppose us. We must eliminate any threat to our power, before it can become strong enough to weaken us. In time, you will learn this truth. Fortune favored us when the Uchiha clan was destroyed. Sasuke alone will not be able to revive his clan. The ways of the Uchiha are now lost, leaving us as the strongest clan in Konoha. Her survival depends upon the strength of the Hyuga bloodline, and I intend to make sure it remains that way." Hiyashi was grinning coldly. Sasuke is obsessed with his revenge. It will consume him, destroy him, and even if he succeeds, he will never be able to bring his clan back to its former glory. We are now too strong for even the Sharingan to overtake. It will be 1,000 years before the Uchiha can regain their former strength again. By then, the Hyuga will be far beyond them. Neji raised his arms and peered at the head of the main branch. "Kumogakure has regained the Eye of the Soul. Tell me, old man, how will destroying Uzumaki and his friends help you with that? They are out of our reach, and it almost destroyed us in the past. We do not have the Uchiha to bail us out this time." Hiyashi's eyes narrowed. "We'll deal with that soon enough. It is of no real threat. Like the Uchiha, one little girl will not overtake us. It will be generations before the Eye of the Soul is of any threat to our clan, much less the village. There is plenty of time to take care of that problem. It won't be allowed to stand, and sooner or later, we'll find a way to get to her." The boy gave a snort. "Just like Kumo can get to us? Uzumaki's technique can beat it. The Yamanaka girl destroyed her. Maybe we don't have the Uchiha, but Konoha has them, and we cannot defend them from that jutsu. The Hokage will not trust our ability to do so. Our past failure has not faded. I saw the look on her face, I know why she went to Kumo to watch." Hiyashi hesitated, seemingly about to knock him to the ground once more. "Why is that?" He'd gotten Neji to sit up and give him a glare. She knew about that jutsu. She knew Kumo had it. She wanted to see how effective her new weapon was against Kumo's strongest hand. Why do you think she risked so many of us in Kumo, even knowing of their past with us? We were there to face that Kumo girl. She was testing us and that Ino girl against it. We failed, she didn't. That is not good for our position." Hiyashi appeared to relax as he closed his eyes. "I see." Neji gasped and dropped to his knees, head hanging. "Do you trust that the Hyuga clan is more valuable to her than that? A weapon that has failed Konohagakure in the past? Against a weapon that is effective against both the Byakugan and the Minako no Reiken? Why should she favor us, especially considering the technique obviously is not bloodline related? It appears as though anyone can learn it. How long do you think it will take to spread?" If you try to destroy this, try to stop it, she will cut off your hands, maybe even your head, and you know it. The leader of the clan gave him a chilly, ruthless glare. You question our value? The boy gave him a raised gaze. He shot the man a gloomy look and said, "It doesn't matter if I do. I'm just a tool." The question you should be asking is, does she? You're a fool if you don't think the answer is, yes. The man got back to his feet. He moved in between the two. Still gasping, Ayume was curled up on the floor. He glanced at her as he passed, not turning to face Neji. I expect you to be gone when I return. I don't want to see either one of you again until I summon for you. Expect that to be a while. Neji rose clumsily to his feet. He needed a moment to stabilize himself. He pulled himself together a bit and knelt to assist Ayume. The girl moaned, "Asshole. What were you thinking?" The boy gave her a scowl. He put her arm around his shoulders and said, "He knows I'm right. Why do you think he stopped torturing us and left us? Come on. I don't think it will be that long before I see him again. You've had enough of this, I doubt he'll bother with you again." Jerk, the girl complained irritably. But she hoped he was right. She had had enough and would be more than content if she saw Hyuga Hiyashi no more for an extended period of time. Neji cast a sidelong glance. With his hands behind his back and a frown on his face, the elderly man stood in front of the koi pond, staring down at the water. As he pulled his cousin back to her room, he grinned. He would get some, but not too much, sleep after that. He had to attend to his training. When the two walked out of the main hall, Hiyashi turned to face them. The memory of the Uchiha's fate was not lost on the villagers, who said, "The boy is right. I must act with caution. This is a dangerous time for the Hyuga clan." He had vivid memories of those difficult times. He watched as the pond's fish appeared to kiss the water, consuming the surface. Dwelling mayflies. I cannot be seen as a threat to Konoha, nor can I openly oppose the Hokage. However, I cannot ignore this threat. The Hyuga cannot be made obsolete. Whatever the cost, we must remain strong. Our position, our livelihood is at stake, and I cannot allow us to fall. The blood and eyes so many fought and died for, will not become a mere novelty, nothing more than a trick that it seemed anyone could be taught. He remained there for quite some time. Uzumaki's allies were not unbeatable. Still, the boy had shown himself to be a formidable foe. There had to be a means, a way to get rid of him and permanently bury the method. He had time, but he could not wait forever. It must be made to seem useless, weak, exposed for what it was. Nothing but a cheap trick. For every technique, there was a counter, for every problem, a solution. He had to find the answer, and quickly. Before his problem grew out of control and spread too far to be contained. One thing he could not deny was that he was afraid. Afraid for the future of the Hyuga, and afraid for what his actions might lead to. He looked towards where Neji and Ayume had gone and scowled. He had not enjoyed doing that to them. Neji did not understand the position his clan had been put in because of this shadow technique. He felt it was necessary to make the boy understand just how grave his failure was. Unfortunately, he did not think he succeeded. Neji was angry, he felt used. He did not understand what his own father had died for. Hiyashi felt he must do what he could to make the boy understand. Do everything he could to aid him in seeing the truth. Naruto had invited him to try, and the fact that he'd failed even in the face of that was a hard blow to the clan. The Uzumaki boy knew he was jockeying for a position of favor with the new Hokage. He knew very well what was at stake and what he was fighting for. It was honor, political power within Konoha, and a matter of whose sword the Hokage would trust when push came to shove. The Uzumaki boy was turning out to be a far more dangerous and cunning opponent than he'd ever imagined such a boy could be. He was far more clever than he should have been for his age. Planning out tactics and fighting in a battle was one thing, but he had an understanding of politics far beyond his years. Hiyashi closed his eyes and thought on it hard. If worse came to worst, he knew he was risking his own neck. He had no intention of putting the clan itself in danger. Though, he'd gladly give his own life for the honor of the Hyuga and its position within the village. The lives of a few, for the sake of the many, for the future of the clan, was not too great a price. He needed to keep an eye on Neji. He was angry and becoming defiant. He'd calmed for a short time, and he knew what his father had given his life up for. Though, it seemed he still did not understand it. Perhaps it was a mistake to use him in this? It had seemed like a good idea, as he appeared to have something of a rivalry with Uzumaki to begin with. It was too late now though. He'd done what he'd done, and Neji now had focused on defeating the boy. Perhaps not a bad thing, but it still worried him because of the boy's attitude. He thought of himself as a tool, being used. What did he expect? He was a shinobi, it was no different for him as it was for any other Hyuga. He served the village of Konohagakure, and they had become the top servants. Now that position was in danger, and he had no intention of giving it up without a fight. Where the hell is Yamanaka? Growled a crotchety-looking older man. He was stocky and had several scars on his face. His hair was graying and he looked to be in his mid-50s. One of his legs was wooden, and he was seated behind a desk and pounding a huge meaty fist on the surface in a private office. Outside his door was a maze of cubicles with the bustle of men and women running about, doing the paperwork that kept the Anbu moving. Right here, Mr. Odaniri. The blonde girl had several folders in her arms and was standing right next to his desk. Did you need something? He blinked in surprise and looked over at her. Oh. Where is the red report? I asked for it 20 minutes ago. On your desk, it's been there at least a half an hour, sir. She replied simply as she pointed it out. I thought I asked you to bring me some more coffee, he muttered as his eyes fell on a folder with a red tab on the side. Your cup is already full. She replied in a monotone voice. He lifted it up and sipped at it as he opened the folder. Who made this coffee? Haruno made it, replied the blonde. He opened his mouth to speak again. She handed him a folder with a blue tab before he said anything. Oh. That's all then. He turned to tell her, but she was already gone. How the hell? He grumbled as he turned back to his work. Uchiha. He bellowed. Right here. Sasuke looked annoyed. His arms were crossed and his mood was sour. The office was fortunate he didn't have any kunai. Of course, everyone there was disarmed as a standard practice. They'd learned their lesson about having armed ninja dealing with administrative duties in the past. What do you want? The old man frowned at him. He liked the kid's attitude, but it wouldn't do to show it. I want that inventory done within an hour. The black-haired boy put a filled-out inventory sheet on his desk. It's done. Oh. Uchiha, there you are. Where have you been? Mr. Odaniri asked me to tell you to take inventory. The man looked up at the woman in business clothes who poked her head into the room. She was in her 30s and had her hair done up in a bun. He just handed it in. She blinked in surprise. Oh. Good. Has anyone seen Haruno? I need her to run upstairs for me. She's right behind you. Mitarashi Anko smirked as she walked up to the scene just outside the door. The pink-haired Kunoichi had a stack of papers in her arms. You needed this, right? The woman smiled and nodded. Oh. Yes. I was just about to ask you to go and fetch these for me. Uchiha was already gone when the old man looked over to where he'd been. Anko walked into his office as the woman moved off and Sakura was nowhere to be seen. The woman sat down in the chair across from his desk. How are Team Shadow working out? Odaniri gave a snort. They pop up out of nowhere. The only time I've seen any of them is when I was giving them an assignment. Half the time, I don't even notice they've done something. It just appears on my desk. They have a tendency to just vanish and don't pop up again until I need something. The woman shrugged. Sorry about that. You get used to it. The old man grinned. Are you kidding? It's wonderful. First batch of fresh meat I've ever had that wasn't constantly underfoot. Half the staff doesn't even know they're here. Hell, I'm not even sure most of the time. Anko gave a nod. Yes. They're a bit specialized. Odaniri shook his head. Why are we wasting them here? They should be in the field. The woman leaned back and relaxed. They'll be gone in a couple of days. Their team leader is out of the village for a moment doing some diplomatic work. Are you sure about that? The old man arched his eyebrow. Anko smirked. Pretty sure. Impressive, aren't they? The stocky man chuckled. I suppose they are. What brings you? The kunoichi glanced over her shoulder. Word is, there's something going on with the Hyuga. We've been told to keep an eye on things. No specifics yet, but the Hokage is interested in keeping tabs on what they're up to. The old man wiped his chin and sat back. That sounds familiar. Anko gave a nod. Hopefully it won't come to that. The last thing the village needs is another mess like the Uchiha clan. We can expect them to be aware they've got eyes on them. Otoniri nodded. That new team might. The woman shook her head. They're too involved. We need someone else. The man frowned at her. I see. What can you tell me about this? Anko leaned in. Not much. We don't want a lot of rumors flying about. They know to keep quiet about it, but word is, Hyuga Hiyashi is looking to get rid of certain interests within the village. Otoniri understood what she meant. The Hyuga were gunning for someone within the village they saw as a threat. Probably his new interns. Why would they want to do that? Anko shrugged. I can't say more. It's just speculation, but what Hiyashi thinks is good for his clan might not be so good for the village as a whole. I'm thinking that's the Hokage's reasoning. He scratched at his chin and scowled a bit. How much do the police force know about this? She smirked at him. Well, they're aware we're watching the Hyuga at the Hokage's request. I think it's upset them a little, but... The man scratched at the stubble on his chin. Right. The Hyuga were quick to step in and fill the void the Uchiha clan left behind. There are a lot of them in the police force, too many to trust them to watch that particular clan. Anko frowned a bit at that. Right. It's no big secret. Besides, I think Hiyashi has put the word out not to interfere. I'm sure he remembers what happened to the Uchiha clan as much as anyone else. The official story is that Itachi murdered them all, and he did, but... The old man nodded. We all know what they were up to. They Anbu and the Third were keeping a close eye on the situation. It's probably what drove Itachi to do what he did. All right, I'll do what I can. I'll have some people look into it, and have a weekly report on the Hokage's desk until further notice. The woman gave a nod. Good. That's all I needed to hear, but I didn't actually hear it. She gave him a wink and left his office. Otoniri gave a heavy sigh. Shit. I got a feeling this might turn into a real mess. He hoped he was wrong. Still, his gut told him otherwise. Naruto Uzumaki was walking through the woods with his 3 companions. He'd left Kumogakure the day before. His path was clear ahead, he had several clones scouting his route back to Konoha. The boy had crossed the border into Fire Country a few hours before, and still had a bit more than a day's worth of travel before he made it to the village. He'd remained female until he left Lighting Country. His trip had taught him quite a bit, and he was glad he made it. He'd learned a few unexpected things, and the trip back had been pretty quiet. He made small talk with the kitsune, and they were all relaxed. He stopped walking and looked at his hand for a long moment. The kitsune all sat down and looked back at him. What's up, Highness? Asked Kurama. They were all foxes at the moment and panted lazily around him. He looked at the trio and gave a small sigh. What happened to me anyway? Huh? Muttered Kira. What do you mean? He narrowed his eyes at them all. I know you jerks know something. A henge doesn't transform me like that. It just fools the eyes. I was really a girl. I got all hot because of my fur when I was a fox inside. This is weird. Masara looked shifty. What do you mean, Highness? Why is that weird? He hung his head and gave a heavy sigh. Are you kidding me? I turned into a girl. I didn't just look like a girl, all the parts worked. Kurama flinched a bit. Are you sure? He narrowed his eyes at them. I had lesbian sex with one of the delegates. Yeah. I'm pretty sure. Kira rolled onto her back and wagged her tails. It was fun though. The young ninja sat down on top of a nearby boulder and crossed his arms. Look. Mizu should have figured out something was weird when she reached between my legs and noticed that what was there wasn't what she could see. The genjutsu can keep someone from noticing even with a little contact, but there's no way she should have been able to do something like that and not notice. I mean, my fur was keeping me warm outside. I'm not that oblivious. What's going on here? Kurama piped up. Maybe she did, but just didn't care? Naruto shook his head. No way. She put that vibrating thing in it, remember? What's with you jerks? What are you hiding? What the hell happened to me back there? Masara chuckled. I think he's on to us guys. Kira sighed. Oh well. It was fun while it lasted. Huh? Naruto looked annoyed. Kurama walked up and sat in front of him. Remember when we told you we were just here to train the prince, so he could use his powers? Yeah. Naruto shrugged. Masara sat down next to his companion and seemed pleased. Well, we weren't being very honest. We're supposed to train you too, and we have been. Huh? The shinobi's eyes went a little wide. What the hell do you mean? I can't do kitsune magic. You said so. Kira giggled. Well, not exactly. You're only part kitsune. You can do some stuff. Like transform like we can. Naruto had gone a little pale. Part. Kitsune? Masara nodded. Yeah, about half. The boy stood up and looked annoyed. My mom and dad were both human. How can I be? Kurama shrugged. You signed a contract with the queen. She made a few improvements. Improvements? Naruto was shocked. What do you mean, improvements? She never said anything about. Kira cocked her head. Well, it's in the fine print. Humans don't last very long. You wouldn't be a very good king if you only survived a human lifespan. It'd be like Konoha making someone Hokage when they knew they would only be alive for a week. It'd be a bit pointless. Naruto froze and looked at them with wide eyes. Wait. What? Kurama looked up at him and let his tongue hang out. Well, assuming you don't do anything stupid and get yourself killed, you're gonna be around for quite a while, Highness. The boy slumped down back onto the rock on his rear. I'm part kitsune? Masara looked up at him. Well, you are supposed to be our king, remember? Naruto seemed to think on it. So, what sort of stuff can I do? Kurama shrugged. Well, using a henge is a lot more effective for you than a normal human. Genjutsu will probably work a little better too. We're not sure about that, but it still won't be anything like what we can do. You've got to be a full kitsune to do the kind of illusions we can. That transformation of yours, the Fox King one, is actually a true second form. I mean, how you look now is still your real body and all, but when you turn into a fox, that's a real form too. Better night vision, hearing, smell, claws and teeth, you can run faster, that sort of thing. Masara looked at them. It'll make using genjutsu a little easier, but you're not very good at that sort of thing to begin with. So, it doesn't matter much. Kira sat down next to him on the boulder. It's why you've still got so much chakra without the queen. You'd never be able to make that many shadow clones if you were all human without her. Kurama nodded. Yeah. You'd never have been able to open that gate to Shadow Realm if you were just human. Masara nodded. He's right. I'm surprised you haven't put this together already, to be honest. You're a pretty clever human. You can open any kitsune gates, dispel our magic and see through it, and use things that only our kind can. You're one of us after all, our king in fact. The boy was wide-eyed and confused. That's not so bad. What's this about, being around for a while, anyway? I'm immortal or something? Kurama shrugged. If you take care of yourself, you can expect to be around for a few thousand years. You won't live forever or anything. At least, I don't think so. Naruto gave a nod. How many is a few? Masara seemed to think on it. 4 or 5,000. The record is 9,000. I'm not sure about the queen, but she's a special case, and I'm not about to ask her how old she is. Most of our kind don't live past a couple of hundred years, but if we're lucky enough to live more than 800 years, we usually stick around for at least 2 or 3,000 years. The young ninja had gotten rather pale and gave a slow nod. Oh. Okay. He shook his head. Wait. Why didn't you tell me about this? Kira cocked her head. This was way funnier. Kurama chuckled. Yeah. You should see the look on your face. Masara was snickering at him as well. Yeah. Totally worth it. It was much more fun to let you figure it out for yourself. Kurama looked at the three-tailed fox. I owe you a lunch. I didn't think you'd figure it out for a couple more years. Kira frowned at them both. Hey. You should have let me in on the pool. Masara shrugged. Sorry. We made the bed right before we introduced ourselves to him. The four-tailed fox nodded. Yeah. Hadn't thought about it since. That was a fun day though. The look on his face was almost as good as the one he's got now. Naruto hung his head. He very much wanted to get home now. He'd had about as much as he could take. Great. You jerks. He started staggering back towards Konoha. The three kitsune followed behind him looking pleased with themselves. He didn't know what to think of it. He wasn't sure if it was good or bad, or get his head around what they had told him. The three tails trotted up beside him. Cheer up, Highness. You're pretty lucky. The four tails looked to agree. He's right, you know. You're gonna be around for a long time. We'll have lots of fun for centuries. The first couple are the hardest, but once you get used to it, it's great. Kira looked a bit more wary. I guess. That's what everyone says. I'm only a little more than 200. I've got to admit, it is getting easier. She looked up at him. You're really lucky, Highness, you've already got 9 tails. I'm not very strong, and it's still kind of dangerous for me with only 2. Naruto flashed them all a slightly sour frown. There wasn't a lot of heat in it though. I'm not human. How would you all feel if you found out you were only half kitsune? Masara shrugged. Depends on what the other half was. Wouldn't be so bad if I was half dragon or something. Kurama nodded. Yeah. You made out pretty good, Highness. Being a kitsune is great. Kira looked pleased. You're still half human, Highness. It's not like you've got to give anything up, right? Naruto looked serious. I'm not so sure about that. I don't know what to think of this. He trudged forward. I'll be fine. I guess I ain't hurt or nothing. I just need to think about it for a bit, I guess. The three tails shook his head. What's to think about? It's the best of both worlds. The four tails nodded. He's right, you know. You've got it pretty good by either standard. You're a strong shinobi, and as a kitsune, you've already got 9 tails, and you're king. Quit griping. You should be thinking about how awesome it is that you're so damn lucky. Naruto gave a nod. Yeah. I said I'd be fine. This is weird though. I guess I don't feel any different. He glared at them all. This isn't a good thing to surprise someone with. Kurama nodded. Yeah. That's part of the reason we waited on you to start figuring it out on your own before we told you. Masara looked cheerful. We admit we thought it was funny, but Kurama and I have been around for a while. We knew better than to try and just drop it on your head right away. Relax, Highness, you'll be fine. We're here to help you out with this sort of stuff. You've got a pretty good handle on it already anyway. Kira giggled. Yeah. He's doing much better than I thought he would. The ninja nodded. All right. Let's just get back. I've got a lot to do when I get back, and I want to see Kitsuma for a bit before I run off again. Uchiha Sasuke liked guard duty. Especially by himself. Sometimes he ended up paired with another, and would have to make a bit of small talk at the beginning of a shift. It annoyed him a little when that happened, but in the end, they always ended up standing quietly, guarding whatever it was in silence. It was much better than playing intern at the office with Sakura and Ino. Which was exactly what he was doing. They made something of a game of it, figuring out what they were supposed to be doing before they were asked. Getting it done, handing it in, and moving on to the next task. He hated games though, and it was annoying. Less annoying than talking to the other office workers and getting ordered around, but still, it was the principle of it. As a result, he'd overheard some of the conversation between Anko and Ordinary. It wasn't anything he didn't already know though. He wasn't stupid, and he'd figured out that some of his family had been up to something at the time. It didn't matter much now though, and Itachi would suffer for what he'd done regardless. The same eyes. He squeezed his eyes shut and frowned in the shadows out of sight. It wasn't a happy memory, and thinking about those times hadn't done anything for his mood. There was nothing he could do at the moment. Hate me. Curse me. He needed some fresh air and found his way to the rooftop of the office complex. It wasn't as large as the nearby police station, but was tall enough to give a good view of Konohagakure. What am I doing? He growled as he balled up his fist. I'm not getting any stronger here. I'm just wasting my time. He leaned against the edge of the building and looked out across the rooftops. Then why are you still here? He asked himself. What are you waiting for? He closed his eyes, seeing the strange Sharingan in his brother's eyes again. Not enough. Hatefulness. The boy shoved his hands in his pockets and frowned as he looked out over the rooftops and at the mountain with the faces of the former Hokage carved into it. Because you're not strong enough yet, and you know it. It was frustrating, but he couldn't deny that he was growing stronger. It wasn't good enough though, Itachi was still beyond him. Still too far away, still too strong, still too distant. Naruto's voice floated through his mind. Itachi has years of experience and training over you. You're not going to defeat him without the patience to take the time and put out the effort to catch up. He started to turn back, but noticed Sakura sitting next to him. Hey. Shouldn't you be? He started. She frowned at him and arched her eyebrow. Who are you to talk? He shoved his hands into his pockets and turned away from her. Just wanted some air. I'm heading back. She watched him go and continued to sit on the edge of the roof. Sure thing. It's quite the view. She had a smile on her face as she realized he didn't notice she was there. He walked back into the building through the door to the stairs. Sasuke. Imagine meeting you here. Are you taking a break too? Ino's voice came up from the stairwell. Get out of my way. The pink-haired Kunoichi didn't have to be there to know what his reaction would be. I've got to get back to work. Ino had a grin on her face that fell as soon as she stepped out onto the roof and saw Sakura sitting there. Hey. What are you doing up here? Her rival smirked at her. I was just taking a break with Sasuke, we were sitting here looking at the view together. The blonde Kunoichi scowled at her. Is that so? She tossed her hair and glared at the back of the calm-looking Sakura's skull. Naruto should be back soon. The other girl nodded. I know. He'll probably be a pain when he gets back. His 3 friends will probably tease him the whole time. She smiled back at the blonde. We should relax while we can. I'm kind of enjoying such light duty. I've got to go and train with Tsunade and Shizune for the rest of today. She was Tsunade's student, but Shizune helped her out a bit by tutoring or watching over her lessons on occasion. Ino nodded and hopped up next to her. I guess I see your point. We're not kids anymore. All of us are full-fledged ninja now. It's the real thing from here on out. Her teammate looked a bit surprised with her. Hey. You're still a genin, you know. We've not got an official word back yet. The blonde narrowed her eyes at her. You were there. Don't go acting like you don't know better. There's no way I failed. Sakura chuckled at that. Well, it's possible you did. They don't always pick someone. I'd be surprised if you didn't though. I'm just teasing. Though, I'll hold you to shaving your head if you didn't. Ino frowned at her. I'm not worried. The pink-haired girl jumped off her seat. Come on then. It's time we got back to work. Sasuke was leaning against the door looking at the both of them with a frown on his face. He put up his hand as Ino started forward. Don't get too excited. I'm just here to tell you our shift is over. The pink-haired girl looked surprised. Huh? That late already? It was still early in the afternoon. The sun was high overhead, but it was at least a couple of hours past noon if their shift at the office was ending. The dark-haired boy nodded and opened the door. Yeah. See you two later. I've got a guard shift this afternoon. He looked over his shoulder. Ino, you're to report to the Hokage's office. The blonde girl stood before the Hokage with a grin on her face. Yes, ma'am. In her hand was her Chunin vest. She put it on and zipped it up. Tsunade looked serious. This is a huge responsibility. I am placing a great deal of trust in you. More than the others who came to see me today. You bear the weight not only of Chunin rank, but also that of the Anbu. The girl had her chest puffed out and nodded. Yes, ma'am. The fifth smirked as she looked the girl up and down while standing behind her desk. You answer to me now, directly. You are one of my elite, the best of the best, my personal guard and my right hand. I expect you to take your duties seriously. Ino was at attention with her eyes firmly forward. I will. Tsunade walked around the desk and put her hands on the blonde girl's shoulders. You're still young. We've not had Anbu as young as you and your team for many years. There are reasons for that. Yamanaka Ino, you must understand that because of this, more will be expected of you and your team. You must be better than the others, you must work harder, achieve more, and excel in all areas. You must have discipline and maturity beyond your years. As an ANBU, a Chunin, and a Kunoichi, you are now an adult. I expect that to reflect in your behavior. Ino gave a serious nod. I shall do my best. The woman nodded. I demand nothing less of you. You must understand that what I say in the most serious way. Failure for you can mean death. Punishment for Anbu is much more strict and severe than other shinobi. There are no games here, it will not be unfair, but it will be firm. You are not allowed to turn down an order, you cannot refuse a mission, and you know that penalties for running your mouth are far more severe for you than they have been in the past. I cannot stress this enough, Yamanaka, you are now an adult. You will be treated like one. The girl looked very serious as her jaw became hard and her eyes cold. She simply gave a nod. Tsunade sat behind her desk. You will not be living with your parents anymore. I've arranged for accommodations for you. I hope you understand that you'll not be seeing much of them in the future. You now have your own life to live, your own duties to see to, and you must be responsible for yourself. That caught her by surprise. I'll have my own place? She wasn't sure what to make of that. Oh. Tsunade frowned at her. Is that a problem? Ino shook her head. No, ma'am. I guess I hadn't really thought about it. I didn't realize it was the sort of thing I'd get assigned. The Hokage seemed to accept that explanation. Yes. It's time to leave the nest. I'd rather not have you at home. It's not forbidden, but given your age, I'd rather have you separated from your family. Parents can be overprotective and a bit nosy. You're an adult, Yamanaka. Any restrictions placed on minors within the village no longer apply to you. You'll be required to take life to fulfill your duty and risk your own on a regular basis. It's a privilege of your position. If you're old enough to handle being in the Anbu and the responsibilities of Chunin, you're old enough to handle a stiff drink and get laid every now and then if you wish. Ino flushed a little and gave a weak-looking nod. Yeah. Congratulations, said a familiar voice. Ino gasped and turned to see Naruto standing beside her with his arms crossed. The blonde looked surprised. Tsunade smirked from behind her folded hands. The fifth spoke up. I suppose everything is in order then. Ino looked at the Junin. You're back then? He seemed cheerful and gave a nod. That's right. I just arrived a short while ago. Thought it might be fun to watch you squirm for a few minutes. The girl tossed her hair. I knew I passed. I wasn't worried a bit. Tsunade gave a nod. We had an unusual number of applicants pass. Your two friends both made the cut, as well as Hyuga Neji. It's been several years since we've had so many Chunin as a result of a single exam. Though I admit, the fact that we lost several Chunin-level ninja in a recent attack on Konoha just before the third retired again had a little to do with it as well. There were positions that needed filling, and I might have been a bit more strict in my assessment if that weren't the case. Still, I feel all four of our recent promotions can handle it. Naruto gave a nod. That's good to hear. Tsunade smirked. Uzumaki, I've got your intelligence report. I'll speak with you about it tomorrow. Get some rest, it will probably be a day or two before I have enough personnel anyway. There are a lot of ninja on missions at the moment. I want to discuss your plans before any action is taken. He had his arms crossed and nodded. What time should I come by to speak with you? She seemed to think on it for a moment. Around 10 or so. The boy gave a nod. All right. I'll see you then. He motioned for Ino to follow him. She seemed to straighten up and almost scurried after the Junin. Tsunade sat back and looked thoughtful as she watched them leave. She frowned a little and looked down at her paperwork again. There was still a lot to do for the day. Still, it was hard to take her mind off her new Anbu team. She hoped very much it wasn't something she would regret. They were all very young, well-trained indeed, but young. What Naruto wanted to do was something even a seasoned Anbu captain would have difficulty with. The boy wanted to make a coordinated strike on 5 different places at once. A direct attack against several targets within Fire Country. It was a logistical nightmare, a complex, dangerous, and difficult operation. It worried her a little that it might be too much for him and his team. It would not be a small-scale operation, and she would have to take a very large risk. It was something she needed to think about. Though, right then was not the best time. Uchiha Sasuke stood on a branch in the woods of Konoha. He was on patrol, and taking a small rest in the woods looking out over the land surrounding the village. There were regular patrols through the wood near the village wall. Anbu didn't patrol the streets themselves, that was the duty of the police force, but the defensive wall and outer perimeter of the village were the responsibility of the Anbu. They also guarded a few secure locations within government buildings, such as the Hokage's personal quarters, her office, the restricted library, and the council chambers and offices, and a few other sensitive government offices. The other Anbu he'd met seemed to enjoy these duties. He was getting sick of them though. They considered them light and relaxing, he found them long and boring. He supposed after a bit of time in the field he might enjoy them more, but as it was, he felt like he was still doing D-ranked missions as a genin. Technically they weren't missions, just duties, and they weren't given any credit aside from a paycheck for doing them. He was munching on a curry-flavored snack in a paper wrapper and shoved the remainder of it into his mouth. He stood up and brushed a bit of bark off his rear. He wasn't breaking any rules taking a little rest there, but he couldn't linger too long either. What's up, Kakashi-sensei? The gray-haired ninja was standing over his head with his arms crossed. Not much. Just thought I'd drop by and say hello. I'm just getting back from a mission myself. Sasuke nodded and opened his palm. He held up the wrapper and blew between his fingers onto it, causing it to burn up. It was probably what had given his position away in the first place. Naruto would probably have been cross with him for being so careless. Sasuke noticed that the boy always wrapped any food he was carrying with him with cloth or plastic containers, and removed any paper or plastic wrapping beforehand. He even put dry rags in with food in plastic containers. It had never dawned on him why until that moment. It was noise reduction, and the cloth inside the containers he used was to keep anything he kept in them from rattling about. Huh. Have to remember that. Kakashi arched his eyebrow at the muttering. So, how are things going? Are you adjusting well to life in the Anbu? The boy shrugged and shoved his hands in his pockets. It's been pretty boring so far, nothing difficult or anything. Not since training anyway. His former instructor nodded. That's good. You'll learn to enjoy times like this once you're more experienced. The boy put his mask on. That's what I keep hearing. He gave a small wave and pulled his cloak hood back over his head. I'll see you. I've got a patrol to make. The gray-haired ninja nodded. He's calmed down a lot. That's good. Not so impatient as he was. A good distance away from the scene, 4 figures looked on and watched. There he is. Don't fucking screw this up. Growled the lone female. The large hulking figure, the largest of them all nodded in agreement. Tayuya is right. We won't survive if we mess up again. You don't need to remind us, growled the light-haired man in frustration. He had a scar on his cheek and rubbed at it reflexively. I doubt any of us has forgotten. The fourth was a slim man with black hair that was very short, where it had once been a ponytail. Right. No playing games with this one. Don't forget our orders. They all jumped away in pursuit of their prey. It wasn't very long before Sasuke was standing in a clearing. He had his hand behind his back and a frown on his face behind his mask. 4 ninja had landed all around him, each one leering at him. His hand was on the ninjutsu over his left shoulder and he knew the ninja surrounding him. He'd seen them all before, on the attack on Konoha that had occurred during his first Chunin exam. "Hello," said the short-haired leader. His skin was pale and he looked like he'd been recently burned on the left side of his face. "You're trespassing. I'd ask you to leave, but I'm afraid I can't just let you go." The ninja surrounding him gave a collective chuckle. The male that looked a bit like a girl was also more scarred than the last time he'd seen him. "It's a shame, really. This one is pissing me off already." Tayuya, the only female and the least roughed up looking of the group, frowned at him. "Shut up, you fucking idiot." Sasuke relaxed a little, but didn't take his hand off his blade. "What the hell do you want? Who the hell are you?" They hadn't rushed him yet, but were boxing him in on all sides. The dark-haired boy scowled at him. "We're the 4 sounds. I am the East Gate's Kitamaru." The big one spoke up next. He had nasty-looking blood bruises on his face. Large purple marks under his eye and across his cheek. Southgate's Jirobo. He had red hair in a mohawk. The boy with the long dark blue-gray hair and most feminine features spoke up. Westgate's Sakin. The red-headed girl introduced herself last. Northgate's Tayuya. She glanced at her companions. Sasuke snorted. "Are you going to come in quietly, or do I have to beat the shit out of you all and drag you in by force?" The dark-haired man gave a snort. "Stop posing punk. We know about you, but even you couldn't take us all." Sasuke took his hand off his sword and stood tall. The long-haired man chuckled at that. "So, he does have something of a brain. That's good." Kitamaru frowned. "Nah. He's just not very good with a sword." "He means to attack us then?" rumbled Jirobo. Sakin put up his hand. "Come on then, I'll play a song on his ribs." Saw. F.A. L. M.I. Re. Do. The masked boy jumped out of the way and hooked a kick at the long-haired boy's head as he was charged. The kick connected and Sasuke bounced off his opponent's jaw and then careened off a tree. "Shit!" cried Tayuya as she jumped out of the way as he passed by her. She skittered back on her hands as 3 kunai planted themselves into the ground just behind her. Her back hit a tree and she gasped as the last one impaled the ground in front of her crotch. You fucking." She started to screech. Kitamaru spit a web onto her shoulder and jerked her out of the way as another of the knives impacted where her head had been. Jirobo frowned as he faced the boy as he landed. "This one is troublesome." "No. He's mine," growled Sakin as he charged Sasuke head-on. The masked boy jumped into the air and put his fingers up to the open mouth on his mask. "Kaden. Ga Kakyu no Jutsu." A huge jet of flames shot out of his mask, massing in a huge ball of flames. The 4 sound ninja scattered, jumping apart. "Fucking trash!" screamed Tayuya in rage. Jirobo frowned at her and narrowed his eyes. "Where is he? Don't lose sight of him." Sakin glared up at the nearby trees. "He won't escape." He pushed off the ground and rushed into the trees. The masked ninja spoke up from directly behind him. "Escape? From you losers? Don't be stupid." The blue-haired ninja looked shocked for a moment. Sasuke grunted as he took a shot to his lower back and narrowly missed being punched in the back of his head as he hopped away. "What the?" Sakin narrowed his eyes at the boy. "I see you're going to be a bit of trouble." "Good, it's no fun if it's too easy." The pair clashed. Sasuke attacked him, but his strikes were blocked. The sound ninja growled through his teeth. "Not bad." His opponent grabbed a branch and swung himself around and under his opponent. Sakin had his hands and feet in an iron grip and found himself tossed onto the forest floor before he could let go. "Shit." He sidestepped several kunai from above and skidded to a halt amongst the leaves. Sasuke landed opposite him, with the other 3 standing behind their companion looking cautious and annoyed. Kitamaru growled. "Hurry up, Sakin. We don't have time for delays. Finish this up now, so we can." The blue-gray-haired boy glared at him. Shut the hell up. It's a shame I can't kill him, but I'll not be rushed. I want to enjoy breaking his body. Jirobo scowled. He's to be damaged as little as possible. Sakin snarled as he charged again. Yeah. Well, we need to break his arms and legs to get him to come quietly. Sasuke gave a short laugh. Idiot. Kidomaru started forward. Sakin. Look out. Muttered the boy in surprise as he stumbled. Oh, she. A tree branch snapped out and slapped him in the face. He had a heavy dark mark across his jaw. Fuh. I shink da bastard bok ma jal. He put his hand back and gasped as he felt another wire. What the? Sasuke was standing in the middle of a web of traps. All of the kunai he'd thrown had a thin wire attached to it, and he'd linked them up to several simple traps. Sakin jumped high into the tree branches as an explosive note went off beside him. SNHKY, TRSH. He landed and set himself as he narrowed his eyes. Kidomaru growled. That's enough. We don't have time to play with him. Everyone, curse seals now. Strange markings were starting to grow across his face. Tayuya gave a rough snort. It's about fucking time. We should have taken care of this trash already. The pattern was different, hers were more jagged and straight. Sakin had set his own jaw and squeezed his eyes shut. They watered up, but not a single tear fell from his eyes as the markings crawled across his face as well. She was getting what appeared to be spots. What's the harm in having a little fun? It will be really satisfying now. His wound appeared to have healed, at least well enough that he could speak normally again. Jiburo nodded. It old you, we shouldn't mess around. It's best to get it over and done with. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. None of them could see his expression, but it was clear he was confused and surprised by his body language. What the hell? Get him! Cried Kidomaru. He had 6 arms, and had spit a hooked kunai-like weapon into each one. They had solidified in place. Crap, growled Sasuke in frustration. He ducked and dodged around as the spider ninja started throwing the weapons at him. Sakin moved with incredible speed, far more than he had before. He assaulted the unfortunate boy and chased him about the clearing. Sasuke was able to dodge, but barely so, and only by using the trees and brush as cover. The wood was heavily dented, and thick branches were being broken with ease from the blue-gray-haired boy's blows. The masked ninja spun around a tree, there was the sound of metal sliding against wood, and then a splattering. Gah! Screamed Sakin as his eyes went wide. He pushed himself back out of the way and screamed in pain again as Sasuke came around the other side of the tree and slashed upwards with the ninjutsu. You fucking. The boy's bangs fell off, revealing burned scars on the side of his face that had been hidden. Holy shit! Cried Tayuya as she slid to a stop. Sakin was missing a leg, and his hand was gone. She landed on her rear as a mess of throwing stars impacted the tree behind her. Enough! Cried Jirobo as he slammed his fists into the ground. A 10-meter area around him shattered and cracked. My fucking leg. My goddamn hand. I'll kill that fucking trash. Sakin was enraged. His hand and arm appeared to have grown back. Sasuke arched his eyebrow at the sight of it. Another arm and leg appeared to have slid out of the 2 wounds replacing the limbs he'd just cut off. He put his fingers up and another huge ball of flame erupted between them as he went airborne to avoid the big one's attack. Kidomaru spit a web at him, but it was burned up. It also prevented the fire from driving him and his companions apart again. You're starting to sound like Tayuya. Shut the hell up, we need him alive and intact. Sakin scowled at the ninja that had landed on the tree branches above them. Orochimaru won't mind if I break his arms and legs. Jirobo growled. Stop fighting, one opponent is enough. We need to finish this. Sasuke wasn't moving, he was hanging by his feet under a particularly large branch. Sakin had gathered up his severed arm and leg. Yukon, you're going to have to take over for a bit. I've got to fix this. Fuck. It stings. His hair grew out again, this time on the opposite side. The strange boy looked at his companions. I'll let you guys handle this. I'm not used to being in charge. Sasuke was getting annoyed. What is with these weirdos? He noticed the six-armed boy was gone. Oh. His feet released the branch and he pushed off the one below him with his hands as the boy slashed at him. Cocky punk. Jirobo snagged his ankle and pulled him off the tree before his swing was completed. He tried to slice into the large boy with his sword, but gasped as it hit a thick leathery hide. The fat ninja had changed, and looked considerably less human. He had two small horns over his eyes, and his hair had grown longer. What the? The masked ninja felt weak all of a sudden, and his sword dropped from his hands. Gah! What is this? His eyes went wide as he remembered the fat one from before. He could drain chakra. The large monstrous-looking ninja frowned. What? That's it? I'm not getting any more from this one. It's pathetic, seems he's used up most of his chakra just holding us off this long. Sasuke had shut down his chakra flow, but gradually enough that it seemed like he'd just been mostly drained. He hung from the thing's grip. The other sound ninja stood around him. They crossed their arms and posed. Tayuya gave a snort. That was kind of pathetic. Yukon growled. The puppy has teeth. Sakin's going to be busy for a while fixing up what he did. I can't believe he's already done though. Are you sure? Jirobo nodded. If I take much more of his chakra, he'll pass out. There's nothing to speak of. You know how I hate leaving a meal unfinished, but we're not supposed to kill him. Hey. Yeah, that's obvious. Sasuke narrowed his eyes as he hung by his ankle from the fat one's grip. The heavy ninja narrowed his eyes. You're lucky. I'm the kind one, you're in no position to be making jokes. Yukon hooked his fist across his jaw, the boy's mask fell off and bounced across the dirt. Trash. You wouldn't have lasted 10 seconds if we had intended to kill you. Kidomaru pulled back on the angry long-haired boy's shoulder. That's enough. Uchiha Sasuke, you're pathetic, weak, nothing. How long do you intend to remain here growing fat and weak in this pathetic village? The Anbu looked in his direction. What do you mean? Arms crossed, Tayuya said. Just like everyone else here, you'll always be weak. Orochimaru will give you strength if you accompany us. Sakin gave him a gut punch. Sasuke broke free of Hirobo's hold and collided head first with a nearby tree. He closed his eyes and let out a painful grunt. He whispered to himself, hold it. Together. Sasuke. Holding his stomach, he pushed off where he'd landed on his knees. Yukon clenched his hand. Make a choice. I will elucidate it for you. You cannot delay. You must speak right away. Are you coming? Sasuke looked at the group that towered over him, narrowing his eyes. No thanks, I've already gotten a better offer. He rose unsteadily to his feet. I'm not really all that impressed. Kidomaru scowled. It appears he still hasn't understood. He is unaware of his extreme inferiority. Tayuya snorted a little. Then screw him. We will simply compel him to come. Jirobo gave a nod. He can't hold out long. We're way above his pay grade. He no longer has any chakra to speak of. The boy with the raven hair began to tremble. Confused, the four sound nin appeared. They became irate one by one. Jirobo even appeared irritated. Raising the boy by his shirt, Kidomaru growled, what's so funny? You know, maybe Orochimaru did make you stronger, but he can't fix stupid. They had Sasuke laughing at them. Not in a light-hearted manner as though he found something amusing. He was making a brazen and open mockery of them. Udon gave a knuckle crack. After we break your jaw, we'll see how funny you find it. I'm over this. I'm done teasing myself. Break his arms, legs, and jaw if he continues to refuse to stop talking. When we return, Kabuto can make him feel better. With a somewhat maniacal smile, Sasuke shook his head. You people are idiots. Have you still not figured it out? The four ninja appeared to stiffen and scan their surroundings. Kidomaru's eyes darted around, and he growled. *T. Here we are. Backing between the three boys was Tayuya. What? Not at all. Yeah. With a puff of smoke, Sasuke disappeared, leaving them in the open. One of the boys moved out in front of them. You've spent the entire time pursuing a clone. It was only to keep you waiting while I went to get backup. Perched among the branches above was a kunoichi wearing a cat mask, observing. Good job, Uchiha. There was another, barely visible in the shadows of some nearby brush, wearing a wolf mask. Oh. How much do you know? The rookie has successfully captured an entire team. A dog mask. Wearing person nodded. Auditory ninja. It takes a lot of guts for them to come out here. Hunched over the scene, clutching a pair of kunai, was Hitaki Kakashi. He appeared quite happy. Well, let's try to capture one of them while it's still alive. Ibiki would undoubtedly enjoy speaking with them. Sasuke gave a nod. The girl has a foul mouth, the cross. Dresser has a bad temper, and the fat person is stupid. Our best hope for workable intelligence is 6 arms. Kidomaru's eyes narrowed. Level 2, everyone. Disregard Uchiha. We must. Tayuya took out her flute and positioned herself to provide support for her friends. We are unable to return without him. Here is where I'd rather die. She's right, Yukon snarled. Shit, that jerk would leave me in charge at a time like this. The cat. Masked woman stiffened, pulling the sword from behind her. The Anbu uniform included the ninjutsu. All of them wore them. Many of them never used them. That dog and wolf mask didn't faze him. Kunoichi made a statement. I need to make amends with sound. An unhealed open wound that is still open. Kakashi gave a nod. Don't forget, they are more valuable alive. The sound ninja started to take on a different look. Their skin darkened and took on an almost leathery appearance, making them all appear more horrific. They all seemed to get bigger and developed horns. Sasuke positioned himself and squinted. They are far more powerful in this form. A fat person depletes chakra. His spit can be used to make weapons and webs with 6 arms. The transvestite practices an unusual form of taijutsu. She has remained silent the entire time, so the foul mouthed bitch is sort of supporting. Maybe a medic, but I'm not sure. Sasuke gestured to the Yukon with blue gray hair. I've got a score to settle with the cross-dresser. Kidomaru scowled. 5 on 4, hardly fair. The boy with the raven hair aimed his sword towards them. I'm a ninja, not a samurai. If I'm in a fair fight, I've already failed. Yukon gave him a scowl. He intended for it to be unjust to you. At least twice as many will be required if any of you are to live. Tayuya raised her flute to her lips and got ready to play. Her thoughts betrayed her frustration. Oh my god. There's no retreating. What a prick. Without him, we cannot depart. She gave Sasuke a glare. Kidomaru scoffed at that. Let's finish this up. Remember that Uchiha should not be harmed. Take out the others. Jirobo clenched his hand into a palm. Hopefully, I'll get a decent meal out of this. The group was led by the wolf. Masked Anbu. All right, make sure none of them get away. Kill or capture, none of them escapes. Kakashi gave a nod. Shall we begin? Jirobo strode ahead. Yes, let's. Yukon gave Sasuke a glare. I will take care of Uchiha. You others, be concerned about diverting the attention of others. Childomaru nodded. Alive. He took a breath and began to spew webs that resembled nets. Yukon glared at him, but he quickly nodded in return before charging at the Anbu with raven hair. Through the woods that surrounded Konohagakure, Sasuke ran back. The cursed ninja who resembled an Oni was pursuing him quickly. Stop running, coward. With a sly smile, Sasuke peered over his shoulder. He blurred into motion, disappearing right before his eyes. Furious, the sound nin skidded to a stop, snarling as he peered around. He balled up his fist and slammed it into the side of a tree, saying, What the? Another damn clone? What is wrong with this village? Are they all cowards? He pulled his hand away, and the bark crumbled away as he stood staring into the darkness. Come out and fight. Sasuke watched from above and in the shade of the tree limbs behind him. Hey. Yukon turned and gave him a fierce look. He bounded into the air after his prey, saying, "There you are." Sasuke leapt down and met him mid-air. Their attacks only succeeded in throwing each other apart as they landed opposite each other and slid back a few feet in the dirt. The Konoha ninja laughed, donning his tiger mask once more. The enemy ninja growled, "What's so funny? I'm losing my patience with you." The boy wearing the tiger mask placed his fingers in front of the mosque's mouth. A massive jet of flames erupted between the two, curling around the tree trunks, and I thought, why should I care? Great fireball. Above it, Yukon bounced off the branches over the attack and made his way towards the leaf ninja who was exposed. Cocky bastard. Just before his opponent landed on top of him, the Uchiha boy shot up his leg. Yukon felt a sharp blow to the abdomen and rolled across the ground. He turned over on his side and peered about. Once more, Sasuke was lost. What's the matter? Afraid to stand and fight me head-on? He was forced to scramble to his feet and back away in order to avoid multiple kunai when he heard Sasuke's voice from behind him. What are you? A samurai? Fight like a ninja, you loser. What did you say? The savage creature growled, flexing its claws. I'll rip your legs off when I get my hands on you. A voice that now seemed to be coming from his right said, but you won't kill me, will you? The sound ninja avoided eye contact and narrowed his eyes. With a kick that hooked, he said, I see, throwing your voice to throw me off. Sasuke dodged and rolled back, holding a kunai. He balled up his fists and said, pathetic, I won't fall for such a cheap trick. You should be grateful. You'd be dead already if Orochimaru didn't want you. I'll take you to him by force. At that, Sasuke's eyes narrowed. I'd like to see you try. Oh, wait. You already are. Yukon growled. I'm going to hurt you very badly. You'll forgive me though, once Orochimaru shows you what real strength is. The ANBUS snorted. I've already seen how he treats his allies. My true enemy is stronger than him, and I see no reason to believe he can help me defeat him. Yukon smiled. He lunged forward once more and launched an assault, saying, well, I don't care about that. I don't intend to fail. Sasuke continued to be on the defensive, dodging and blocking the quick blows. Yukon gasped and hopped back. In addition to dodging his blows, the Leaf Ninja had also evaded his brother's attempted hidden blows. What? With a confident demeanor, the Anbu wearing a tiger mask stood tall and directed his gaze towards him. The guy said, you can't fool my eyes. I've seen through your attack. It was really strange. It appeared as though he could grow more limbs. But nothing he was unable to manage. Yukon growled. I see. You're still weak though, this form is 100 times stronger than you could ever hope to be. As Sasuke fled the area, chased by the Oni. Like creature, Kakashi charged at the 6. Armed ninja. He chose to focus on a ninja who had the appearance of a spider and who retreated from him, maintaining his distance. The creature threw his weapons at him, taking more from his mouth in the process, but he managed to dodge easily and get closer to the creature. Surrender now, or I can't guarantee your safety. Kidomaru gave him a scowl. He ducked a kick and leapt up, throwing net. Like webs to slow his opponent. Damn, this one is at a high level. I've got to be careful, but if I win, I'll be regarded on another level. The Leaf Ninja dodged the projectiles by running away. I wouldn't count on that. You're a Chunin level at best. The boy turned over onto a branch and proceeded to hurl multiple more blade. Like weapons in the direction of his opponent. The cursed seal makes me 100 times stronger. Just in front of him, on a tree branch, Kakashi touched down. I see. It does nothing to improve your skill though. Relying on power alone will only get a ninja killed. With a frown, Kidomaru hurled additional bladed weapons at him. The gray-haired ninja had already leapt off the branch his opponent was crouching on when it was sheared off. After receiving a kick to the chest, the spider ninja staggered and flipped before crashing into the ground. Hey. I barely felt that. Kakashi's eyes narrowed. In an attempt to slow him down, the boy had left a net of webbing between his feet. Clever, but you're still green. Kodomaru gave him a sly smile. Maybe. You don't seem to have noticed my real trap though. A 3-foot wide spider attempted to land on top of Kakashi, so he leapt back. The creature fell away dead, sending green goo flying into the air as the Leaf Junin flipped back and landed holding 2 kunai. He positioned himself and waved his arms, narrowing his eyes. The spider ninja dodged the kunai and redirected into the canopy above after bouncing off a nearby tree trunk. He let out a tiny sigh as he relaxed. He looked around and up and said, "This one could be troublesome." He was standing on the edge of an open clearing, having separated from the others. With a frown, Tayuya hurried off. In addition, she had drawn one of the Anbu after herself. There was a man with a strong build wearing a wolf mask. The demon like form she had been cursed with said, "TCH. One should pose no trouble." She attempted to lose him long enough to create enough distance for her attack to begin by moving up into the branches away from him, but she was too fast to stay ahead of him. It was getting harder to get rid of him, though. Fucking trash. Making things difficult. That made the man snarl. "You expect me to make things easy?" he exclaimed as he darted forward. The demon girl attempted to kick at him as she spun, but he ducked and struck her in the stomach, causing her to sprawl out onto the forest floor. With a growl, she dropped to her hands and knees. Ouch. Fucking prick. The wolf ninja was standing over her, his arms folded. He was glaring at her from behind his mask while perched on one of the branches. "Give up. What are you, a medical ninja? I'm a master hunter, and you're out of your league. You're nothing but a group of chunin in enemy territory. You're outclassed, surrender now, or you might get hurt." She stood up and gave him a fierce look. "You tool. I'm stronger than I look, and I'm not a medical ninja. Sound ninja have no use for the weak. Those who aren't strong enough to survive their missions just die." With a sudden lunge, the man lunged towards her. The demon girl skillfully swung back, removing a flute from her clothing and holding it to her mouth. At that, the leaf ninja scowled. "Genjutsu. How troublesome." The girl began to play, winding through the wood, using the brush and trees as cover. As she played on, a terrible roar erupted and 3 hideous creatures materialized. The wolf. Masked Anbu scowled at the objects above. Interesting. The only sound ninja who hadn't given up was Jirobo. He was confronted by a woman wearing an Anbu uniform and a cat mask. She took the sword off her back, her long violet hair falling down. "I don't care about you, leave now and you won't get hurt." With a growl, the woman planted her feet. "Who do you think you're talking to? You're the trespasser here." The big sound ninja, with a skin of leather, snorted. "I don't care much for fighting girls. If you intend to get in our way, I have no choice but to kill you." The female lunged ahead. "Just like you sound scum killed Hayate. Did he get in your way as well? I, Azuki Yugo, shall avenge Hayate." With a grunt, the chubby ninja reached for the earth prison of magnificent nothingness. She dodged a few inches of what would have been an earthly dome as it attempted to enclose her. Instead of stopping, she leapt over the edge and struck with her sword. Surprised, Jirobo glared up at her before hopping back and taking a few hairs in his mouth off. Holding onto the ground once more, he pulled up a section of it roughly the size of a small car, saying, "I don't know what you're talking about, and I don't care." As she landed, Yugo swerved to the side to avoid being crushed by the earthen dome when it hit the mass he had lifted from the earth and disintegrated. She stood erect, her sword pointing downward, and raised her fingers to her mask. Blinding Sakura flash. A tornado of blossom petals encircled and whirled around her, hiding her. Jirobo grunted as he looked up just in time to see her hack down at him from above. The big ninja stepped aside, but as he raised his forearm to stop her swipe, she landed and hopped away from him once more, cutting a gash on it. That hurt. The kunoichi gave him a narrowed look. "You're faster than you look." The obese ninja, resembling an oni, scowled at her. He swung at one of the surrounding trees, sending it crashing down and easily uprooting it, saying, "I am too strong for you." She dodged harm by deftly rolling away and weaving between the twigs, though she did receive a few minor scratches from broken twigs and debris. She was momentarily obscured by a cloud of dust. Jirobo turned to face her and squinted. He momentarily lost sight of her and tensed as three figures emerged from the cloud of dust and charged towards him. Konohagakure seemed to like the method, asking, "What? More clones?" The three charged him, swords poised to strike, exclaiming, "Dance of the Crescent Moon." Jirobo stopped. Gasping, his body went cold. His legs suddenly gave way under him as he attempted to block the trio's attack, causing blood to spurt from his mouth. "What? I?" he exclaimed as he collapsed to the ground face down, immobilized, the cursed seal disappearing from his body. Standing on his back, Yugo's sword had been driven through his spine and into his chest, starting at the base of his neck. She was left alone when the three shadows disappeared. The woman frowned as she looked down at the body. She drew her blade, removed a rag from the pocket of her uniform, and cleaned it. For Hayate, she lowered her head and closed her eyes in a whisper. She turned around and began to walk away from the body, leaving it face down in the dirt after a brief moment. The Anbu with the wolf mask leapt away. The three staggering giants were leaving a trail of broken and splintered trees in their wake. Though they moved slowly and awkwardly, they all paid attention to him. They were keeping him away from their puppet master, but he was able to avoid them with relative ease. He was kept moving and at a distance by Tayuya, who was playing her song and watching from above and behind them. She moved behind a tree trunk, disappearing from view as she stood among the branches. The sound seemed to be coming from multiple directions as it drifted through the forest. Twisted by her chakra to prevent him from locating her, he landed his feet firmly on the middle creature's forehead after bouncing off a big tree trunk. Their mouths and eyes were stitched shut. In an attempt to strike its companion, the one on its right swung the club violently into his face, but the man shook it off and grabbed a tree branch above him, swinging out over the forest floor and landing on a nearby tree. He looked up, letting go of his footing and tumbling away from the third blow. Music stopped, and Tayuya's voice sounded impatient. She raised the flute to her lips once more and began playing a different tune, saying, "You're troublesome. I don't have time to toy with you though. No one has ever survived this melody." The creatures shook and roared. The wolf Anbu snarled as an odd light burst from within them and the stitches on their mouths stretched wide. It appeared as ethereal spirits that followed lengthy paths to the beasts' mouths. They darted at him, moving much more quickly. He was forced to run away, growling in frustration, "What is this?" The things followed him through the trees, following him obstinately through the canopy of the forest. This isn't good. One of the things brushed his leg and his foot went numb. He stumbled for a moment, but it was fortunate, as it prevented another from passing through his chest. What? His eyes went wide as he realized that the chakra in his foot had been absorbed. Another darted after him, and he became a blur of motion. "I see. I refuse to be touched by them." She paused her playing, and the girl's voice came out. "You'll never find me in time," she said. "There's no way out. Trash, just fucking die." "I see." The wolf masked ninja crossed his arms and landed. "It is unfortunate that I must do this then." His eyes narrowed. "The forest will need a lot of time to heal," he said, spreading his arms and hitting the earth with his palm. Earth Sutra. Kuni Toko Tachi, rejoice. The forest trembled violently, the ground shook and rumbled, and trees crashed into the earth all around. The area affected by the shaking and vibrations was roughly a quarter-mile in diameter. The monsters tipped over, and the leaf ninja, gasping for air, went to one knee, staring at the faltering spirit things as their master ceased to play. Muffled curses were spoken along with a gentle cough, "Fucking trash." The wolf ninja's head snapped around and he vanished in a blur as his legs propelled him in the direction of the sound. "Fucking trash," Tayuya muttered to herself as she staggered out of the branches of a fallen tree. The dust was still settling, and she was about 100 yards away. "OSH*T, she said, as she watched him charge toward her. She attempted to bring the flute to her lips, but it was too late. Without saying a word, the Anbu grabbed her neck, slammed her against the fallen tree trunk she was standing next to, and punched her in the face with his other hand. He slapped her hand, sending the instrument clattering through the fallen trees and twigs. "Oh no. What a bitch your son is." She let out a scream. But he didn't back down, holding her pinned with one hand while repeatedly slamming his other into her face. After a few seconds, her legs went rigid and the horns and leathery skin vanished, leaving her with closed eyes and a bruised face. The man took off his mask, a white-haired man of about 30 years old with gray eyes, giving her a menacing look and giving her a light rib kick to make sure she was out. With a weak cough, she looked up at him and sighed. How did you find me? He had appeared out of the blue. I can hear a pin drop from 20 meters distance. Once I disrupted your chakra, it was a mistake to make even the slightest sound. He smirked and lifted her up by the throat, saying, the Uchiha and Hyuga have their eyes, but the Itagaki clan has our ears. Pulling back his hair, he revealed pointed ears that were slightly larger than a normal man's. Let's go. He spun her around and locked her arm behind her back while gripping the back of her neck with his other hand. Yojimbo, said a woman's voice. As the cat-masked Kunoichi landed next to him, he turned to look at her and said, I see you've taken care of things here. Yes, the man nodded. Hitaki, Hanara, and Uchiha are where? She gave a headshake. I'm not sure. I heard the fight and came this way. They both ran off, I took care of the fat one. The man held his prey tightly in an iron grip while scowling and nodding. Find the others, I'll take this one back. She gave a nod. All right. Jirobo, Tayuya muttered, her eyes widening. She attempted to approach her, saying, what happened to Jirobo? You bitch. The woman, still donning her mask, turned to face her. Her voice was as cold as ice, he's dead. She turned and walked into the woods, saying, I'd worry about myself if I were you. You've been captured by the enemy. I do not expect your stay here will be pleasant. The girl cried, you fucking bitch. I'll kill you. I'll kill you all. Tears streaming down her cheeks. Yojimbo had no trouble maintaining his hold. Come on. Ibiki will be wanting a word with you. Enjoy the walk, you'll not be seeing the outdoors again for quite a while. Kakashi stood in the woods looking around at the treetops. He moved quietly and carefully through the woods. It was clear he was expecting an ambush. Kitamari was a long distance away, overlooking him from the top of a very tall tree. Hey. He had a bow he'd made in his hands, and spit a long barbed arrow that he notched into place and drew the weapon back. Copy Ninja Kakashi. Looks like I'm about to level up. He let the arrow fly and smirked. The gray-haired ninja far below gasped as he noticed it. He rolled aside, losing part of his uniform's back as he dodged the strike. It pierced clean through the tree trunk he was in front of. He ducked low and looked in the general direction of the strike. TCH. Not bad, old man. Your luck won't last though. He notched his second shot and drew back. The thread at the end of the arrow would allow him to control and guide it to its target. The gray-haired ninja had pulled his forehead protector off of his left eye. The spider ninja narrowed his eyes. So, that's the famed Sharingan? I think it will be fitting to put my shot right through it. He let the arrow fly and it blasted off towards his target. The projectile curved as it neared, aiming right at the ninja's head. Kakashi moved with blinding speed. His head darted out of the way at the last moment, but the passing of the high-speed projectile and impact of it knocked him to the ground on his side. Damn. He's got high speed. Not so easy a target. Kitamaru jumped from his perch to another that gave him better visibility, and also to prevent Kakashi from using the direction of his shots to pinpoint him. He grinned as he notched another arrow and drew back. I'll aim for the chest this time. He's got too much speed to aim for something so small it seems. He let fly and again the arrow curved towards his target. Kakashi was knocked off his feet again. He'd managed to dodge a death blow, but his arm was now pinned to the tree trunk behind him. Kitamaru smirked. Well, you can't dodge now, can you? He notched his final shot and drew back again. He didn't need to guide the weapon this time. Just a straight shot at his head. He saw the fearful expression on the man's head as the arrow drew near to impaling his forehead. Huh. I've just leveled up, you bastard. He never saw the strike hit home and screamed in surprise as his foothold gave way from under his feet. The spider ninja bounced down the side of the tree, impacting the tree branches on his way down and bouncing off them in a painful-looking tumble. He hit the dirt face first and groaned. Oh. What the hell? He looked up and saw a pair of legs in front of him. What? Kakashi had his arms crossed and was staring him down. Some sort of metal casing fell away from the boy. It had prevented him from getting injured in his tumble down the tree, but it was obvious the fall had still hurt a bit. What? No way. I saw. The man shook his head. That was just Bunshin no Jutsu. It might not have fooled you close up, but at this distance, it was enough to keep your attention. The man nodded at the shell that had fallen off the boy. I see your mouth isn't the only place you can create that metal from. The boy snarled at him and gripped two more of the blade-like weapons. Figured that out, did you? How did you find me? The man cocked his head. My dogs, of course. The boy's face fell a little. Dogs? Kakashi nodded. Yeah. The ground around the boy erupted as several various-sized dogs jumped up from under the dirt and latched onto his limbs. Kidomaru screamed in pain as the teeth dug into his flesh. He couldn't move and hadn't been able to erect his protective shield in time. He was immobilized and looked at the man with wide eyes. Kakashi held up a small torn cloth between his fingers. When I attacked you at first, I wasn't aiming for you, but your uniform. With it, I was able to use my friends to track you down while you were focused on my Bunshin. You. Bastard. The boy snarled as he tried to shake off the animals. They kept their jaws clamped down, and another coat of the metal formed over his exposed body. You'll never take me in. That metal is interesting stuff, but I'm afraid I've got just the thing for it. He walked up and touched the boy on the chest as the dogs released him all at once. His hand was glowing with violet energy and he just placed his palm against him. I'm a lightning affinity, you see. Kidomaru screamed as he was electrocuted. He slumped down to his knees while smoking as the effects of his cursed seal faded away. Kakashi looked down at the pack of dogs and smiled. Thanks for the help. I can take it from here. No problem, replied the pug. The animals all left, vanishing into the woods. Sasuke was locked in battle with his opponent. The pair collided in the woods near a sheer cliff that dropped off for a little more than 1,000 feet onto sharp rocks at the base of the cliff before the woods continued on into distant mountains. They punched, kicked, and blocked in a stalemate battle. Saken took shots at him from within his brother as the battle raged on, but Sasuke's speed kept anything but glancing blows from landing. The Oni-like ninja towered over him and snarled in rage as he took a kick across his jaw and staggered back. The tiger-masked ninja moved in to press his attack, but an arm from the thing's chest reached out of his chest and grabbed his punch. The raven-haired Anbu growled as he realized he'd been caught and started to twist his weight. His eyes went wide and he gasped in shock as Yukon thrust his hands forward and into his chest. The thing seemed to dive into him, leaving no visible injury. Saken stood glaring at him, holding his other arm against his chest. It was small and deformed, almost like a baby's arm, and his limbed leg and a similar underdeveloped leg hanging down over the ground. Hey. We've got you. He released his arm and staggered back on one leg. Sasuke gasped and looked shocked. What? Yukon's head poked out of his shoulder. This is my ability. I can invade the body of my opponents. Once inside, I can control everything on a cellular level. I can liquefy your insides in an instant. Sasuke growled and fell to his knees. You. What? Saken chuckled. This fight is over. Come with us quietly now, or my brother will turn your intestines to soup. The young Chunin grunted in pain and clutched at his belly. Yukon chuckled. Yes, that's your liver. Just a cramp at the moment, but I could rip it to shreds. Give up, you're... Sasuke growled as he stood up and glared at Saken. The one-legged creature looked surprised. You still intend to fight? You're dumber than I thought. The Uchiha boy gave a painful smirk. You've never learned from your past mistakes. He turned towards the cliff and ran over the edge. What? Cried Saken as he stumbled to reach for him. No. Sasuke spread his arms as he fell, aiming dead at the sharp rocky cliff bottom. Yukon was screaming in terror as they neared the bottom. Just before they impacted on a spire of stone, Sasuke vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving Yukon falling alone. His scream stopped in an instant as he was impaled on the spire and left a long trail of entrails up to the point through his back. He slumped down and gasped a final time as he died. Sakin screamed and clutched at his head as he peered over the edge at his brother. No. Yukon. Sasuke stepped out of the tree line and smirked. Well, do you intend to fight me now then? Sakin rolled over on his back and glared at him in a rage. You bastard. Fuck Orochimaru. You're dead. He hopped up on his one good leg and lunged at him. A blur of motion passed between them and the one-legged thing fell onto the dirt. His head rolled by Sasuke. The flutter of an Anbu cloak in the wind caught the raven-haired boy's attention. I had it handled. The figure in a dog mask nodded. I see. Forgive the intrusion. Sasuke kicked the fallen ninja. No big deal. He turned to face the man and removed his mask. You know what happened to the others? He knew him, he'd been on guard duty with him a few times. His name was Hanara Ichimaru. The other Anbu removed his own mask. He was a fair-skinned boy with brown hair and gray eyes. He kept his hair short, but it was unruly and looked unkempt. No. I just managed to catch up to you too. I started following you when this mess started. The Junin can take care of themselves, as Chunin have to stick together. He gave Sasuke a slight smirk as he peered down at the other dead body. The raven-haired boy nodded. I guess. I can't really fault you for not wanting to be left out. Ichimaru nodded. I'm glad you understand. We should head back and report in. This one is no threat. Sasuke gave him a cocky-looking grin. Try to keep up. Hanara gave a snort. It's not that I was too slow. I see what the rumors about your team are about now, you disappeared on me. The only way I found you at all was by following this one, too. Whatever the hell he or they were. Uchiha put his mask back on and started walking away. Right. Come on, we should make sure the other three are taken care of. Sasuke was sitting in the back of the fox den. He had a beer in front of him and was being quiet and sullen as usual. The people around him were being a little rowdy, but in a light-hearted way. He didn't seem too out of place and nursed his drink. He'd never had a beer before, but had a bit of sake in the past. It wasn't bad, a bit bitter, but he liked that sort of flavor. It seemed to suit him. Hanara, Azuki, and Yojimbo were sitting around him with a few other Anbu. Anko was sitting next to her boyfriend at the table as well. Ken was quiet and seemed to enjoy relaxing and let them go about their business. Anko was a little flushed and was leaning into him a bit. Mitarashi smiled at him and leaned forward. You did well. 2 captured and 3 killed. Ibiki finally has something to keep him busy for a while. He's gotten bored in that cave of his. The raven-haired boy gave a nod. It was no big deal. Yugo seemed quiet as well, but gave him a smirk. It was a good day. Yojimbo frowned a little. Well, I wouldn't call it good. We did our duty, and earned a drink for our efforts at least. Sakura and Ino walked up, the blonde girl had a smirk on her face. I hear you had quite a day. Sakura nodded and sat down with the group. Yeah. It was all over the office. Good job. The boy gave a grunt. It didn't sound bad-tempered though. Hanara smirked at them. He was about 5 years older than them. Well, I can't say you new kids aren't working out. Yojimbo chuckled at that. I'm just hope it's enough to shut everyone up about that damn exam. Sakura flushed. Well, we're not sorry. Ino nodded. We feel for you though. I wouldn't want to have to catch us either. Sasuke. The group turned to see Naruto standing over them. I just talked with Kakashi. I heard about earlier today. Sakura seemed surprised. You just now heard about that? He looked at her out of the corner of his eye. I've been in a meeting with the Hokage for most of the day. Yojimbo spoke up. Kakashi? Where is that bastard anyway? He was there too, he should have a drink with us. Naruto chuckled at that. You know how he is. Hanara pointed out a nearby booth. There he is. Yojimbo stood up and walked over to him. Get over here, you brooding loser. We owe you a drink for helping us out. Kakashi looked up at him and scratched the back of his head. Well, I just happened to be around. It's nothing, really. Yugo grabbed his arm and pulled him out of his seat. We insist. You captured one of them alive. Come on and help us celebrate our minor victory. Naruto chuckled as the man was shoved over to the group. He didn't seem to fight very hard. Naruto suspected that they had him when they told him they were buying him a drink. That cheap dork. Sasuke was standing next to him. I've never known him to pass up anything free. Naruto shrugged. What the heck? It's on me for the lot of them tonight, I guess. No harm in it considering. He looked at his teammate. Come on. I want to talk with you about today. Sasuke frowned a bit. I guess. A moment later they were sitting next to each other at the bar. Uchiha brought his beer along. He wasn't a heavy drinker, but he'd gotten a small bottle of sake a few times in the past. What's up? Naruto looked at him. Good job. I didn't expect something like this from you. His teammate looked annoyed. What do you mean? The blonde ninja gave a short snorting laugh. Are you kidding? I'd expect you to try to bring in the lot of them on your own. Sasuke seemed to think on that. Nah. Uzumaki seemed to relax a little more. Just doesn't seem like you to go for backup. That's all. Good work, I hope you keep using your head that way. The black-haired boy nodded. I guess I get what you mean then. Naruto leaned in. Why did you? I mean, what made you go for backup? Uchiha thought about it for a moment. My orders are to report any enemy trespassers I find. Capturing or killing intruders is secondary. I was on patrol, it was my duty to report in and find backup before I tried to engage them. The blonde ninja nodded at that. Oh. I guess it makes sense when you put it that way. Sasuke frowned at him. And it didn't before? Naruto shrugged. I guess. I wasn't that surprised by it, just didn't seem like you. You're all hot on being strong and doing everything yourself. The raven-haired ninja hung his head and nodded. When it comes to Itachi, that's what I intend. I'll do my duty as ordered otherwise. Naruto slapped his back. I'll remember that. We've got a mission in a few days. I can't give you any details yet, but be ready. Let Sakura and Ino know as well. He hopped off the bar stool and started for the door. Sasuke finished off his bear and made a slightly sour face. It had gotten a little warm, but it wasn't bad. He glanced back at the table and used the opportunity to slip off. Anko looked a little bleary-eyed as she walked into a familiar room. Ibiki was standing in front of a one-way window looking on at rooms that Naruto's team knew well. The man turned to face her. Classical music played from a small speaker in the corner near the ceiling as he watched the torture of the captured sound ninja. They were being questioned, and were not looking very good. Kidomaru was being electrocuted, his ability to create metal weapons and armor was blocked off. The rooms had wards that prevented chakra use built into the walls. Tayuya was being suspended over hot coals and lowered and raised over them. Anko arched her eyebrow as she noticed Naruto sitting at the end of the long table in the room. There were several folders laid out in front of him and he glanced up at her. Good morning. She gave a nod and sat down. Uzumaki. I wasn't expecting to see you here so early. Ibiki glanced back at them both. He's been here all night. The boy nodded. I've got an interest in the intelligence these two can provide. I'm here as an observer, and I've requested they ask about certain information. The woman looked through the glass at the torture. How is it going? Ibiki frowned. Nothing we don't already know. They are reluctant to speak, but we've gotten a bit when they slipped up. Anko looked back at Naruto. I know what you're up to. I'm handling the details. You're hoping to get information about those sound bases. The boy nodded. That's right. I already know their locations, but I'm interested in the layout and what might be inside. You should speak to Kinuda Dosu then. She crossed her arms and stood next to Ibiki. The blonde nodded. I spoke to him yesterday. Ibiki nodded. I worked with him when he first arrived. He was very cooperative. How is he? Uzumaki shrugged. He seemed fine. He said the third Hokage put in a good word for him, so he's working as a genin on probation. He's not permitted on missions involving sound ninja, not that it matters much. He's not likely to encounter them as a genin, and it will be a few years before he's eligible to become a chunin because of his probation status. He looked down at the pages spread around the folder and flipped through them. Seemed like a nice guy. I hope things work out for him. Anko smirked. Yugo will be interested in this once word gets out. Naruto frowned at her. I don't want her anywhere near it. That caught the woman off guard. What? She's a good ninja. She's very skilled. The boy nodded. I don't doubt her loyalty or her ability. Mitarashi looked a little miffed. She was friends with Yugo. Why then? She could be useful. The same reason I don't want Dosu along. He replied in a diplomatic tone. Anko got a bit riled up. She's trustworthy. He looked up at her. She's emotionally involved. Dosu hates sound and Orochimaru. So does she. He wasn't about to say anything, but he'd not heard about what happened in the woods from other ninja. The kitsune who had witnessed it told him of it. She wants revenge for Hayate. I won't fault her for that, but I don't see the need to involve her when there are more than enough capable ninja who can do it without an emotional attachment. I'd rather not take the risk that her emotions will get the better of her when I've got other options, no matter how minor that risk might be. Anko hung her head a little. I didn't know you knew about Hayate. The boy frowned at that. I've got good sources. Ibiki smirked at Anko. He owns the local bar if you recall. She calmed a little. All right. I see your point. Ibiki looked over at Anko. What brings you here anyway? Miss my company? He didn't sound like he was flirting. She shook her head. I'm here to talk to our two prisoners. I'm playing nice interrogator today. Naruto glanced up at her. Well, that should be interesting. I wonder how you'll manage to fake that. She narrowed her eyes at him. Ha, ha, ha. It is to laugh. Ibiki was chuckling as well. I was wondering that myself. The woman rolled her eyes. You're both jerks. Ken seems to think I'm pretty nice. The blonde ninja smiled at that. He's a bit of a masochist. Anko twitched a little. What would you know of that? You're just a kid. Ibiki was smirking, he hadn't been so amused in a long time. He shrugged. I'm the ruler of the biggest group of perverts in the world. There isn't much about sexual deviancy I don't know. Anko jabbed her finger at him and worked her mouth. She wasn't quite sure what to say to that, and had been rendered speechless. The blonde boy looked cheerful. There's no way I'm missing this. She narrowed her eyes at him and pouted. You've gotten cocky. The rest of his team still called her Anko-sensei. He dropped honorifics completely and was pretty informal. He didn't cross the line and overdo it though. The boy grinned at her. Yeah. I outrank you now. That helps. She hung her head and sighed. Yeah. You brat. You're still a punk. She'd had her fun, but now it was his turn. Payback was a bitch, she supposed. From what she knew of Ken and Ryu, he'd learned a lot about that from them. He was also right about her boyfriend, which annoyed her a little more. Not that she minded much, he was a cute and obedient little boy toy when she got his mask off at night. She left the pair in the room as the interrogators finished up. Tayuya and Kitamaru were sitting across from each other glaring at one another. They were both chained to a long metal table and were sitting in uncomfortable chairs. Neither one was in good shape, their faces and bodies were bruised and there was scabbing from small scratches at various points on them. Both of them still had dried blood on them and they simply looked at each other in a sort of dazed silence. After a moment, the girl spoke up. Jirobo is dead. Her teammate nodded. Yeah. She looked up at him. Have you seen Sakin or Yukon? He lowered his eyes and scowled, not answering. Tayuya gave a nod. I see. We'll join them soon enough then. Not necessarily. The pair turned their heads. A woman had walked in with a smile on her face. She was wearing a long coat with a fishnet shirt and shorts. Her hair was pinned up behind her head and she sat down in a far more comfortable looking chair than either of them had. It was on wheels and she slid up to the middle of the table out of reach of either of them. Kitamaru glared at her. As soon as Orochimaru realizes we've been captured, we'll be killed. She smirked at him. How do you expect him to reach you in here? Tayuya scowled at her. You'll see. We're already dead, you just don't know it yet. She nodded. Yes, yes. You have no will of your own. He controls all aspects of your body, and he can kill you with his mind with the power of your cursed seals. I've heard all that before. The two sound ninjas scowled at her. The boy spoke up. So why bother capturing us then? You know we'll die anyway. It doesn't matter how much you hurt us, we'll be dead soon, and it won't matter anymore. She cocked her head and seemed cheerful. Why? It's fairly simple. Everything he told you about those cursed seals is a lie. She chuckled. He doesn't have the power to kill you with his mind. He can't see what you're doing, and he's got no control over your will. That's all just a mind game, to keep you under his control. Tayuya growled at her and clutched the edge of the table. What would fucking trash like you know? Anko's smile became more predatory. Because, if it was true, I'd have been dead years ago, and I never would have been able to turn on him. She pulled her coat down and showed her the mark near her throat. The pair got wide-eyed and gasped in unison as they looked at her. The markings were unmistakable. Anko leaned over the table. We can seal it up, you know. It's not good for you to use it. He told you that much at least. It feeds off your own power, and will shorten your life if you keep using it. You're nothing but pawns to him, you know. He doesn't care a lick about you, you're just tools to get him what he wants. Kitamaru snarled. He's going to give us a better future. Sound will become powerful, you'll see. The woman shook her head. He doesn't care about sound. Don't you know him? He used to be a leaf ninja, you know. One of the legendary three. He betrayed us all in his boneheaded quest to become immortal, used me as he's using you, and turned against everyone who cared about him. He's nothing but a power-hungry warmonger, looking for revenge on the village that tried to punish him for his crimes. Do you know how many people died researching these seals? How many people he tortured and murdered for that sick meat puppet he's become? He's an abomination, and he'll leave you all to die the moment it gives him an advantage. Tayuya was glaring at the table and her lip was quivering. Kitamaru had much the same expression and was grinding his teeth together. The boy spoke up. He is the leader of Sound. We will die for him. She laid a folder on the table and opened it. Yes. I know. Just like these two. Recognize them? He murdered them both, to perform a forbidden jutsu in an attempt to assassinate the Hokage. She gave each of them copies of 2 photos. Kitamaru turned his head away. He did know them. It was Kin and Zaku. The genin sent to the Chunin exams in the failed attack on the village they were now being held in. Tayuya growled at the pictures. Yeah. So? What do we care for these weaklings? Only the strong survive in Sound. Anko nodded and smiled at her. I know that. As far as Orochimaru is concerned, the only one who is strong in Sound is him. He couldn't stand it if anyone was a rival to his power, and he'd kill anyone who did well enough to threaten it. I know better than you think, I've been in your position. Kitamaru gave a snort. Really, did Konoha capture and torture you as well? Their interrogator nodded. Yes, they did. I came out of it wanting revenge, but it was not Konoha who betrayed and abandoned me. If he sends anyone, they will be here to kill you, not help you. How will that make you stronger? How will that make your future better? He's not going to bring the land of rice into power. The other nations have noticed what's going on, and he will only bring death and ruin to your home. The both of them scowled at her, but remained silent. Anko stood up and smiled at them. The more you cooperate, the more comfortable your stay will be. I can't promise that your people will not suffer, but if you really want to help them, you'll help us get rid of him. Pulling a thorn from your side is painful, but if you do not, it can do far more serious harm. She leaned forward and gave them a pleasant smile. Now, what shall we talk about? 4 hours later, the pair sat in silence as she left them. Neither one spoke a word, they just sat and stared down at the photos she left behind. Neither one had said anything after their initial talk, but both kept glancing at the pictures she had set out in front of them. Neither one looked like they wanted to touch them. She had prodded and tried to engage them, but they just closed up. The whole affair had been civil, and she'd remained calm and pleasant through it all. Naruto turned and looked at her as she walked back into the observation room. Huh. I'm impressed. Anko nodded. They'll be stewing over that for a while. Ibiki nodded. Yes. They'll be getting one meal a day and sitting alone in their cells for the next 2 or 3 days. We'll give them a week to think about this before we start using negative interrogation again. I'll let you know if anything comes of it, but I doubt it will gain us anything useful for at least a couple of days. Naruto closed his eyes. Well, I suppose I've learned everything I can. He glanced over at Anko. I'll drop by your office later and go over the details of our mission. She looked serious as she watched the pair being taken back to their cells. All right. I'll see you then. I've got to file a report and turn in a transcript. A lone man walked down a concrete hallway. It was a long passageway with several doors along it. Fluorescent lights lit the passageway every 10 feet or so, hung suspended from wires on the ceiling above. He was a ninja of about 25, and had a music note in the center of his forehead protector. Under his arm was a folder and he had a lazy, relaxed pace as he moved down the hall. It wasn't very well lit, with spots of darkness along the way. The bulbs weren't very well kept and flickered in some places. His foot slipped a little and he caught himself on the wall. Huh? What? He looked down at a dark pool of something his foot had slid in. A familiar coppery odor flooded his senses. BL. He never noticed the black figure lower from the ceiling. Its legs clamped on a pipe above the hull as it hooked a wire around his neck and lifted him off the ground. The unfortunate sound ninja gagged and sputtered as blood poured from his neck as his legs shook violently. The folder in his hands hit the ground and the pages within it spread out and began to soak up the pool of blood on the ground he'd slipped in. As the ninja's struggles stopped, the shadow let him fall to the ground. It reached up with its hand and twisted the bulbs in the light, not taking them out, but breaking the electric current and putting the section of hull into total darkness. It landed on the ground lightly and turned towards the opening of one of the doors. Hang on, I think I heard something. As the man from inside the room stepped out into the darkness, the shadow rushed him. The man felt a strong blow to his side and was slammed into the concrete wall with an elbow planted in his neck. The bones snapped and he slumped down in violent spasms. Without a word, the shadow lunged into the room. 2 more people inside turned with surprised expressions on their faces away from terminals. A moment later, a kunoichi had a kunai stabbed into her forehead, and her coworker had one protruding from his neck. The red and pink blur rushed up to the kunoichi, kicking her in the forehead and driving the weapon into her brain before she could scream. Sakura spoke into a headset in a quiet whisper. Hallway cleared, move in. Sasuke looked through a grating at a room filled with people and equipment. There were screens all about the room he was looking at from the inside of an air vent. It wasn't very large, about 15 square feet, but there were 6 people inside, all working at various terminals. One of the men spoke up. Sir, something a bit strange. Echo Base said something about strange noises about 3 minutes ago, and I've not heard back since. Grumbled a barrel-chested older man in irritation. The raven-haired Shunin had managed to unscrew the grate and had it tilted out a bit. He was lowering several canisters into the room by a string. They touched the ground and waited. The man in charge of the room was leaning over his subordinate and everyone was crouching over the terminal. Echo Base, come in, what is your status? He spoke into a microphone and waited. Echo Base, respond. What's with them? Growled an irate-looking kunoichi. The leader crossed his arms. Those idiots probably went for coffee or something. The man at the terminal looked up at him. All at once? The supervisor thought about it for a moment. Contact Bravo and see if they've heard anything. Might be a problem with our connection. We're not getting anything from them either, replied a young ninja at a nearby terminal. Huh? Growled the man in charge. Hey, you guys smell something? Muttered another of the techs. Yeah, what is that? It was too late though. Sasuke smirked as he put his fingers up to his lips and blew between them. A moment later, the entire room was engulfed in flames. Everyone inside screamed as they burned alive. It didn't take long before the screams stopped. He pushed the grate onto the ground and worked his way out of the vent and onto the ground. There were still a few small flames and paper fires about the room. He opened the door and let the smoke out of the room. There was a black coat of soot on everything in the room, and a few sparks from some of the electronics. Most of the equipment still appeared to be in working order though, and a few of the terminals were still on. Room cleared. Move in. Yamanaka Ino narrowed her eyes as she looked into a small control room with 3 people. There were several dead ninja along the path of her entrance, and the ones she was looking at were all working running monitors and communications terminals. She was pressed against the wall and looking through a window door in a poorly lit hallway. She narrowed her eyes and held her breath. "It's been quiet for a few minutes," commented the kunoichi in charge. "It is a bit weird," muttered one of the men. Usually there was a constant stream of information from the other bases. Even when there was nothing of importance being transmitted, there was something. Dead air was highly unusual. "Hope nothing is broken," grumbled the other man in the room. The last time it had happened they had spent several hours fixing a broken transmitter and were forced to switch to a backup. "I sent Takagami for coffee 5 minutes ago. Where the hell is he?" growled the kunoichi as she looked towards the door. Ino looked over her shoulder at the air vent beside her head. Shintent. One of the men turned to look at her. "Well, if there's a problem, we'll need Takagami. He's the only one here who knows how to do maintenance. Should I go find him?" The woman was about to answer, when a glowing blue arm burst from the air vent on the wall. "What the fuck is that?" The man who had offered to fetch his coworker was grabbed from behind. The ethereal arm lifted him off his feet and pulled him into the air vent. There was a sickening cracking sound as he hit the wall, and the sides of his legs touched his ears as blood erupted from his nose and mouth. "Holy shit!" screamed the other man in shock. The door burst open a split second later and the hand entered the room again. The unfortunate man was lifted off his feet and slammed into the wall head first. The force of the strike created an impact crater and he stuck there hanging by his neck as blood oozed from the hole his head had made. The woman screamed in shock and rage as she tossed several kunai at the giant ghostly appendage. It left the room and she rushed after it, pulling a sword from her back. As soon as she left the room, an arm jabbed out from the wall beside the door, thrusting a kunai knife into the side of her neck. She turned to look at the young blonde girl's frown with shock in her eyes as her sword clattered to the ground as she staggered away trying to make some sort of sound. All that came out was a gurgling noise and she slumped to the ground. After a moment of crawling on her back, she went still and just stared at the ceiling. "The way's clear, move in." Ino closed her eyes and turned away as she walked into the computer room. 2 men walked down a wide, well-lit hallway. Each of them wearing a sound forehead protector. They were armed and appeared to be patrolling. A set of security cameras watched the hall on either end. Neither one noticed the light switch on the wall right behind them switch off. The lights weren't completely turned off, but the hallway was filled with a dull red glow and became full of shadows and dark spots. "What the hell?" growled one of the men as he drew his sword. His companion had a kunai in his grip. Someone killed the lights. Neither one of them noticed the hooded figure appear behind them just as the security cameras turned away to monitor the adjacent hallways that turned off of the main hall. When the cameras panned back, the hallway was empty. A large pool of blood was sitting on the ground, but it was in a heavily shadowed area. One of the cameras almost caught the end of a foot being pulled into a nook in one of the walls with pipes filled with wiring inside. There was no light there, and they continued to scan the hall. The sound of footsteps started from the hallway around the corner. A group of 7 armed men came around the corner in a jog. "Spread out, search everywhere, and turn on that damn light," called one of the men at the back of the pack. As soon as the words left his mouth, and just as the camera panned away again, a kunai was jutting from his throat. He fell over flat on his back, and the red emergency lights shut down, putting the hallway into complete darkness. There were several panicked cries and the sound of metal clashing for a few seconds. Then silence. Naruto moved up and put his back to the wall next to the large double doors at the center of the hallway. He could hear voices from inside, about 7 people. He closed his eyes and breathed. The doors opened and someone stepped out. Without a word, he grabbed the man's arm and twisted, putting his palm on the back of his head. He swung the man around, and just before he managed to yell, his skull was planted into the thick wall and half crushed under the force. "What the hell was that?" muttered one of the men inside the room. The door was swinging shut on its own, and no one noticed the invisible figure slip into the room just before it closed all the way. A man overlooking a large computer room with a big screen with a map display was standing on a balcony. He pointed to two men. "You two, go see what the hell is going on out there. Bring me whoever the hell is responsible." "Yes, sir," cried the pair as they moved towards the door. One of them hit the ground and screamed as he passed by an empty desk. "What?" cried the other in shock as he looked down at his now legless compatriot. His head jerked back as three throwing stars became embedded in his neck. The room was on its feet as the lights went out, a throwing star embedded in the light switch. The screen at the front of the room went dark as it shattered after being impaled by a kunai knife, leaving their personal terminals as the only light in the room. The man on the balcony screamed in rage. "What the hell?" One of the men below him screamed as he vanished from in front of the light of his terminal. Then another was pulled away by force into the shadows. Their screams lasted but a moment as a ripping sound quickly followed. The man supervising the room backed away as one of the terminal lights went red suddenly, the headless body of the kunoichi working there spraying blood from her neck all over the screen. "What the fuck?" The last of his technicians ran for the door, but a ripping sound in the blackness of the room was the only sound in it a moment later. The door never opened from the panicked man's retreat. "Show yourself. Who the hell are you?" screamed the panicked man as he rushed back against the wall. He looked down at his chest as he realized he was in pain. A sword blade was jutting through him from behind. He'd backed into being impaled on the weapon. "Uzumaki Naruto," said a young voice from behind him. The light left his eyes and he slumped forward onto the ground face first. Objective reached. "Move in." Naruto had his arms crossed as he peered into the terminal in front of him. "This is Shadow 1, time's up, report in." All around him were ninja in leaf forehead protectors. Most of them weren't Anbu, and he was wearing his fox mask. The other ninja in the room looked nervous. The lights were on when they entered the complex. Most of them were techs of some sort or another, and all were at least Chunin. They didn't look comfortable with the scene they had encountered when they had arrived. The hallway leading to the room was splattered with blood, and 9 bodies were lying about in pieces on the floor. The control room wasn't in much better shape. All the sound ninja were dead, and the Anbu who had come in immediately after Naruto were patrolling the remains of the compound cleaning up anyone who was left. Naruto had taken the largest of them out himself, and his teammates had all gone in first for 3 of the others. They were being supervised by a Junin-level ninja overseeing the operation, but had all taken point to clear the way for the others. Maeda Guy, the only team that went in without one of his team members, was the first to appear on his screen. "We have control of the operations center." Naruto nodded. "What's your status?" The man nodded. "Good, we have 3 injuries, but no casualties. There's still a bit of resistance in the South Hall. It's contained though. 2 of the sound ninja have managed to barricade themselves in the living quarters." He paused and turned his head. "I see. The situation has been resolved." He hung his head. "We have a casualty, a young Chunin by the name Odaniri Abaki. One of my team has died, but we've killed one of the holdouts and the other has been captured." The boy in the fox mask nodded. "I see. That's unfortunate. Good job." Guy gave a serious-looking nod. "Yes. It is. From what I have seen so far, it is very likely that it was worth the price. There is information here linking sound to several smuggling operations within Fire Country, and other criminal enterprises including human trafficking." "Disgusting." The man did not look pleased. Naruto looked about the room. "I found information that supports that here. Something about some sort of prison. A medical facility in the land of rice, something about a Kagaya clan, and some sort of research. There doesn't appear to be a lot of information about details, but both have been mentioned several times." Guy gasped. "The Kagaya clan?" Naruto nodded. "You know something about that?" The man gave a serious nod. Indeed. They were a powerful and dangerous clan. They loved battle and were said to be the most powerful of ninja. Barbarians with a powerful blood limit. They overreached their limits though and fought against Hidden Mist. They were wiped out. It is troublesome. I do not believe Orochimaru would make good use of any secrets he might have gained about those barbarians. The boy thought on that. That may prove useful then. Kakashi appeared in another window. Yes. That's definitely something we should look into and keep in mind. Things went well here. No casualties or injuries. Sasuke took care of the entire base on his own. I don't think anyone even noticed we were here. Yojimbo appeared in another screen. Indeed. I have much the same report. We've got a lot of information to sift through, and I've got nothing of particular interest yet. Still, we should gain quite a bit of intelligence. They didn't have time to destroy any information, and I also believe we remained undetected until the end. Yamanaka made quite a mess though. It was a bit disturbing to see what was left. I think some of the Chunin are a bit rattled. He almost sounded amused by that. Same here, chimed Kurenai as she appeared in the conference in yet another window. No injuries, none of the data has been destroyed. I don't think anyone noticed we were ever here. Sakura did a thorough job of clearing the way for us. She narrowed her eyes a bit. I think Yugo is a little upset you cut her out of this. It's going to take some time to sift through all of it, but it's pretty much the same thing as what's already been reported so far. A few mentions of Yakushi Kabuto. He seems to be the head of research and the top medical ninja of sound. Naruto shrugged. She'll get over it. Good work everyone. The screen was filled with another window. A familiar gray-haired ninja pushed his glasses up on the bridge of his nose and frowned. The boy in the fox mask nodded. Yakushi, it's been a while. The man smirked. So it has. What is it you hope to accomplish? Uzumaki chuckled. I'm building a case for war, of course. I've got more than enough here to accomplish that. Kabuto scowled at him. You've gained nothing. Fire Country has known about our operations for quite some time. Naruto nodded. Yes, but now we have solid proof that you're performing covert operations within our borders and of your criminal activities. Yakushi snarled at him. Konohagakure will suffer. There's nothing you can do to stop it. The boy didn't look impressed. You and your boss made this personal. Konohagakure makes for a convenient ally. We share similar interest in getting rid of you, for our own reasons. Now, you're looking at open combat. You won't be able to hide behind the borders of Rice Country much longer. Prepare yourself, I'm coming for you, and your boss. The gray-haired sound ninja laughed. You fool. Did you really think we wouldn't take precautions? None of you will leave those bases alive. Goodbye. Naruto just stood there with his arms crossed. If you mean the explosive charges set to destroy the bases, and the programs you've installed to wipe your databases clean, we've already disabled them. Kabuto froze. What? We've been here for hours, and we set up a transmission loop to broadcast normal operations to you. All those explosive notes you left in your records rooms have been taken care of already. I do not make a move like this without anticipating my enemy's reactions. My sources are very good. He sounded pleased with himself. We delayed our communications to confirm our success to give ourselves time to take care of your little booby traps. Right, guy? The man smirked. Yes. There were no casualties here. That was a pre-planned confirmation that all of your defenses had been bypassed. It was also to give the appearance that our attack was more recent than it really was. We knew you'd be listening, and of course, this is your communications network after all. It would be foolish to create such a thing and not monitor it from your main base. Kabuto snarled. This is only the beginning. We will have Uchiha, and Konohagakure will burn. Cleansed by the fire of war soon enough. We will build something far better upon its ashes. Naruto spoke up. I know you're listening to this, Orochimaru. I will not accept less than total victory. I am coming for you. The screen flickered again. The serpent-like face of Orochimaru sneered at him. I look forward to meeting you again. The boy in the fox mask nodded. And you. One of the leaf kunoichi at a nearby terminal looked back at him and gave him a thumbs up. He turned off the screen. Shut down that broadcast. We've got everything we need now. They're blind and deaf within the borders of Fire Country now, and I intend to make sure it stays that way. The female ninja smiled. I've confirmed and pinpointed the origin of that broadcast in Rice Country. We've got the exact location of the enemy's main base. The Anbu Junin gave a nod. All right. We've got a lot of work to do. Let's get started. We've got to archive all these records and start sorting through them for viable intelligence. I want every corner of this base searched thoroughly. Suede's desk was cluttered with a thick folder. She appeared at ease as she leaned back in her chair. I see your operation was successful. Naruto nodded. Indeed. Everything proceeded smoothly. With a nod, the Hokage bent over and clasped her hands. It went better than I had anticipated, to be honest. There were just a few injuries and no deaths on Maeda Guy's team. Naruto appeared to ponder that for a brief instant. I anticipated greater opposition. I don't think any ninja at the Junin level were involved in the entire operation. No more than a handful of special Junin, maybe. She gave him a scowl. You intend to make a case for war? The boy appeared grave. I believe we could obtain enough power to make Rice Country disregard our actions inside their borders against Hidden Sound. Details about their activities in other nations are also included in the information we have uncovered. We ought to be able to pursue them without going all out for Rice Country if we have sufficient diplomatic backing. Once more, she reclined and raised her folded hands to her lips. That's going to take time and diplomacy. He gave a nod. I know. Tsunade put her hands down and closed her eyes. You're determined to make things difficult for me, aren't you? Naruto gave her a glance. Even if Fire Country is unconvinced, I cannot ignore him. I'm going to have to face him sooner or later. I want to be as ready as I can be, and I have the patience to wait until the right time. She sighed. All right. I feel like I'm facing a wall in this situation. You are correct, we cannot disregard him. Even though it will be difficult, I guess I will have to make an effort to persuade the daimyo and the other naive fools in the council to take action. We will also need to start negotiations with the other countries. The boy sounded quite earnest. I apologize for the inconvenience. She gave him a slight frown. Uzumaki, you have an odd sense of humor. That should be it for now. Well done. You can anticipate hearing from me soon. In the interim, I'm sure I have something to keep you and your team busy. With a nod, he turned away. I look forward to it. Boo. A few hours later, Tsunade stood up in her office and grinned. Greetings from Konohagakure. I hope your stay is enjoyable. A bald, headed man wearing orange robes grinned back at her. I'm grateful, Hokage. Kumogakure has asked me to serve as their ambassador. My name is Okami. Indeed. I sincerely hope all goes well. I previously had a meeting with your predecessor. I'm hoping he's having fun in retirement. The female gave a nod. More than I'm enjoying his old job, I'd wager. That made the man laugh. I see. Well, my nation hasn't had an ambassador here to represent us in a long time. I sincerely hope we are able to move past those uncomfortable issues. Tsunade appeared happy but guarded when it was brought up. Indeed. You've been living here at the Fire Temple, right? Okami maintained his kind demeanor while bowing. Indeed, I am a modest monk. Because I am familiar with your country and culture, my home country has asked me to represent them. As a devout diplomat, I want to gain your confidence and represent my nation with dignity. I hope I'm a good fit because, despite my knowledge, I detest politics. It was a difficult request, but I am honored to accept and can carry out my responsibility. My enlightenment has made me realize that accepting this responsibility is a duty, even though I had become a monk in the hopes of avoiding it. I'll try my hardest to contribute to our culture's mutual benefit. Hokage got to his feet. I'm excited to collaborate with you. We have made plans for your lodging. Shizune will direct you to your lodging. The kunoichi made a friendly bow. Please, follow me. He gave her a smile and gave the Hokage another bow. Thank you for your hospitality. Tsunade sighed slightly as she watched him go. It was actually a disguised blessing. Sound operated in several countries, including Lightning Country. If they can deal with Orochimaru and convince Rice Country to let them deal with him without starting an open war, they might prove to be a formidable ally. And considering what happened to the last case cage, Wind Country would probably not be too hard to persuade either. She opened her door and blinked in surprise at the knock. Come in. A stranger, a woman, entered. Her hair was aqua blue, falling to her waist, and she entered with a deep bow. Hokage, it is good to meet you. The woman looked familiar to Tsunade. How can I help you, miss? The woman gave her a raised gaze. I am Uzumaki Umi, the ambassador from Whirlpool Country. The Hokage gave a nod. Oh. At the Chunin exams, we had a brief encounter. How can Whirlpool be helped? The female gave a headshake. I have personal business here. I'm here to make a request and to declare my presence in accordance with the treaty. Tsunade appeared intrigued. Yes? Do you want to employ a group of ninjas? Umi gave a headshake. Not at all. I would like to meet with Naruto Uzumaki. That was unexpected by the woman. Might I ask why? The envoy for Whirlpool Country gave a nod. I'm his aunt. I would like to meet my sister Kushina's son, who I recently learned was born before she passed away. At that, the Hokage blinked. It wasn't the most popular name, Uzumaki. Still, Whirlpool Country was accustomed to such things. I see. She could see it in the woman's eyes. Kushina had a sister? I had no idea. I apologize for your loss. The female nodded briefly. She moved out when I was little. When we were kids, we were close. It would be a great pleasure to meet her son. The Hokage gave a nod. I'll arrange it. She suspected that the woman's appearance was likely connected to his visit to Kumogakure. Umi gave a nod. Thank you. She appeared somewhat thoughtful and hadn't smiled since coming here. Though it was hard to tell, she appeared a little anxious. Tsunade approached the woman and grinned. What a handsome boy he is. Similar to his mother in many ways. The woman with blue hair turned to face her. You knew Kushina? The Hokage gave her a smile. Indeed. We weren't very close, but she was a friend, and we got along well because her husband was an old friend's student. Have you yet to get a room? I'll probably have to spend some time finding him. Right now, my helper is doing an errand for me. Umi gave a headshake. Not just yet. Upon leaving this place, my intention was to locate a lodging. She appeared a little glum, but she wasn't being unpleasant. My intention is to remain at the branch inn. Usually, when I visit here, I do. The Hokage gave a nod. You're free to wait here if you'd like. My assistant can assist you in finding him when she gets back. She won't be gone for long. The female gave a nod. Indeed. I'm grateful. She took a seat by the door after moving over. Tsunade returned to her desk and peered over her shoulder. She still needed to go through some paperwork. I'm curious what the deal is here. I must ask him at a later time. Naruto sat in his house with a big smile on his face. With a smile on his face, Kitsuma stood in front of him, holding his thumbs. He let go with one hand and slapped his father's knee while making suckling noises. He was far too adorable to resist, squealing with delight as he nearly toppled over but managed to maintain his balance. It was late afternoon, and following their successful routing of sound and the destruction of their bases, he and his team had all taken a few days off to recuperate. On the table was a thick folder containing intelligence and other information gleaned from the raids. He had been going over it, but his son had diverted him and it was far from urgent. The boy was lifted into his arms and placed on his lap by him. The boy, enjoying the simple joys of being a baby, squealed, "Da. Da." Naruto laughed in response. He was already crawling around on his hands and knees when someone said, "You'll be walking soon." Occasionally, he would return to his more fuzzier state. That way, he discovered, crawling was much easier. In his more animal form, he was quite agile and nimble. He was tickling his son as he said, "Look at you. You're getting so big." The boy laughed and clutched his arms. There was a knock at the door, and his head snapped up. Masara stood up to respond, glancing over and grinning at the two of them. Her expression drooped. "Oh, Shizune, it's so good to see you." The kitsune with green hair gave a little bow. As he handed the boy off to welcome his guest, Kurama approached and picked Kitsuma up from Naruto. "Shizune? What brings?" "Oh. I see." With slightly narrowed eyes, Shizune turned to face the woman with aqua hair standing next to her. "You know her?" Naruto nodded. He made a courteous bow and said, "I've heard about her. I'm sure she's noticed we have a few mutual friends." The woman said, "You must be Uzumaki Umi, the representative of Whirlpool Country." She was wearing a forehead protector tied around her right arm, just below her shoulder, with the symbol for Whirlpool in the center. Umi had obviously noticed Kira, who was watching over his shoulder. "Yes. You are, Naruto?" He nodded. "That's right." Shizune nodded. "I'll leave you two to your business." Umi bowed. "Thank you for showing me the way." The kunoichi with dark hair gave a nod. "No problem." She was aware that it was uncommon for diplomats to ask to meet specific ninja, but she didn't know much about what was going on. She was instructed to lead Tsunade there and to keep her eyes open. She let them go as she had other things to attend to. Naruto didn't seem overly shocked by her unexpected arrival, but it also didn't seem like he was expecting her. Head cocked, Naruto stepped out with her. "Well, it's nice to meet you. Come on, I'll buy you a drink. We can talk for a bit in private." The woman narrowed her eyes and peered over his shoulder at the three kitsune. "I'd like that, thank you." Soon after, they were seated next to each other in a booth in a peaceful area of the Fox Den. Even though it was getting late in the afternoon, not much was going on and the sun was still up. Naruto poured each of them a drink from a bottle of rum that was sitting on the table in front of them. He inquired, "What brings you? What knowledge do you possess about me?" inquired the woman, gazing at her beverage. He gave a shrug. "I didn't know I had any surviving relatives. I heard about you from a mutual friend." The woman with blue hair frowned slightly. "Did she tell you?" He shrugged slightly and said, "That you tried to kill her?" "Yeah. I'm hoping you're over that." She hadn't had any drinks yet, but he hadn't either. They simply sat with their cups in their hands. It wasn't uncomfortable yet, just a little uncomfortable. She raised her head and scowled at him. "Do you not care? That thing murdered your mother, your father." He gave a headshake. "The one I want goes by the name Madara. I don't know much more than that, but I do know that the Kyuubi was being controlled by someone else. I can't really blame her for what happened to mom and dad. She'd never admit it, but I'm pretty sure that guy found a way to control her somehow." Umi furrowed her brow slightly. "Madara?" she asked with a scowl. "How do you know this?" With a grimace, he took a sip of rum. "I guess I've sort of become an ambassador between the Kitsune and Konoha. I've talked with them, and the Kyuubi. I've put a few things together. They like to talk big about the Kyuubi and act like no one could control her, but it's obvious they're hiding the fact that this Madara character figured out a way to get her under his thumb, or at the very least trick her into attacking this place." He realized that he had been extremely forthright about this knowledge. The woman appeared taken aback. "You've spoken to it?" The child, blonde, shrugged. "She's not as bad as you'd think really. Acts pretty big and tough, and she doesn't care much for people. I get along with her all right though." "Why is that?" the woman inquired. He gave a shrug. "I'm her Jinchuriki. That's how the old man beat her, he sealed her up inside me." Umi let out a gasp. "What?" she said, glancing at her beverage. Naruto laughed at the look on her face. "What did you expect? Why are you here anyway?" The woman realized he was amused by her, and she growled a little. "Aren't you a little young to be drinking?" He turned to face his cup. He leaned forward and said, "I'm a Junin, legally I'm an adult." "Why do you keep dodging that question? What brings you? You don't seem like you're just here to drop in and say hello." The woman averted her gaze. She looked at him and said, "I'm not sure. I guess I just wanted to see you." "A Junin, huh?" With a nod, he poured himself one more shot. He twisted it around in his fingers a few times, but he did not drink it. Yeah. Go figure. Turns out I'm pretty good at this whole ninja thing. At last, Umi drank from her own drink and nodded. She appeared to believe that you could potentially assist me, Naruto said, pouring her another and shrugging. That depends on what your problem is. The woman scowled, sadness visible in her eyes. My country is a mess. The government is corrupt, the streets are run by gangs and bandits, and my only job is to give the appearance of a respectable presence when I go abroad. I'm nothing but a warm body to fill a seat, the daimyo is nothing but a figurehead, and a group of murderous thugs who kill at least 5 or 6 people a month are in charge. Usually young girls, they have a particular liking for them. She tightened her grip. I'm in no better position to do anything to help. The people of Whirlpool never recovered from the last Great War. Our hidden village was destroyed, and when it was destroyed, so was any semblance of a respectable government. Naruto nodded. I see. He reclined and appeared to consider it. I'm just a ninja. You give me a name, and I can eliminate them, you give me an objective, and I can steal it. You come to me with a broken country, and I'm pretty powerless. I take it that even if I killed the one mainly responsible for all of this misery. She gave a nod. She sipped her drink once more, and he poured her another. Yes. Another would replace him before his body fell to the ground. She frowned deeply as she looked up at him, saying, if it were so easy, I'd have done it myself years ago. When I tried to kill her, I thought I might accomplish something by doing it at least. Give my sister some peace, a bit of justice perhaps. With a nod, the boy poured her another drink. I suppose I can understand that. Still, you should be glad you didn't. It would have done more harm than good. The woman dismissed the statement, downing her drink. What would you do, if you were in my position? Crossing his arms, Naruto cocked his head. Honestly? Umi scowled at him. No, I want you to lie. Of course honestly. The boy shrugged. I'd assassinate the royal family. The woman with aqua hair froze, her eyes widening. What? Then Naruto stroked his chin. I admit it. I did some asking around about Whirlpool country after I heard about you. I know more about the situation there than I let on. I can't do much to help you, but if you want my honest advice. Kill the daimyo and his family. If you can't take care of it yourself, hire someone else to do it for you. Umi gave him a snarl. What did you say? How could you even suggest that? He raised his hands. He averted his gaze from her and said, hey, you asked for my advice. Relax. It's probably your best option. She took a sip of another drink and asked, why is that? The boy answered, they're in the way. I know about that thug that's pulling the strings. He's got the man and his family in his pocket. They wouldn't dare refuse him anything. If you eliminate them, it takes away his legitimacy. Umi gave a nod. He'll just declare himself daimyo, or drag some other pawn into it. He's not stupid. Naruto gave a shrug. I know, but it will force his hand. As it is, he can hide and hang back. Take the royal family from him, and he'll put his lieutenant into the seat. That exposes him, and the other countries won't recognize his authority. Why not? Her irritated growl said. At that, Naruto chuckled. Kamishiro Kotoga and his right-hand Iden? 2 violent criminals wanted in just about every province in the world? Ruling Whirlpool country? The other daimyo will pitch a fit. They won't have much backbone about it, but the Big Five will get flooded with complaints. They've got nothing to fear from a guy like that, without a ninja village of his own, he'll not try anything against them. Umi had a glum expression. They already do, and they don't seem to care now. The golden boy gave a nod. It's easy to ignore, because at least outwardly, they can say that the daimyo just has poor taste in friends. Without the royal family, you've got a different situation. Well, that might start a war, Umi shot back. The people of Whirlpool could not take another. We're barely held together as a country as it is. Nodded. Yes. That's why it's important that an heir be found, put into place, and that your friend either eliminated or driven out of Whirlpool right away on their authority. The female turned to face him. Although she was slightly inebriated, she wasn't completely lost. What? How the hell do you suggest I do all this exactly? The young man shrugged. Hire a ninja team. It's going to be expensive though. She gave him a scowl. Yeah, you're just going to swoop in, kill the entire royal family, find a legitimate heir to replace them that will help me out, and defeat the two strongest men in Whirlpool. Naruto appeared to consider it. You're right, you might need two teams. The heir is going to need protection. Umi snarled, grabbing his shirt. What heir? With his fingers, the boy turned over a picture. Odiri Minato, a minor noble of Grass Country, and given 5 or 6 deaths, daimyo of Whirlpool. Umi let go of him and snapped the picture. What? Naruto became slightly more at ease. I told you, I asked around about this a bit. I figured you'd show up sooner or later. I have to admit, I was a bit surprised to hear about the mess that's become of Whirlpool Country. She scowled as she turned to face him from the picture. This is a bit more than asked around, I'd say. You already had a plan laid out before I ever showed up. He gave a nod. I guess I can't deny that. I know Mom wouldn't have liked finding out her home was such a mess. Umi sighed deeply. Well, I suppose you make a good case for a sale here. You're saying you can do this? The young blonde blinked. Huh? No way. I can't. Sorry, the best I can do is advise you on a course of action. You're gonna have to take care of hiring a team on your own. I'm not even suggesting that you should hire a Leaf team, to be honest. Any of the 5 will take the contract. We're kind of expensive. He retorted. The assassinations will be at least B ranked. There's no hidden village and little chance of shinobi combat involved, so you should be able to bargain out of S ranked rates. Heck, play your cards right and keep Odiri a secret, and you can probably get the job of protecting him at C ranked rates. The female gave a nod. I see. What do you know about this Odiri? I only know one person from Grass Country. With a grunt, Naruto took out his second bullet. He looked at her and said, he's got a bit of a reputation for being a loud-mouthed idiot. I've never met him though. He's royalty, so he's stuck up and largely self-centered. Nothing unusual about him. Umi raised an eyebrow and scowled at him. You're not recommending a Leaf team? The boy smiled at her. Well, you get what you pay for, but like I said, we're expensive. She threw the picture onto the table and took a seat back to take another picture. It doesn't matter anyway. I can't afford to hire one team, much less 2. Even at lower ranked rates. The young man gave a nod. I see. Well, what if I could get you a loan? Once more, the woman glared at him. She grabbed the bottle and immediately took a chug. What's with you? Why are you being so helpful? We just met. Naruto gave her a thoughtful look as he leaned in. I dunno. Your family, I guess. I know we don't know each other, but to be honest, I spend a lot of time thinking about this stuff. Now that I've gone and put all that thought into it, it seems like kind of a waste to just forget about it. She gave a nod. If the plan fails, I won't be able to pay it back. Hell, I'm not sure I'll be able to pay it back even if it succeeds. I'm not rich, you know. Naruto appeared to consider it once more. How about this? If the plan fails, you don't have to pay a single ryo back, but if it succeeds, we'll just build a new daimyo for it. The woman with blue hair gave him a scowl. Where are you going to find someone who will agree to such crazy terms? The young man laughed. Sorry, I can't give up all my ninja secrets. So, what do you think? She held out her hand. She looked at the bottle in her hand and said, all right, I'm not sure I trust you though. I mean, I just met you about an hour ago, and we're already plotting to overthrow my country together. You've successfully gotten me drunk and convinced me to do something stupid in such a short time. Head cocked, Naruto did. He began to get up, saying, yeah. Go figure. Umi seized his limb. She pulled him back into the booth, saying, hey, don't go running off yet. It was growing a little more crowded now. I'm only half drunk, and you're not ready to leave yet. Huh? He asked, sounding perplexed. When she saw he was staying put, the woman released his arm. She looked at him and said, "So, you're my nephew, huh? You're a lot less useless than your uncle. Tell me a bit about yourself. I came here to meet you after all, wasn't expecting all the espionage stuff really." The boy appeared to think about that. "Well, there's not much to tell. I'm pretty boring really." At that, she gave a rough laugh. "Are you kidding? We're conspiring to overthrow a nation, and you're telling me you're boring?" He wrinkled his nose and crossed his arms. His eyes flickered to her, and he said, "Well, you're conspiring. I just offered a bit of advice about the best way to go about it." "I have an uncle?" Umi scowled when he was brought up. "He's a useless slob. That dork." Naruto appeared to ease up a little, asking, "What other family do I have anyway?" She was starting to feel pretty drunk after taking another sip from the bottle. The woman appeared to notice it, set it down, and pushed it away. He was drawn to her side as she wrapped her arm around his neck. Not so fast. You first." The boy was a little awkward. "Well, I have a son. I live with 3 kitsune, and I can't talk about my work with anyone." Umi gave him a shake. "What are ya? Shom kinda Anbu or something?" With a nod, he turned to face her, their noses nearly in contact. "Well, yeah. I am." Her expression drooped. "Oh." Her expression was perplexed. "Really?" He gave her a nod. "Yeah. I really can't say more." Umi's gaze widened. She put her arm around him and said, "Wait. You's got a shish. Shoo. A kid? What are ya, 13? How do ya got a kid already?" She shook him and grabbed the front of his shirt, making him blush. "Ya some kind of pervert or something?" Naruto averted his gaze. "Well, I guess I can't deny that I'm a little perverted." "Who's the mother?" Umi asked, appearing to calm down a little. Naruto sidestepped the question by saying, "Well, she's away for a bit. It's really just me and him, and my kitsune friends at home. They help me out with him in exchange for room and board." Her eyes widened somewhat. You let kitsune watch your son? Are you crazy?" Naruto appeared to think about that. "It's complicated. They're all right with him, besides, I've got others who help out too. They'd never let anything bad happen to him. Toma. Kyubi would get mad at them." Umi appeared to think about that. "You're crazy," she said, grabbing the bottle and sipping. She shook him by the neck with her arm, saying, "I dunno, you're a pervert and all, but you seem like a good kid. I like you. Hey, why am I the only one drinking?" "What?" he whispered. "I'm fine." The woman with blue hair waved her arm. A serving girl took a step forward. She was practically yelled at by Umi. She gave him another shake and said, "Hey, bring another bottle. I guess the kid don't like backwash. You said you're old enough, right? Bine a Junin and all." Naruto felt a little uneasy. "Yeah. I can, but..." Umi jabbed a finger into his chest. "Look, I know y'all got me drunk to get me talkin' and take advantage and all. I don't mind, but now I'm getting y'all drunk with me ferret." "Got me?" The boy watched as the winking, happy kitsune placed another bottle on the table in front of him. He muttered sarcastically, "Gee, thanks." With a single flick of her thumb, Umi removed the top, pushed it over his lips, and turned it over. He let out a gasp when she removed it, having poured quite a bit of rum down his cheeks. The woman waved a fan and kicked her leg up on the seat, exclaiming, "There, that'll get y'all started." Naruto's chest heated up and his cheeks flushed. As the sun began to set outside, the bar started to get a little busier. Sakura Haruno walked into the fox den with her head hung a little. Shizune gave her a small squeeze on her shoulder and ushered her into the bar behind the Hokage. The village leader made for the gambling tables immediately. "Well, good evening." One of the kitsune girls handed her a large stack of black chips. Naruto had come up with a rather ingenious plan to deal with her habit. She was a horrible gambler, and lost all her chips on a regular basis. She wasn't aware of it, but the chips they gave her were only redeemable for alcohol. 5 got a small order of sake, 10 was worth a flask, 15 a pint of beer. They had a brewery in the basement of the place, and they were only good for drinks that were made on the premises. They also had wine and plum wine when it was in season. The woman bought them, but the money went back to Shizune after she left, and she was none the wiser. She lost a couple of hundred worth most nights, and there were a few regulars who seldom paid out of their own pocket for their booze because of it. Sakura was aware of it, but it didn't make having to go with her and watch her lose any easier. She had an understanding friend in Shizune though. "What the hell?" said a familiar voice. The pink-haired Kunoichi frowned and turned to see Ino standing next to her. She was looking forward with her jaw hanging down and had a shocked expression. Sakura seemed to realize she wasn't talking about how badly the Hokage was doing at the table. She looked in the same direction, and her face became the same expression. Naruto was standing on one of the stages. He had a business tie on his head, and a pair of maracas in his hands. He was singing a song while a blue-haired woman at least 15 years older than him danced alongside him. "Yes sir, I'm Cuban Pete. I'm the king of the rumba beat. When I play the maracas I go chick. Chicky. Boom 0. Chick. Chicky. Boom. Chick. Chicky. Boom." It was quite the scene to behold. A lot of the room was laughing and dancing along, and most of the Kitsune girls were really enjoying and dancing as well. "Is he starting a conga line?" muttered Ino in confusion. "It looks like it," commented Sasuke as he appeared between the pair. "Huh. Go figure." Kira rushed over and grabbed the two Kunoichi by the hand. "Come on. Why are you just standing there gawking?" Sasuke skillfully dodged aside and walked right into Kurama's chest. "Hey, going somewhere, Mr. Cool?" "I don't dance," grumbled the sour-faced boy. The redhead pulled on his hand. "Stop being a stick in the mud." She grabbed him by his hands from behind him and forced him to put his hands on Masara's hips as they joined in the line. Naruto was at the front still singing and shaking his maracas. The senoritas they sing, and then they swing with their lumbaro. It's very nice. So full of spice, and when they dance and they bring a happy ring, they're a care. Oh, singing a song. All the day long. Ooh. A short time later, all of Team Shadow was sitting in a booth together with a strange drunk blue-haired woman. She was hanging off of Naruto and chuckling. Naruto's 3 Kitsune friends were there as well, and they had taken over the largest of the booths, a big round table in the corner. The blonde boy still had his tie on his head. They were all sucking on a lime and licking coarse salt from their hand after setting down a shot glass that had once had a clear and very strong tasting liquid in it. "Gak, I think I threw up a little in my mouth," muttered Ino as she coughed and patted her chest. Kurama nodded. "Yeah. That stuff does that to some people. Be a little quicker with the lime and salt next time." Sakura was feeling a bit lightheaded. Who is she anyway? She was a bit afraid to ask. Naruto looked over at her. He was wasted and a little bleary-eyed. "Huh? She's my auntie. We're having a family reunion." He seemed pleased with the idea. Kira giggled. "Wow, I haven't seen him like this in a while." Kurama nodded. "Yeah, not since the festival." "Festival? You've seen him like this before?" Sasuke scowled at the redhead. Masara leaned on her palms and pushed her cheeks up a bit. "Huh. It was much worse than this. He's still got his clothes on." "Yeah. Hesh my nephew." Umi grinned at them. "Show, which one of you ladies is fucking him?" Kira, Masara, and Kurama all raised their hands and looked pleased. Sakura shook her head and put her face in her hands. "I'm so ashamed to be on this team." Ino giggled as she leaned into Sasuke a little. "It's not so bad." The raven-haired boy didn't seem to mind or notice. He wasn't complaining, but he wasn't about to admit to having any fun either. "Hey," growled Sakura as she shoved at her from behind his back and latched onto his other arm. Naruto looked at his aunt. Well, those two were all tied up over him. Umi was looking at the Kitsune trio. "Huh. 3 out of 5, not bad, you pervert. I'd hate you for it normally, but seeing as you're my nephew, I guess I'm kind of proud." The blonde seemed to consider something. Where's Kitsuma? If you three are over here. Kira smiled at him. Ken has him. Anko said he needs the practice or something. So we brought him over. He shook his head. I don't want to know anymore. He put up his hands and squeezed his eyes shut. Umi giggled and put her fingers into his ears. No, like fish. This is so weird, said Ino. Sasuke nodded. Yes. I found something I actually like. Both girls looked up at him with wide eyes. Really? Asked Ino. Sakura blushed and clutched his upper arm a little harder. Sasuke poured another shot of the clear liquid with a small worm floating around the bottom. He downed another shot, bit another lime, and licked a bit more salt from his palm. Yeah. This stuff is good. Naruto leaned forward. Just be careful. If you drink too much, you won't like it so much tomorrow. Trust me. The black-haired boy nodded and looked at the bottle. I'm gonna have to remember this stuff later. Sakura was flushed and glared at Naruto. Who are you to talk? You're totally trashed. Hey, yeah. I've never seen you like this. Ino giggled at him. Masara chuckled. Yeah, when he loosens up, he really loosens up, doesn't he? I'll say, said Kurama as she took another drink from the same bottle as Sasuke. She also bit a lime section and licked a bit of salt off the back of her hand. Naruto's head hit the tabletop with a dull thump. Is he all right? Asked Sakura as she looked at him. Umi waved her hand. He's fine. We've both had quite a bit. Ino shook her head. You're gonna be sick tomorrow. Naruto picked his head up and smiled. I've accepted it already. Kira sighed. Well, I guess we should get him home soon, or he won't be any good to us tonight. Right, agreed Kurama. Naruto found himself hanging by his arms between Masara and Kurama. He looked at Umi. Hey, what about her? Ya got a place to stay? She nodded. Yes. I got a room before I met with you. I'll be fine. I'll stop by and see you tomorrow. I want to meet your son as well. I'll make sure she gets there all right, said Sasuke. The kitsune carried the young blonde off. Bye. Called Umi. The rest of the bar gave him a hearty farewell also. The three Anbu sat with the blue-haired Kunoichi for a few minutes, making small chat and taking a few more shots off the bottle. Tsunade walked over and smiled. Well, it seems to have gone well for you. Umi gave a drunken nod. Yeah. He seems like. Well, not a good kid really, but I like him. She looked at her charge and gave a small sigh. Well, you've had enough to drink. Come on, Sakura. You should get to bed. We'll probably both have a bit of a hangover tomorrow, but you've still got a lesson. I expect you to be there by 1. The girl gave an almost sleepy-looking nod as she pushed off of Sasuke. Thanks, sensei. The woman smiled at her. She was a little tipsy herself. I'm glad you had fun, and you should let your hair down like this sometimes, but don't overdo it, all right? You as well, Ino. The blonde nodded. Sure thing, Hokage. She settled into the dark-haired boy's side a little. Sakura was stumbling off and didn't seem to notice it. He frowned at her. Get off, would ya? Crowding me. He shifted by sliding on the seat and she fell face forward onto the table. It didn't seem to bother her that much and she sat up rubbing at it. I'll get you yet, just wait, my darling. She puckered her lips and kissed at the air. The boy rolled his eyes and growled. Whatever. Just lay off for a bit, would ya? Umi was looking at the pair. Ino noticed and frowned. Don't get any funny ideas, old lady. The blue-haired woman smiled at her. Actually, I'm more interested in you, cutie. She put her chin into her palm. Ino got a bit wide-eyed. Huh? The woman took another shot. You're kind of cute. I like blondes. The girl frowned and was trying to figure it out. Wait. How does that work anyway? I'm confused. Umi had a somewhat predatory grin. I'll be glad to show you. The blonde girl shook her head. No. Just explain. I'm not sure what you mean. The woman leaned forward and cupped her hand over her ear. Ino got wide-eyed, her jaw hung down, and slowly became contorted in half-disgusted horror. She turned to look at the woman. Huh? Seriously? You're kidding? The blue-haired woman shrugged and took another shot. She gave her a sweet smile. No way, said Ino as she moved a bit closer to Sasuke. You pervert. Umi didn't seem bothered. Well, I'm not going to make you. It was just a suggestion. Really though, you should try it sometime. It's not as bad as it sounds. I had the same reaction at first, to be honest. I won't press you, but you should try it at least once. It's totally worth it. Ino climbed out of the booth over Sasuke. She gave a nervous grin and bowed. Well, it was nice to meet you. See you later. She hurried off, moving towards the bathroom rather than the exit. Sasuke chuckled at that. Thanks. She's a bit grabby. Sakura is usually alright until she starts, then they both start doing it. A bit annoying. Umi scowled towards the bathroom. Well, I admit I wouldn't have minded doing what I suggested, but I did lay it on a little thick because she called me an old lady. She took another shot. That brat. I'm not a teenager anymore, but I am not old. She stood off and dusted off her blouse a little. There were a few peanut shells stuck to the bottom part of it. Well, you said you'd get me home. She stumbled a little at him. He wasn't exactly sure-footed, but he was able to hold her up with no difficulty. Careful. Come on. Ooh. Sasuke stumbled along and leaned against the spot next to the door. Walking was a little harder than he'd expected, but he didn't think he'd have any trouble getting home either. Umi was fumbling with the lock and managed to get her key into it. Well, it was nice meeting you. The boy pushed off the wall. She smiled at him. Hey, you want to help me finish the bottle? She opened the door and the same bottle with the worm in it was in her grip. He gave a small shrug. Sure, whatever. He was pretty sure he was about as bad off as he was going to be the next day regardless. The woman grinned and turned on the light. She walked over to the table and set the bottle down. She went into the bathroom and came out with 2 clear plastic cups. All right, there's a rule about this stuff though. The last shot has to eat the worm. He nodded. I'm drunk enough, I don't care. She looked at the bottle and poured the rest of it into the cups. They were just big enough to hold what was left. It was about 3 shots each. I'll split it, 1/2 for each cup. Careful, I'll warn you now, it's really bitter. It didn't bother him. All right. I don't mind bitter. Take it all at once, I'll do it with you, replied the woman. The pair looked at each other and chugged the rest of the bottle. Sasuke set his cup down and started to turn away. Umi pulled on his arm and sat him down on the couch. Hey. Relax. You shouldn't walk home after that. You can stay on the couch here if you want. You'll just wake up face down in the dirt feeling horrible tomorrow. He seemed to consider that. His footing was a bit off, and he just had quite a bit more. All right. I guess you're right. The woman smiled. You know, Sasuke was it? He nodded. Yeah. You're very pretty for a boy. He arched his eyebrow. Pretty? The woman nodded. You know, I'm not into boys at all. I don't really like men. He seemed to consider that. Okay. Thanks. I guess. She nodded. Sorry. I'm a bit drunk. Sasuke nodded his head. Me too. Normally I wouldn't, but do you mind? Sure, why not? Ooh. Sasuke woke up. His head hurt a little, and he was wrapped up in sheets. He rolled over and kicked his legs over the side. Several oddly shaped plastic objects fell off the bed. He scratched at the side of his head, his eyes bleary and bloodshot. He was barely able to keep them open. One of his wrists had a pair of handcuffs hanging from it with pink leopard fur inside the cuffs. He gave a heavy yawn and noticed his shorts on the floor in front of him. Without a word he pulled them on and staggered into the bathroom. About 3 minutes later, he came out looking about with an unfocused frown. His eyes didn't care much for the light of morning and he stretched his arms. Umi was sitting behind the counter to the small kitchen in the room. Oh. Good morning. She seemed cheerful, but still in somewhat the same condition. Well, afternoon. We were lucky and managed to sleep through the worst of it. Sasuke nodded and frowned at the clock on the wall. It was just a few minutes after noon. Oh. Great. The woman pointed towards the table. Have a seat. A cup of coffee and some food will do you some good. The boy sat down. I can't stay long. She smirked. You're off today. Relax, it was fun, but I'm afraid you've not changed my mind. I just did it because that brat that likes you called me old. Well, and I was drunk and horny, and you were there. He seemed to relax a little more. Same here really. You're Naruto's aunt and all. You've got a MILF sort of thing going for you. The young ninja relaxed in his chair. He probably won't care much, but maybe it will annoy him a little if he finds out. She set a plate with eggs and bacon on it in front of him. Well, good. I'm glad we both understand. I have to admit, you're better than I expected. I still prefer girls, but I know enough to realize you weren't half bad. Sasuke chuckled. You're not the first to say that. She smirked at him. One of those two girls is yours? He frowned at that. No way. I'd never get any peace if I did it. I like women who aren't interested in attachment. The woman nodded at that. I can understand that. Eat up and drink your coffee. You'll feel better faster with some food in your stomach, and the coffee will take some of the edge off your hangover. He gave a grunt and started eating. Thanks. It was fun. He'd never had a more mature woman. The kitsune took the form of younger girls. He'd never thought to ask for older, but decided he might consider it in the future every once in a great while to mix things up a little. Ooh. Ino staggered out of her room with a frown on her face. She was rubbing at her eyes and scowling as she shuffled out of her door. It was her first night in her room, and she couldn't really remember much beyond getting sick in the bathroom at the Fox Den. She seemed to have made it back all right though. She stopped just past the doorway in the hall with her shoulders slumped and a half-dead expression on her face. A familiar forehead was across from her, in almost the exact same pose. Hey. What's a billboard doing in the hall? Sakura narrowed her eyes, difficult to do considering they were almost closed to shut out the irritating light. Did someone plant some beans in front of the room across from mine? The pair turned in unison, shuffling towards the showers. I guess we're neighbors, muttered Ino. Seems like it. About last night. Right, never again. Hey, what happened to you two? Grumbled a familiar female voice. They look dead, agreed another. The two Anbu twitched and turned to look over their shoulders. Anko and Yugo were looking at them with amused smirks on their faces. Why? You two live here? Muttered Sakura. Anko shrugged. The rent is cheap. Hey. New neighbors? Exclaimed a sunny voice. Yeah, said Anko. This is Ino and Sakura. Recent graduates. I'm Aya, a bouncy orange-haired girl who was just a bit taller than either of them jumped into the hall. They seemed very excited and cheerful. She had her hair in two pigtails that draped down to the middle of her back. The two girls put their arms up as if they were vampires shielding themselves from the sun. The new woman looked at her fellow tenants. Ah, are they not morning people? We're hungover, growled Ino. Could you move? Yeah, I'm not so sure I have the energy to walk around you, agreed Sakura. The orange-haired girl stepped aside and watched them both shuffle by sluggishly. Ah, partied too much? Anko rolled her eyes. Whatever. I'm sure they'll adjust. She had a plastic coffee mug with a spill-proof lid in her grip and sipped on it. Yugo nodded. We'll have to give them a proper greeting later. Calm down, Aya. I doubt they'll appreciate it much now. The orange-haired girl frowned a little. You two seem like you know them. What gives? Anko nodded. I inducted their team into the Anbu. Yugo chuckled. I'm only familiar with Ino. I was her representative for her Chunin exam. The other girl got wide-eyed. Wow. Those. Two? What two? A head was poking down from the ceiling. A girl with frosty blue hair was poking her head down from the ceiling. She appeared to be half inside a puddle that was suspended on the ceiling. Yuki, those two are the two girls on Team Shadow, exclaimed Aya as she hopped in place. The blue-haired girl had long hair that was almost touching the floor. She seemed to rise out of the puddle completely and crossed her arms as she looked towards the bathrooms. Team Shadow, huh? That's interesting, I guess. Yeah, they're supposed to be scary good. Aya sounded a little in awe and nervous. They don't seem so impressive. Yuki looked unimpressed. Yugo chuckled. Neither are you when you wake up hungover. What type are they? Asked the blue-haired girl as she flipped over to the floor. She was getting a little head rush from being upside down. Anko sipped at her coffee and looked at a folded newspaper as she leaned against the wall outside her own room. They're all stealth specialists. Sakura is training under the 5th Hokage to be a medic. They're both new to Chunin, so I'm not sure about elemental types yet. They've not had any training for it yet. Yuki nodded and seemed to consider it. So, they're pretty weak still then. Great, noobs. Aya scowled at her. Don't say that. They made Anbu. Huh. She's right, you know. You shouldn't be so cold. Another young woman appeared. She had short-cut black hair and a towel over her shoulders. Her right ear had earrings all up and down the length of her lobe, and her eyes were silver. Tatsumi. You're up early. The blue-haired girl narrowed her eyes at the newcomer. I had a late shift. I'm still up actually. She crossed her arms and looked at her. That's Team Shadow, huh? Doesn't look like much. Well, that's half of it anyway, commented Anko. The short-haired girl nodded. Whatever. They're green, but they don't seem like bad kids. We'll show em the ropes and all, I guess. Yuki smirked slightly. Of course. All of us started out as noobs. It's not like I want to get rid of them, Aya is right. They were strong enough to join our ranks. We'll get them up to speed. Aya nodded at that. Right. The Kunoichi dorm club has to stick together. Tatsumi gave a snort. I wonder how strong they are. Yuki sounded amused. Well, they're no match for any of us obviously. The orange-haired girl frowned at them. Well, they are new. We can't expect them to do everything right away. Hey, hear that, Ino, we're no match for them. Yeah. I guess we'd better be careful. The group in the hall all whirled around. Anko and Yugo were the only two who didn't seem the slightest bit surprised. Ino and Sakura were rubbing towels in their hair and looking on with a cup of coffee in their hands next to their room doors. They still looked tired and lazy, but the both of them had somehow gotten through the crowded hall from the bathroom without anyone seeing them. What the? Muttered Tatsume in confusion. When did? Said Yuki as she looked at them and then over her shoulder towards the bathroom. Ino smiled at her. Well, you were all talking, and we didn't want to interrupt you. Yeah. Agreed Sakura. You all live here too? Both Aya and Yuki jumped. She was standing in between the pair in the hall. Neither one had seen her move from her doorway. How did? Muttered Aya in confusion. Sakura shrugged at her and seemed pleasant. It's what we do. All of you are Anbu? Tatsumi nodded. Yeah. This whole floor is Anbu Kunoichi only. Yuki narrowed her eyes as she looked back and found Ino wasn't by her door anymore. She jolted a little as she turned back to find her standing next to her and paying attention to the short-haired girl. She calmed herself and seemed cautious. Yes. It's an apartment complex, but everyone calls it the dorms. The whole building is only Leaf Kunoichi. Ino looked at the blue-haired girl. Is there a boys' dorms too? Sakura nodded. Yeah. I heard about it before. This place too. Sasuke and Naruto both have their own places though, they wouldn't be living there. Aya gave a small sigh. Uchiha Sasuke? Too bad he's not older. He's cute. For his age. Ino smiled at her. Isn't he though? Naruto? I've heard about that guy, said Tatsumi as she seemed to think about it. Never seen him though. No one has ever been able to tell me what he looks like. Sakura nodded. Yeah. He's like that. I'm not about to upset him, he doesn't like us to tell anyone about stuff like that. Right, agreed Ino. She looked at Sakura. Say, aren't you supposed to meet the Hokage? The pink-haired girl blinked. Huh? What time is it? A few minutes after 12, replied Anko as she looked her watch. Crap. She'll kill me if I'm late. She dashed off down the hall. Yugo smiled as she watched. Hey. They'll fit right in. Ino gave a small sigh. Well, I'm going to take a nap. Boo. Sakura slid to a halt in the street. She was gasping for breath, but made better time than she'd thought. She was closer to the Hokage's office than she realized. She still had about 20 minutes and she was right in front of the steps to the building. Great. That worked out. The girl was pleased with herself. Someone caught her attention walking down the road nearby. Huh? Sasuke? What are you doing here? He frowned at her. He looked a little hungover still. She was feeling better, but not completely recovered herself. Huh? She smiled at him and looked confused. Are you all right? You look hungover. Don't you live on the other side of town? He shrugged at her. I crashed in Naruto's aunt's room last night. It was too much trouble to try and walk home. The girl seemed confused by that for a moment. That was nice of her, I guess. We were all pretty drunk, you and Naruto both had quite a bit. The boy shrugged. Yeah. That stuff wasn't bad. I'm gonna have to remember it. Just, not quite so much next time. I ended up finishing that bottle with Miss Uzumaki, and now I'm heading home. I'll probably take a nap or something when I get there and sleep it off. She nodded. Yeah. I'm still a bit off myself. The kunoichi smiled and turned away. I've got to go before I'm late. I hope you feel better. Sasuke watched her go and turned away. Huh, yeah. Later. She wasn't so bad sometimes. Not that he was interested, but he had to admit she was less annoying than Ino, even if just by a little. Boo. Naruto was sitting behind the bar of the Fox Den next to Yugo. What's up? He asked her in a calm tone. The kunoichi was scowling at him. I wanted to talk to you. He gave a small shrug. About what? Why did you cut me out? She hissed. She wasn't pleased, but didn't want to make a scene. He nodded and looked at the glass in his hand. It was a soda, it was a bit early for alcohol. Oh. That. Well? She growled. The same reason you're sitting here now. You're too hot-headed on the subject of sound because of Hayate. I understand and all. What? She snarled as she stood up and her eyes went wide. He shook his head. This was a stealth operation. If you lost your cool and control of your emotions in the heat of things, it could have cost people's lives. It was too much of a risk for my liking. She glared at him. You don't trust me? Why not? He looked at her as calmly as ever. Because the last time you ran into Sound Ninja, your orders were to capture them alive if possible. Not scream, for Hayate, and cleave their spine in half. You didn't even try to capture him. That caught her off guard. I see. He shook his head. This was one operation. You'll get the chance to strike against Sound sooner or later. It's not that I don't trust you, or that I doubt your ability. I had everything I needed already though. Yugo didn't look happy with him, but didn't say more than that. He took a few gulps of his drink. I don't care much for Sound. Sooner or later, we're going to have to face them. I've heard enough about you to know you're a well-respected kunoichi. I don't have anything against you, and I understand how you feel. Do you? She snapped. He told me he intends to kill my son, and I believe him. He knows exactly what it will mean for this village if he dies. Naruto frowned at her. I hate Orochimaru as much as you do. He'll do anything he can to destroy Konohagakure. She hung her head and backed off. The boy gave her a sidelong glance. You'll get your shot. Don't worry. This is far from over. Yugo frowned at that. Promise me you won't cut me out again. I want in on any operations dealing with sound. I know how to behave, I'm a Junin. He glanced at her. No way. Why not? She growled. Look. I wouldn't make a promise like that to anyone. I'm not sure if I could keep it, and I don't make promises I can't keep. He gave a small sigh. Why are you being so difficult? I got no problem with you. I had all the help I needed without you. I want. The boy nodded. Yeah. I know. To be an Avenger. You're the second person I know who has that boneheaded idea stuck in their head. The woman looked a bit shocked and blushed. What? Geez, one of you was enough trouble. We're probably going to be dealing with sound for a while. You'll have plenty of chance to get back at them, and I'm not going to promise to drag you along every time I do anything against them. He frowned at her. Just go with it, sooner or later, we'll end up working together. Are you mocking me? She growled. The young Junin frowned at her. No. I'm serious. You've met Sasuke before, right? He's one of those revenge-driven types too. If that mission involved Itachi, I wouldn't have wanted him anywhere near it. Again, she was caught off guard and lowered her eyes to growl in frustration. She could see his point, but didn't care for it much. The boy finished his drink and pushed off the bar. Sorry, but your personal feelings on the matter are less important to me than who gave the mission the highest chance of success. Maeda Guy has a better record than you, and no emotional ties to the matter. The other Junin were just there supervising while my team took point. It's what we do. You know we're a specialist team. I didn't need you this time, if I do, I won't hesitate to ask. Like I said, you're a good kunoichi from what I know. I've got nothing against you or anything. She scowled and still wasn't happy. She wasn't very upset with him about it though. Not that it made her like it anymore. I see. She stood up from the bar and walked away. Thanks for your time. Sorry to bother you. He looked a little frustrated with her attitude about it, but she seemed to understand at least. She didn't seem to care for it much though. He just sat there and picked at a bowl of pretzels and peanuts at the bar in silence for a few minutes before wandering back to his office. Ooh. Kabuto scowled as he knelt before Orochimaru's image on the screen. The fox brat has become troublesome. We've lost our bases in Fire Country. All of them, he uncovered them all, and disarmed our precautions. Meaning he now has full access to any information present in our records at 5 of our bases. The Serpent Man sat glaring at him, his fist in his cheek. I see. The Sound 4 has not returned, dead or captured. I was able to discover that at least 2 of them were captured alive, the other 2 are dead. Meaning there is more information in the hands of the enemy as we speak. I doubt any of them will resist torture for long. We should assume they know everything they did. Orochimaru growled and his eyes grew dark. Kabuto was very relieved he was not able to give the report in person. He froze as he felt something sharp against his neck. What? Should I kill him? The angry Serpent Man glared at him and seemed to consider it. No. Kabuto let out the breath he was holding and looked over his shoulder to frown at the man behind him. Kimimaro, you should be resting. Your duties are finished now. Your only job is to take care of your body. The figure was on his feet and sat down on the edge of the medical container that had housed his ailing body. How much time do I have? You should. Started Kabuto. The figure glared at him, the wards wrapped and pinned to his head already torn from their base. He pulled the tubes from his mouth. I am useless as I am now. I cannot be used as a container. The attempt to acquire has failed. Kabuto frowned at his tone. I had nothing to do with that, or the attack on our interests in Fire Country. Calm yourself, Kimimaro, he is correct. Otherwise I would have had you gut him for me. It was not Kabuto's failure that caused this mess. The man responsible for the failed safeguards will not survive the day, as will the idiots who failed to notice the difference between a recorded loop and normal operations. The man took the wards from his head, revealing shoulder-length gray hair and a zigzag part line. I shall bring the vessel to repay my uselessness. Orochimaru put his fingers together and seemed to consider it. Kabuto. The man pushed his glasses up his nose and shook his head. I doubt he'll make it back. He intends to assault Konoha alone. We cannot assume he'll survive. I expect he will cause considerable damage, but attempting to use him to kidnap Sasuke would prove useless. He looked at the screen. The fox brat, or his son? Kimimaro scowled at Kabuto. Perhaps you were right, I had hoped my death would prove more fruitful. Orochimaru hissed in frustration. No. Kimimaro, if you feel you must. If it is what you wish, then go. Kill the 2 remaining failures and any intelligence you happen to find. If possible, destroy Naruto Uzumaki, but only if opportunity presents itself. Do not chase him, he's clever, and will seek to distract you. Do not expect a direct battle with him, even if it appears as such. The man frowned at that and considered it. Kill the surviving trash? I'm surprised those weaklings survived this long. Kabuto looked over his shoulder at him. Are you sure this is what you want? It seems like a bit of a waste to me. He may be strong enough to take care of the fox brat, perhaps even his son. Kimimaro looked at the image of Orochimaru. You wish this? Uzumaki dead? We told you to focus on the other targets for a reason, said Kabuto in warning. If you start chasing after him, he'll have you chasing your own shadow and you'll fail for certain. Kimimaro looked over his shoulder as he pulled on a uniform and paused by the door. Is he strong? Kabuto shook his head. He's a relatively weak fighter. Don't think that makes him any less dangerous. He's smart enough to find any weakness and exploit it. Don't let your guard down, even for a moment. No matter how weak you think he appears. He reset his glasses and narrowed his eyes. Take him out if you can, but chasing after him would prove pointless, you just waste what little life you have left doing it. Kimimaro narrowed his eyes and nodded as he left the room. Yakushi looked frustrated. It seems like a waste. However, I doubt he'd be able to do even this much in a day or two. I suspect he'd only survive a month or 2 more. It's a shame. He looked at his master. I'm not questioning your decision, but might I ask why you chose to send him after worthless prisoners rather than set him on the fox brat or his son? There's nothing they might know that the intelligence the Leaf would have gained from our bases would not easily surpass. Orochimaru shook his head. The child will vanish at the first sign of trouble. The Hokage will be sure to have precautions in place. The best way to deal with Uzumaki is to draw him out. Force him to fight head-on. The man did not seem amused or upset. He simply looked at the medical ninja. Kabuto nodded. I see. You expect that Naruto will. Orochimaru nodded. Yes. He will try to defend his intelligence. By targeting the 2 remaining of the pathetic 4, we'll draw him right to Kimimaro. The gray-haired ninja nodded. Well, I wish him luck then. There's nothing more I can do to assist him. Ooh. Naruto was relaxed and sitting in front of his home with his son on his lap. Umi was beside him with a glass of iced tea in her hand. She frowned at it. I've never had cold tea before. It's not bad. The boy smiled at her. Yeah. Sounds weird, doesn't it? This lady I met in Wave Country made it while we were there. I kinda got hooked on it since then. The baby in his lap cooed as he bounced him on his knee. He's cute, has his grandmother's eyes. The woman gave a warm smile at the grinning baby. Naruto looked at them. Kitsuma's eyes were a dark violet in color. Huh? Really? The woman nodded and sipped on her tea. Yes. I didn't know his father, but I'm guessing from that carving on the mountain he looked like you. He glanced up at him. Yeah. Seems that way, I guess. I don't remember either of them. Speaking of which, it's just you and your brother then? I mean, the family. She shook her head. No. Your grandfather still lives. He's in an asylum in Whirlpool. I'm actually kind of grateful for it. That caught the young blonde off guard. Huh? Umi hung her head a little. He didn't take Mother's death well. He was all right, just a bit muddled and lost. Naruto frowned and listened in silence. The woman looked up at the sky, wiping a bit of the condensation from her glass on her shoulder. He didn't want Kushina to become a ninja. I looked up to her and she was dragging me along with her. I wanted to be like her. She was pretty and tough. None of the boys messed with her. She had a wistful smile on her face. He hated your father from the start. Thought he was encouraging her to act like a boy. I guess he was, and he didn't approve when he asked her to come here to stay with him. Get married eventually. I remember them fighting about it, but I never really met him. She left a short time later. It upset him, and he's always regretted what happened between them. I don't think he ever forgave your father. He probably never would have liked him. Still, he didn't want Kushina to just disappear like that. She hung her head a little and had a serious frown on her face. When she died, it was all he could take. He snapped, tried to take his own life a few times. We couldn't do anything, and he ended up in the asylum. I hate to say it, but he's safer there than he would be anywhere else. I visit him when I can, and he's treated well. The boy nodded with a sullen look about him. I'd like to meet him. Umi gave a sniffle. I'm not so sure that's such a good idea. He might mistake you for Minato. I never really met him, but I saw him a few times. Sneaking around with my sister, I used to help cover for her. He's likely to get confused and attack you. The young ninja seemed to think on that. Still. You were close with my mother? She smiled at him and gave a nod. Yes. I used to look up to her. I became a ninja because of her. I wanted to be like her. She was strong, and proud, and a bit loud. Everyone used to call her a tomboy, but that stopped a bit before she left when she turned out to be really pretty. Very serious-minded, a lot like you, but louder, I guess. Naruto chuckled at that. Yeah. That perverted old Sanin said something like that. He used to know my mother too. He looked at his son. He's not going to grow up on his own though. No matter what. Umi glanced at him. Being a ninja is dangerous work. You can never really say that for certain. I suspect you're taking S in a ranked missions. I won't press, but he nodded. Kitsuma will be fine. I've made arrangements in case anything happens to me already. If nothing else, his mother would take care of things once she returned in a few years. Even if the worst happened and he got himself killed, there was little concern that the Kyuubi wouldn't be able to take care of him, or that she would be a threat to Konohagakure. His aunt nodded. Right. That's good to hear. She looked away. Thanks for helping out with that, by the way. I'm still not entirely sure about your reasons, but I'm putting in a request for 2 ninja teams before I leave. Naruto smirked. Yeah. It may come in handy to have the daimyo of Whirlpool owe me a favor like that. I admit that the fact that your family had something to do with it, but that's not the only reason either. She looked at him and frowned a little. Thanks. Even if it doesn't work out, at least I'll have tried to do something. It means a lot to me. The boy grinned at her. Yeah. I hope it does. I like you, and it won't do me any good if it doesn't. She nodded. I'm going back to my room. Thanks for the tea, and I'm glad to see you're doing well. He stood up and dusted off his pants while hefting the baby in one arm. Well, feel free to drop by again. The woman smiled and bowed. I'll do that. I'm leaving in the morning, and I probably won't see you again. So, goodbye, nephew. The blonde nodded. Yeah. It was nice meeting you, auntie. The woman walked off into the village and Naruto walked inside his home a moment later. Kitsuma was getting a bit fussy in his arms, and he set him down in his crib. The baby stood up and watched him walk away. His face contorted a little, and he started to cry. Naruto gave a heavy sigh and sat down at the table. He didn't like listening to it, but he could tell he was being cranky because he was tired. He'd just eaten, and his shorts were still fresh. If he left him for a few minutes, he'd calm down and go to sleep. Kira wrapped her arms around his neck from behind. Everything went well? He nodded and set his glass of tea down. He'd only half finished it before coming in. Yeah. I can only hope things work out for her. Wish I could take care of it myself for her, but it would just make things difficult if I got directly involved. Kurama was sitting across from him looking rather bored and lazy. Well, I guess I see your point. Though, I'm not so sure as footing the bill is, not getting directly involved, either. Naruto smirked. If it doesn't work out, then things will be no worse in Whirlpool. Masara yawned and stretched her arm as she sat down. And your aunt will be dead, and we'll be out quite a few ryo. Not that it matters to us, mind you, but still. He glanced at the green-haired girl and frowned a little. She's miserable. I don't think she'll have any regrets. He made a circle on the tabletop with his finger while Kira rubbed at his shoulders. Besides, if it does work out, then Whirlpool will owe Shadow Realm big. I had planned on letting it slip who was footing the bill for it after the fact. Fire Country is pretty safe for us, and seems like it should stay friendly. Still, it never hurts to have a backup plan, and if Whirlpool owes us that big, we'll have a safe haven if things here take a sour turn in Fire Country. Kurama smiled at that in a lazy manner. Hey, good plan, Highness. You're so smart. Squealed Kira a little too cutely. What's with you anyway? Grumbled Naruto. She was a bit more clingy than usual. Masara chuckled. She's in heat. Yeah. It's been a fun day for us, agreed Kurama. The blonde boy nodded. Oh. Well, Kitsuma is still up. Lay off and be patient for a bit, would you? Kira frowned. I'm horny now though. Naruto looked at her out of the corner of his eye. Then take it outside and run around in the woods with those two. He's cranky, and it's probably going to be a bit before he settles down. Kitsuma had gotten quieter, and was whimpering as he settled down for the night. She glared at the pair and crossed her arms. I'm bored with them. I'll just wait. Ouch, replied the pair as they mocked having their feelings hurt. Ooh. On the south wall surrounding Konohagakure, an Anbuku no Ichi stood next to a ninja in an evil mask. Her mask was tilted up over her face like a visor, and a cigarette burned between her lips. She was young, in her early 20s, and had a smirk on her face. Beautiful night. Yeah, good visibility, replied the eagle-masked Anbu. The moon is bright. He didn't hear a response and chuckled. What, you're not going to scold me for not seeing the beauty of it? He turned and froze. The woman was bent over with wide eyes and clutching the arm that was stuck in her belly. Her cloak was poked up behind her back, and blood seeped between her lips and down her hands. Gh. She muttered in pain. No. You. Snarled the man as he pulled out a kunai and tried to jump back. The calm-looking gray-haired ninja put his palm into his jaw before he even finished unsheathing the weapon. A spike poked out of the top of his head as his eyes went wide, twitched, and then rolled up in his death. Kimimaro frowned as he looked down the wall into the village. He could see the administrative offices in the main building at the center of town. He had already breached the walls undetected, and doubted he would have much trouble making it to the office building. The west wing was the detention center. The prisoners he was looking for would most likely be found in a sub-basement. The first few floors were minimum security, and likely housed little more than a few rowdy drunks and minor troublemakers. Any real criminals would have been transferred to the fire prison outside the capital. He scanned the village and scowled. So, this is Konohagakure? Hey. Easier than I expected. He jumped down and moved into the shadows of the alleys. His time was limited, and while he did not fear death, he wanted to get as close as possible before revealing himself. Ooh. Hyuga Hiyashi frowned as he walked down the street. He'd been dealing with some clan business at the police station. The Anbu were watching him, and he was keeping tabs on the affairs. He didn't need to hide his intent or what he was doing. It was expected of him to try and keep an eye on those nosing around his clan. The Hokage was not being unreasonable, and he had no intention of giving anything interesting to report. Ah, Hiyashi. I hope you are well. He paused and narrowed his eyes a little. The man had not surprised him, but he was not expecting him to speak. He stopped and turned his head a little, but did not look directly at the stranger. The bald man bowed. I know who you are. You should know well why I have little interest in conversation. What do you want? The monk did not lose his grin. I see. Forgive me for being so forward, but I am not my predecessor. I am a monk, and I would not harm a child, even if the Raikage ordered me. I am not his puppet, though he may think otherwise. I know of your younger brother, we have studied together for many years. I assure you, had I any interest in your admittedly interesting eyes, that I have had ample opportunity. The shinobi spared him a glance. Forgive me if I'm less than impressed by your words. I am not so stupid as to think you are not aware that he is a member of the branch family. If nothing else, a man in your position should know what that means. The bald man chuckled. Yes. I'm afraid that I do. Still, your eyes have lost some of their allure, shall we say? Perhaps our eyes are not the Byakugan, but I assure you, they were working quite well during the last exams. Do you have a point? Growled Hiyashi in irritation. I'm here to represent Lightning Country's interests. I care not for Kumogakure or the Raikage's ambitions. He was almost replaced by his brother for that blunder. The daimyo was not pleased by his use of my predecessor. You expect me to believe that your interests might serve me? Hiyashi gave a smirk. You're a fool, even if it's true. I've got no interest in aiding Lightning Country. You are foolish to even approach me in the open. The man closed his eyes. Hey. There are no eyes upon us here. I know you can see that much. You had a tail, but they lost interest in you a few streets back. You're nearly home, and I'm the last person they expect you'd speak to. The man nodded. I wonder why that might be. The monk smiled. He walked up beside the man without fear and walked with him. I believe we have a mutual problem. This shadow technique that frustrates you is dangerous to the ninja world at large. I admit, Kumo would not mind getting its hands upon such a technique, but we'd rather see it destroyed than just let it go unchecked. Why should I care? Growled Hiyashi. Come now. I'm no fool. The power that girl wielded in the Chunin exams is a direct threat to your position in Konoha. The status of your clan is at stake, the honor of the Hyuga is threatened. I know. Though, I am uncertain which is the greater threat, Kumo's manipulations, or a technique even I do not know the true origins of. He stopped walking and looked the man up and down. The monk nodded. Fair enough. Think about it though. I trust Raikage with this about as much as you do. I do not serve him, but the daimyo of lightning. I'd rather see such a dangerous thing destroyed, for my own reasons. Hiyashi frowned at him. You're a chakra sensor? The bald man nodded. That's right, a great many schools of ninjutsu are threatened by the advent of this abomination. Centuries of tradition and techniques could be destroyed by this thing. I want to find its origins and see to it they are eliminated. Hiyashi shrugged. Good luck, you shall do it without the aid of the Hyuga. The name is Okami, think about what I've said. I'm not a fighter, but perhaps we can be useful to each other. The more powerful this parlor trick seems, the more difficult it will be to eliminate. You are in a position where you can make things difficult for them. I'm not asking you to murder anyone, Hyuga. I know you're being too closely watched for that. The man paused in the street again. What did you have in mind? Use your contacts to find out where they'll be, learn of their missions before they receive them. We make sure they fail, and make things as difficult, even impossible for them. Soon, the pressure will get to them, and they'll be crushed. The Hyuga clan will be made to look competent, and its discipline and order will save Konoha's reputation. Leaving Hyuga on top once again. Kumo may be jealous of your eyes, Hyuga, but lightning would rather not trade the devil it knows, for the one it does not. Hiyashi glanced back at him with a smirk on his face. I may just help you, just to watch you fail. You don't know what it is you toy with. I expect you'll find out soon enough. Good evening, Ambassador of Lightning. I'll consider your offer, it may prove entertaining. Okami was surprised and frowned at him a little. He was clearly confused, but refrained from speaking. As you say. He bowed and turned away. Hiyashi watched him wander off. Tell me, Neji, did you find that stimulating? His nephew walked out and frowned at him. His arms were crossed and he was dirty from training. Why would I? Hiyashi looked at him. You've earned your rank. Continue to do well, boy. The boy furrowed his brow, looking just as confused as the monk. Of course. He looked down the road. The head of his clan waved his hand. Come with me, boy. His nephew walked along beside him. He jolted a little as the man put his hand on his shoulder. Hiyashi ignored his surprise and looked down at him. It is best if no one hears of that. We must be on guard. The Hokage does not trust the Hyuga, and even if we make ourselves seem the most powerful ninja on this world, it will mean nothing if we are not trusted. We are being watched, and now is not the time for such rumors to reach the ears of others. That seemed unusual for the man to say. He looked at his uncle. So, what will you do then? I doubt you intend to ignore Uzumaki or his friends. Hiyashi smirked in a cold way. That man does not seek to aid the Hyuga. He seeks to use us to further the ambitions of his home. He would stab us in the back in a moment if it benefited him to do so. I noticed, growled the boy as he glanced over his shoulder. Good, said Hiyashi. For the honor of the Hyuga, I would give my own life in an instant. I will not aid us by getting us destroyed. I am not so foolish as to not have learned from the mistakes of the Uchiha. Neji nodded. I see. He looked up at his uncle. You're confusing, old man. I'm not sure what to make of you. Hiyashi smiled a little at that. I see. He slapped the boy in his chest with a paperback book and looked down at him. You are young, and you can afford your rivalry. I think your ambition to become stronger than Uzumaki is admirable. I, however, must think of the position of our clan. Continue to seek strength as you are boy. I will do what I must. I suggest that you read this more carefully than I suspect you have. Neji took the book and frowned at it. It was Naruto's handbook. He'd read it before, it was interesting he supposed. This? Hiyashi looked over his shoulder at him. That is a window into the mind of the one you wish to surpass. You will not defeat him until you can fully understand what is written in those pages. It is said that you are a genius, and I believe that it is true. Neji, perhaps you might even find something within that book that even I have not grasped. You work admirably, and I support your goals. As leader of the Hyuga, I cannot consider just your ambitions. Be aware, the aim that you seek is far more difficult than I suspect you have yet realized. The technique is dangerous to our clan, but it is not Uzumaki's greatest weapon. That, you now hold in your hands, he knows well what it means. If you ever wish to defeat him, you must learn it as well. Neji frowned at the book. It looked worn and well read. His uncle hated Naruto, why would he read something written by him? The man stopped in front of the gates to the Hyuga Manor. I see that you are confused. Open the book, read the 18th line on the 13th page, and meditate upon it. Neji flipped through the book and peered at it in the moonlight with a confused frown on his face. He read the passage out loud to himself. Hence the saying, if you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. If you know yourself but not the enemy, for every victory gained you will also suffer a defeat. If you neither know the enemy nor yourself, you will succumb in every battle. The boy closed the book and balled up his fist. He had no idea what to make of Hiyashi. With a final sigh, he walked back into the Hyuga home and to his room. He was tired, and needed rest before he trained anymore. Ooh! Sasuke was walking through a familiar hallway. It wasn't the best memory of his, but he was a lot more relaxed about the place. This time, he was on the other side of the doors. He looked about at the ceiling lights and whitewashed walls. It was all messily painted concrete with heavy metal doors painted over with the same brush strokes as the walls. The hinges on the doors had rust and heavy locks on them. He turned a corner and saw the door to his destination. He walked through and into a darkened room. It was lit by a small desk lamp in the corner, and from the light coming from the two rooms on the other side of the two-way glass. It was like looking into the room through a pair of sunglasses. A tall, imposing figure was standing in the room in a long black coat with his arms crossed. The boy looked over at him. "You wanted to see me?" Ibiki nodded and didn't move. There was classical music playing in the background, and a ninja Sasuke didn't know was being tormented in the room. "Yes. That's right." The black-haired boy looked on at the scene without much emotion. "Anyone of interest to me?" "No. We'll probably be releasing him soon. We're not sure yet, but he seems to have just crossed the border without realizing it. He's a rock country ninja. We found him near to the body of a missing nin from his country. He won't be making another mistake like it again, but it seems he was genuinely unaware that he'd crossed our border chasing his target." Sasuke gave a snort and didn't sound very sympathetic. "Stop it, you'll make me feel bad for him." "Huh. There's no harm in you seeing it. Might serve as a reminder to be aware of your surroundings in the future. That's not why you're here though. Uzumaki requested that I give you that folder on the desk. He could have just given it to me himself," muttered the boy as he looked at it. Ibiki turned his head. "Actually, he couldn't. He outranks me in most situations. I'm the special Junin in charge of information and interrogation. Even if he is an Anbu captain, I still need to sign off on the release of intelligence information. I see no reason to withhold that information from you. We got it from the sound base that Kurenai's team assaulted. It had one of Yukashi Kabuto's offices in it, a small medical facility." "What is this?" said Sasuke as he opened it up. His eyes went wide. "Itachi." "Yes. It turns out that Orochimaru wants you for your eyes, no surprise there. It turns out he tried to pull some shit with your brother and got his ass kicked. Itachi nearly killed him. He spent a bit of time recovering there." The Chunin nodded and peered at the file. There were a few photos and mentions of his brother. Burn scars, severe mental trauma, slashes. Did a real number on the guy. "Seems that way," said Ibiki with a nod. "That's not the interesting part. It's disturbing, but his plans for you are less than pleasant." Sasuke sat back in the chair and picked up a stapled stack of pages that detailed some odd sort of technique that Kabuto had observed. "What?" "Sounds sort of like Shintention." Ibiki nodded. "Yes. That's not accidental. A few of the clan went missing while Orochimaru was in Konohagakure still. At the time, they were casualties. They all appeared to have gotten killed or captured on missions. We never suspected that one of our own was hunting our own teams." "Twisted," growled Sasuke. "He wants to take over my body?" The man looked through the glass as they took down the unfortunate ninja. "Yes. It seems that way. He's discovered a way to hijack people's bodies. He's of the belief that it makes him immortal somehow." The raven-haired boy frowned at that. "Sounds like a reasonable assumption. If his body is too damaged, he can just switch to a new one." Ibiki chuckled. "If it bleeds, we can kill it." Sasuke frowned as he went over the page. It says something about some sort of limits, but stops short of explaining what they are. The man grunted. "Noticed that too, did you? I doubt it's accidental. It was probably removed long before we arrived. He doesn't want his subordinates to stumble across that sort of information. Kabuto appears to be his personal physician according to what we've found. I suspect that he's been assisting with his research for some time. He's probably the only person alive besides Orochimaru himself privy to that particular information." Sasuke nodded. "Naruto will be interested in trying to find that out. Still, it's nice to know what that bastard wants with me. His personal history with my brother might prove useful. I doubt they care much for each other." "That's a reasonable assumption." Ibiki looked at the door. Sasuke stood up and closed the folder. "Those guys haven't reported back yet." "Have they?" The man frowned at him. "They should have by now." "I don't hear anything," said Sasuke as he looked up at the speaker that had once been playing classical music. "That's unusual, isn't it?" Ibiki scowled. "Very." The wall of the torture cell burst inward as it was crushed from the other side. Sasuke looked on as two figures appeared as the dust started to settle. One was standing with an odd-looking sword in his hand and a scowl on his face. The other was slumped against the opposite wall, covered in dust and rubble. "What the hell?" said Sasuke in shock. It was the spider ninja he'd captured and brought in recently. "If you're going to kill me, just do it. I've suffered enough," he growled. "I was loyal, I didn't give anything up. I deserve a quick death at least." The man smiled in a dark manner. "Deserve? Huh. That's not for you to decide. You failed, and now it has been decided that you should die a slow and tortuous death." "Shit," growled Sasuke. "I thought the walls were warded in here. He shouldn't be able to use any jutsu." Ibiki looked surprised. "They are. If he did that in here, he did it without jutsu." The tall gray-haired figure stabbed down with his blade and impaled the spider boy in his gut. He twisted the blade and glared at him as he grinned. Kidomaru screamed in pain as he clutched at the weapon. Blood poured out of the corners of his mouth as he looked up with wide eyes. The stranger put his foot between his shoulder blades and pulled the weapon out of his gut, cutting the boy's hands in the process. "Pathetic fool. I always knew you didn't deserve that seal. You're nothing, and Orochimaru told me to make sure that you knew he regretted ever letting such weaklings serve him. You're so fond of calling others trash, but you've turned out to be no better." "Kidomaru!" screamed the redhead in horror as she peered through the broken wall. "No. How could you? You fucking bastard. Maybe we weren't strong enough, but we were loyal. We didn't tell them anything." The tall figure turned to face her and kicked the fallen boy in his face, breaking his nose in the process. "You're next. Sound does not suffer weaklings and fools." He walked over and grabbed her by her shirt. She tried to backpedal away on her hands, but he lifted her up before she could get far enough back. "No." She screamed in horror as he reared his blade back. There was the sound of breaking glass and she felt the world spin around. Before she realized what was happening, she found herself on her rear. With a surprised-sounding yelp, she looked around. A boy with black hair and handsome features hand-locked blades with Kimimaro. The gray-haired ninja growled as he was pushed into the wall by the stranger. "Here to kill your friends?" snarled Sasuke. "You assume these pathetic beings are my friends?" said the cold figure. He gave a humorless laugh. "Don't be absurd." Tayuya was in tears, and had crawled over to the mess that Kidomaru had become. "Kimimaro, you fucking prick. You were supposed to lead us. We were your team." She was holding his head and looking the man. He turned his eyes at her. She didn't shy away in fear. "You should watch your mouth." She held her surviving companion's head. "Or what? You'll kill me? Isn't that what you're here for anyway?" "Tayuya, run you stupid cunt," growled Kidomaru through his injuries. Sasuke pushed off the thing and slid across the floor. He looked over his shoulder. "Don't just stand there, idiot. Get out of here. Fuck you. I'm not leaving him." She snapped. "Then take him with you," said another of the boys as he started pulling up the injured ninja on his shoulder. "Dumbass." Tayuya was panicked. "If we move him, he could die." "If we don't, he'll die for sure," replied Ibiki as he helped pull him into the observation room through the broken glass. After they were in, he stepped into the room. The stranger scowled at them and seemed calm and indifferent to his prey escaping. "You intend to get in my way? That isn't wise." Sasuke chuckled. "My boss is always telling me I should use my head more." Ibiki had 2 kunai knives in his hand. "Sasuke, you go with those 2. I'll hold him here." "He's pretty strong," replied the boy as he sidestepped towards the open window. Ibiki frowned. "This is my domain, and I'm in charge. That's an order. Protect those prisoners and get them away from him. They're more useful alive than dead." Tayuya gasped and looked at the scene with wide eyes. "What?" "Come on," said the other Sasuke as he pulled her towards the door. The gray-haired enemy scowled at that. "He is Uchiha Sasuke?" The who had backed into the interrogation room frowned. "What of it? The great Orochimaru does not wish you dead. I shall have to be careful when I kill those 2. The boy nodded and turned away, leaving another of himself in his wake as he ran out the door after himself and the 2 prisoners. He responded to the enemy. There's nothing great about that loser. He disgusts me, and I'll never join him. I know what he's planning, and I'll have none of it. Kimimaro smiled at him. You make it sound as if you've got an option. Sasuke scowled. You make it sound as if I don't. Ibiki frowned. This is all very interesting, but you should know that the seal wards in this room don't affect me at all. He put his fingers up and a swirl of flame formed around his body. As if that matters, replied Kimimaro. Ooh. Where are you taking us? Said Tayuya as she helped Sasuke carry Kitamaru through the narrow hallway. The one behind her answered. I'm not sure yet. We can't take him to the hospital until we lose that guy. Lose him? You idiot, we're already dead. Just leave me here, you might have a chance without me. Kitamaru chuckled. I've always toyed with my opponents. This is an ironic end for me. Sasuke ignored him and moved ahead of his clone and the girl to open the door ahead of them. You know that guy? Behind them there was a loud crashing. The hallway filled with dust as someone was thrown through the wall and hit the opposite side of the hallway hard. Fuck. Snapped Tayuya in horror. Great, grumbled Sasuke. Kimimaro stepped over Ibiki. The interrogator was slumped against the wall and wasn't moving. The enemy ignored him and stalked towards his prey with his eyes narrowing. The door was heavy metal, and Sasuke slammed it closed and sealed it up as he got everyone through. Tayuya pulled Kitamaru along. Fucking dumbass. Don't stop. That door won't hold him long. Sasuke growled at her tone but kept going. Who the hell is that? Leave me, grumbled Kitamaru in irritation. I'm dead already. You've got a shot if you just. Tayuya kneed him in his wound. Shut the fuck up, you whiny prick. I'll die before I leave you to die like that. I'd rather kill you myself than leave you to that asshole Kimimaro. Kimimaro? Muttered Sasuke as he practically dragged them both up a stairwell. Who the hell is? I am. The wall just below them burst open as the gray-haired ninja burst out. Rather than go through the door, he had burrowed around it into the wall. White bone-like spikes were poking out of his wrists and his back was filled with dozens of them poking up into the air from behind him. Fuck. Screamed Tayuya as she started running. The clone helping her released Kitamaru as the real him took over and rushed further up the stairs. Humph. Shadow clones. You're impressive to make so many at once. I had thought the cage bunshin technique was forbidden. Abandoned for the safer and weaker bunshin Jojutsu. The boy settled to defend his position. You should see what my boss can do. Kimimaro seemed immune to amusement. You mean Uzumaki? I'd very much like to meet him. His shoulder opened up and the bone inside poked up. He pulled a familiar-looking blade out of his arm. You're troublesome, but I can't kill you. Destroying your clone should pose no problem. We'll see, growled Sasuke. The guy liked to talk, a bit too much. He was in the middle of an enemy village, taking his time about stalking them. You're not really after them, are you? He smiled. They'll die, do not doubt that. I see no reason to rush. Well, you've got to go through me first, said the raven-haired boy. He tightened his grip on his sword and held it in a backhanded grip. I see no problem with that. Kimimaro sidestepped as the boy passed by in a slash. The clone dispersed in a puff of smoke as he stabbed it through the gut. Ooh. Shit, growled Sasuke. He's past my clone. Tayuya frowned. Kitamaru was dripping blood all over a polished floor and was in bad shape. He was conscious and grunting in pain. Sasuke pulled them towards the doors. Outside. He kicked them out and pulled her onto the street. It was dark and they were empty. The boy reached into his shirt and pulled out what looked like a flare. What are you doing? Snapped Tayuya. This guy is some kind of monster, and I can't drag you both around and fight him off at the same time. He pulled off the top and the tip burst into flame. He pointed it at the sky and looked at them. Don't look directly at it. The girl averted her eyes, and Kitamaru couldn't lift his head up far enough to see it anyway. There were 3 small puffs, and a few moments later the sky was filled with small pops. Fireworks? grumbled Yuya as she looked up at the sky. The leaf symbol had lit up the sky 3 times. Every Anbu in the village will be here shortly, said the boy as he glared at her. Come on. We can't hang out. That guy is right here, said Kimimaro. He was standing behind them and brushing dirt off his shoulder. He had just burrowed through the street. What are you? A mole? Growled Sasuke. The gray-haired ninja frowned at Yuya. The more you run, the worse it will be when your time comes. You know you can't escape. There's nothing that can save you. Sasuke snarled. I told you already. You've got to go through me first. He charged and attacked. Kimimaro blocked his strikes and slashed at him with his own. Spikes of bone burst out of his chest and arms as he swung at Sasuke. The Uchiha boy growled as he darted around them and barely avoided the blows. His Anbu cloak was shredded and ripped in the assault, but he only got a small gash on the back of his hand. He hopped back and licked at it. Kimimaro had punched down at him and created a large crater in the ground. Yuya had managed to keep Sasuke between herself and her former leader. He's just playing with you. I know, replied Sasuke and Kimimaro at the same time. Fucking idiot. We need to get away. He's stronger than the other members of my team were together. She was having trouble holding up her old teammate, but he was still able to use his legs enough to help a little. He's able to use his bones as a weapon, and can grow and dissolve them at will. He frowned at the edge of his ninjutsu, it was chipped in a few places. He can make them as hard as he wants as well. That's interesting. The man narrowed his eyes. Yes. Those eyes of yours have kept me from landing a solid blow. It won't last, I'm exerting minimal effort. My defenses are superior to your attacks. It's just a matter of time until you tire and I'll destroy you. Sasuke's Sharingan faded. I don't use it much. It takes a constant flow of chakra to maintain. My blood makes it easier, but it's still kind of a waste. Kimimaro put up his arm and frowned. There was a sword blade stuck into his forearm, but his dense bones stopped the blade cold. Huh. You seek to stab me in the back. Are you too much of a coward to face me head on like a man? The boy chuckled at that. I'd rather fight you like a ninja, right? What the hell is all this noise? Tsunade narrowed her eyes as she stepped out onto the scene with her hand on her hip. You'd better have a good explanation for this, Uchiha. Why are those prisoners out of their cells, and who the hell is this? Kimimaro scowled. I see. It seems you were successful in stalling me. How? Embarrassing. He didn't seem worried. The raven-haired boy smiled at his opponent. Sorry, Hokage. Didn't mean to wake you. Tsunade frowned at the man. Look at these potholes. As if I don't have enough complaints as it is. Yuya looked around with Kitamaru hanging from her shoulder. Hey. Who? She was surrounded by ninja in cloaks and masks. The woman nodded towards the pair. Take care of him and secure that prisoner. Kimimaro scowled at her. I'm afraid I can't allow that. He waved his arm and jumped towards Yuya. The girl screamed and put up her arms. She gasped as she found herself lifted up by someone. She felt very warm and looked at her knees with wide eyes. Huh? Sasuke landed cradling her in one arm. 5 kunai knives landed in the road, along with 5 small bullet-like bones from Kimimaro's fingers. Sorry, Hokage. Maybe I should have said so sooner, this guy is pretty strong. The girl noticed the strange Tomo markings spinning around his pupil fade. She fumbled to look over his shoulder, but found Kitamaru in the arms of another Anbu. It was a female in a bear mask. Shit, he's messed up pretty badly, growled the kunoichi. She hefted him up on her shoulder in a fireman's carry. I'll take him up to Shizune. I'm not strong enough to do anything for this kind of damage. Ouch, you bitch. That hurts, he grumbled irritably. Tsunade was purposely not looking at the injured boy and nodded. We'll keep him off of you. Go. Sasuke shoved the redhead off and stood up. Stay put. Are you fucking crazy? I'll die. She snapped. Tsunade looked at him. Sasuke, Your job is to protect this girl, and make sure she doesn't escape. He made a frustrated-sounding groan, but nodded. Great. I was hoping to dump you off and get in on the fight. Kimimaro scowled. I see. I have no choice then. It will speed my end, but I cannot fail. Familiar markings started to move across his features. A familiar voice called out over them in alarm. Yugo was one of the ninja who had responded, and she set herself in a more defensive stance. Get ready. That's the cursed seal, it will make him much stronger. So, that's it, huh? Muttered Ino. We should be careful then, I heard about that stuff, said a wary-sounding Kunoichi beside her. About 10 Anbu had gathered around the scene and surrounded Kimimaro. A few kunai bounced off of him as he transformed. A tail grew from his rear, and large horn-like bones grew from his back as his hair became white and his skin leathery and inhuman. Now, I must destroy you. Tsunade frowned at that and narrowed her eyes. She didn't look that worried. The monster blasted forward at an amazing rate of speed. The Anbu around her gasped as it blurred almost too fast for most of them to follow. Sasuke was about the only one who didn't look worried. About time you showed up. Naruto stood in front of the calm leader of Konoha. He had his blade against the forehead of the beast. It had stopped cold and had its claws spread. Sorry, but it's the duty of the Anbu to protect the Hokage. You'll not get near her while we still live. The creature narrowed its dark eyes. I see. Tayuya had her hand on the back of Sasuke's cloak. She tugged on him as she eyed a nearby corner. Come on. He glanced back and snorted. What? You want to hide now? Forget it. Fucking idiot. Kimimaro is just getting started. She tugged him along. He resisted, but just a bit. Almost in answer to that, Naruto was thrown into the air. The thing became a blur of motion and assaulted the Anbu. It punched, kicked and slammed into them, diving in and out of the street as if it was made of water. The masked cloaked men and women were tossed about and thrown into walls and stairs. After about a minute, everyone but Tsunade, Sasuke, and Tayuya was on the ground and groaning in pain. Naruto had ended up at the Hokage's feet and was holding his side. He managed to sit up. Damn it, I knew I should have stayed in bed. She frowned at him. He looked up at her. You're the Hokage. You should let us do our job. He had managed to get to his knee. Ino, can you get that prick out of the ground? No problem, said the blonde girl with a scowl on her face. She had a nasty mark across her jaw and her mask was on the ground a few feet away. Naruto was still wearing his, but it was skewed on his face a little. He nodded at the kunoichi next to her. You there, you got something that you can throw at him to obscure his vision? The young woman nodded. Yeah. Sure thing. He nodded at the blue-haired kunoichi to his right. You're a water affinity? Yeah, she nodded. Can you summon enough to flood the street with it? He asked her. Just for a second or two? She nodded again. Great. Follow my lead. He charged at the monster and Kimimaro swatted him aside with his tail. He turned and snarled as he narrowed his eyes at Tsunade. He dove into the ground and the woman stepped back with a calm expression on her face. She kept her gaze on Naruto and ignored the disturbance in the ground moving towards her. Ino jumped over her head and screamed as a gigantic ethereal blue arm formed, leaving her right arm limp. She punched down at the disturbance, landed just in front of it and jerked the arm into the sky. Kimimaro roared and struggled, whipping about in a violent manner as he was tossed 15 feet into the air and flipped around. The nervous-sounding kunoichi blew a great fireball into the air in the same manner as Sasuke. The enemy put his arms up to shield himself from the strike and snarled in frustration. The aqua-haired girl with a turtle mask finished her hand seals and a half-foot of water appeared on the ground in the street. Naruto waved his arms and added his own chakra to the mix. It swirled and twisted into the water. The beast came slamming down into a mass of ice spikes that filled the street. Whoa. That was cool, muttered the nervous-sounding girl. Crap, growled Naruto. The thing was already on its feet. It tapped its clawed feet on the crushed ice and narrowed its eyes at him. I see what the great Orochimaru meant now. You are a clever one, but you are also weak. It blurred and lifted him up by his neck as it appeared before him. Naruto made a choking sound as his teammates cried out in alarm. A blade of bone shot out of Kimimoro's palm and he thrust it into the boy's gut. All two is. The ninja he was holding vanished in a puff of smoke. What? Naruto's voice spoke up from behind him. What kind of ninja are you? Don't you know, if you're in a fair fight, you've already failed? The thing looked down at its chest and growled. There was a sword blade stuck through it. I see. So, you are as dangerous as I'd heard. Naruto cursed as he was forced to abandon his blade. He had tired to stab it through the heart through its back, but something inside had deflected the blade away from anything vital. Do you understand yet? You cannot hurt me. No one can. Even the strongest of strikes are rendered nothing but superficial and useless before my defense. It turned to face him, leaving the blade where it was. Naruto pushed off and jumped away as it slammed its claws into the ground. He ended up sliding on his back across the ice. Crap. Okay, new plan. A huge club slammed into the back of the thing. Kimimaro growled and looked over his shoulder. A massive giant was wielding it and familiar music filled the air. Tayuya. Even the full force of the blow was little more than an irritant to Kimimaro. He pushed his claw against the club and sent the thing toppling onto a rooftop. You fucking bastard. If you had just killed us and been done with it, I would have gladly just allowed it. We served with honor, and if you and Orochimaru cannot respect our sacrifice, then fuck the both of you. It's just a matter of time until I find you, he growled as he scanned the rooftops. The Anbu were surrounding him again, trying to find some sort of hole in his defense. Okay, what's the new plan? Asked Ino cheerfully. Naruto was holding his side and panting as he leaned over his knees. Hey. None of you is excused from thinking just because I'm here. Nothing phases this guy. Growled Yojimbo in frustration. I'm not much good here, anything I've got that might be strong enough to hurt him through that defense is likely to bring down half the village with it. The thing was almost ignoring the three giants that were assaulting it in the middle of the street. He caught their weapons and shoved them back without much effort. They ended up messing up a few rooftops, but none of the buildings were completely destroyed. Tsunade was looking on with a calculating frown on her face. I could step in at any time. Naruto frowned at her. We've got this. The woman rolled her eyes. Kimimaro seemed to get annoyed enough to dive back under the ground. Crap, grumbled Naruto as he popped out of the ground long enough to swat three more of the Anbu away. He started burrowing away towards the general direction of the flute music. The giant things were getting back up and lumbering after where it looked like he was going. You. Musician. That technique you used against me? Do you think it won't affect him? Said Yojimbo as he jumped onto a nearby rooftop and watched the thing burrow under the street, ruining the pavement in the process. Tayuya's voice called out. He's too fast. I'd never catch him, especially in such open ground. The Anbu Junin glanced at the pig-masked Kunoichi. Can you pull him out of the ground with that trick of yours again? Ino smirked as she seemed to catch on. Well, get it ready then, we'll deliver him. Tayuya's tune changed. The creatures all stopped moving and a spiritual energy erupted from their mouths, eyes and noses. The stitches holding them together stretched open as it happened. Oh, sick, grumbled Ino in disgust. She jumped across the rooftops and glared at the disturbance in the ground. It was following the sound of the music, and seemed to be unaffected by the genjutsu that made it difficult to pinpoint. She sailed over one of the streets, once again driving her hand into the ground in the disturbance. Once again the monster gave a frustrated grunt as it was ripped from the ground and flailed about in a violent manner. It glared down at the blonde girl. You've become bothersome. As soon as I land, I'm going to kill you. The girl grinned as she cocked her ethereal arm back. Who said you're going to land? She pitched him into the air. The thing's eyes went wide as he sailed into the air and jerked himself violently to try to change his trajectory. It was too late though, he passed right through where the three ethereal beings converged on a single point. He hit the pavement on the other side like a ragdoll and rolled across the cobbled stone street for several yards. Tayuya stepped out of the shadows and snarled at the body. Fucking trash. She had a small flute from the junk show she dragged Sasuke over to in her hands. Her curse seal was activated, and she looked demonic in appearance. The boy who had helped her moved up behind her and put a kunai up to her throat. She froze in place and glowered at him. "What the fuck are you doing?" He smirked at her. "You're still a prisoner, you know. Hand it over." He opened his palm and motioned with his fingers. She slapped the flute into his hand and growled. The cursed seal faded and her body returned to normal. "Fucking jerk. I wasn't planning on running. I've got nowhere to fucking go." She hung her head. "If I escape, I'll be hunted in Fire Country. If I manage to get out of the country, Sound will hunt me down and kill me. No matter what happens, sooner or later, I'll die anyway." The raven-haired boy shrugged and put his kunai away. "It's not so bad. You helped us out, to save your own skin, and your friends too. If you cooperate now, you'll have it pretty good here." He flipped the flute around his wrist and tucked it into his belt. "I didn't do it for any of you fucking trash." She glared at him and snapped. "I hate this village. I'm through talking to you. Torture me to death if you want. They abandoned us and tried to kill us. I hate them too. I'm still not sure who I hate more." He shrugged at her. "Whatever." A moment later they were in front of the building. Tsunade frowned at her. "Well, we've got a few questions for you and your friends." "It can wait until later." She gave a heavy sigh and looked at the street. What a fucking mess. Naruto was sitting on the stairs along with most of the Anbu. They were nursing minor wounds, and beaten up pretty good on the whole. The Anbu captain gave a chuckle. "I'm glad I'm not a genin anymore." "Huh? Why not?" muttered Aya, the nervous-sounding kunoichi. "It certainly hurt less." Ino smiled at her. "Are you kidding? Who do you think is going to end up cleaning this up? It's a D-ranked mission if I ever saw one." Tayuya hung her head and glanced over her shoulder at Sasuke before speaking to the Hokage. Is Kitamaru all right? I didn't do this for any of you. That fucking trash. He's the only friend I've got left, and it's thanks to your village." The woman arched her eyebrow and nodded. "I'll send word as soon as I discover his condition. I think he'll be all right, but I'm afraid you'll be staying with us for a while. I'll take what you've done into consideration." She frowned at that. "I don't fucking care. Just don't let him die. That ugly basement-dwelling pimple farm shouldn't get off so goddamn easy as that." Naruto scowled at her. Well, isn't she just full of sunshine? He couldn't really blame her though. "Sasuke. Nice work." The boy nodded. "Yeah, thanks for that info by the way. I'm sure I'll find it useful." He glanced at the blonde girl rubbing at her cheek beside him in irritation. "You too, Ino." An Anbu landed on the ground in front of Tsunade. "Hokage, we've discovered 2 bodies and a point of entry for the enemy." She narrowed her eyes at him. "I see." The man nodded, his own face covered by a mask. "It's Amabor and Kentaro." "Shit," growled Yuki. "Oh, no," muttered Aya. Ino glanced at the pair. "Someone you know?" The pair nodded. Aya looked up at her with tears in her eyes. "She lived in the dorms with us. Tatsumi was really good friends with her." Naruto stood up. "I'm sorry to hear that." He glanced at the Hokage and the woman nodded at him. "All right, everyone up. Come on. We've got a long night ahead of us. We've got to sweep the streets and look in every corner and rat hole in Konoha. Make sure there are no more intruders running about. We've got no idea how long that wall has been undefended." Tsunade looked at Yojimbo. "I want every Anbu in the village on the streets in 10 minutes. Double the patrols and lock down the streets until the search is completed. We're on high alert for a few days. I want extra patrols for the next few days at least." Sasuke frowned as he saw Ibiki being helped from the building. He pulled Tayuya along with him towards the man and nodded as he got close. "You all right?" He gave him a faint smile. "All live. You get that bastard?" The boy nodded. "This one helped out." He tugged on the frustrated girl's arm. "Hurry up and get me to a cell. I don't want your fucking hands on me, you prick." Ibiki chuckled. Well, good for her. His face fell. I've got to report to the Hokage. I lost 2 good men today. Tayuya scowled at him. Forgive me if I don't shed a tear. You and your fucking dipshit friends did spend a couple of weeks torturing me. I wouldn't exactly call those assholes good men. Sasuke pulled on her. You don't know when to shut up, do you? He dragged her along, and she resisted, but just enough to make things difficult for him. It was a pretty noisy trip to the cell. Completely due to Tayuya's mouth. She raged and cussed at him, pounding him with her fists, and giving him irritating kicks to his shin ends. He pulled her back down to the cells. He unhooked a set of keys by the door and shoved her into one of the undamaged rooms. She burst into tears as he slammed the door on her and leaned up against the wall holding her arms. She froze and stopped as she heard the viewport slide open. She turned and gave a nasty look back at him. What the fuck do you want? Leave me in peace? He didn't seem amused. Your friend is stable. He's going to be chained to a hospital bed, but he'll probably live. Thought you might like to know. Her features softened very slightly, but she didn't seem happy. The redhead just gave a quick nod and turned away from him. Get the fuck out of here. I want to be alone. Sasuke didn't seem impressed. Whatever. Look, for what it's worth, you learn to watch your damn mouth, and you'll get on all right here. She snapped back at him. I don't fucking want to get on all right. I hate you, I hate this village, and I hope you all die. You're nothing but fucking trash, all of you. I hope you kill Orochimaru and destroy Sound, but then Kumo or Iwa comes and burns this place to the ground. Maybe, but around here, people who don't look after their comrades are considered lower than trash. He closed the portal and left her alone. Tayuya slumped down against the walls, grabbed her knees, and sobbed. I fucking hate everything. Boo. Naruto scowled as he slumped down into a chair and relaxed in his home. That was awful. Kira set down a cup of hot tea in front of him. Hard day? You've been gone a while, said Kurama as he looked up at the clock. Yeah, it's been like 12 hours, agreed Masara. What happened? Naruto frowned. Some asshole attacked Konoha by himself. He was trying to kill those 2 Sound prisoners. By himself? Muttered Kurama in shock. The blonde boy nodded and pulled off his shoes. Yeah. I know, right? He killed a few people, left an awful mess, and we had to sweep the entire village 3 times to make sure he didn't sneak anyone else in with him. Plus, we've all got extra guard duty for the next 2 weeks. We're bumping up security for at least that long. He slumped down and closed his eyes. I'm just glad it's over with. Kira rubbed at his shoulders and he murmured in pleasure. He was very tense. Well, I'm glad everything is all right. Naruto gave a nod. Yeah. I'm gonna sleep for hours. He settled into a comfortable position. Kitsuma decided it was time to wake up and started bawling. Naruto's eyes snapped open and he hung his head. Of course. Kira smiled at him. We'll. Naruto gave a small frown. No. I'll take care of it. I'm not going to get any sleep until he's happy anyway. He staggered over and the odor hit him immediately. Great. I swear, it gets worse smelling every day. Boo. Ino was sitting across from Tatsumi. She had a can of beer in her hand and looked appropriately sad. She wasn't faking it, but didn't know the girl either. The girl was depressed, but the other girls she met earlier were all with her. Sakura was in much the same position, and was looking out the window at a light rain and gray skies. It seemed appropriate for the moment somehow. Yuki scowled and made the drops of water on her can of beer swirl about the outside of the can. She was zoned out. Aya was quiet, something both of the Team Shadow girls had figured out was unusual. Tatsumi had beer cans surrounding her and tears in her eyes. She looked over at the 2 new girls. She was looking forward to meeting you too. We all knew you were coming a couple of weeks ago. Yugo sat nearby with a frown on her face. She did seem pretty excited. Most of us here are older. She was a bit away from the rest of them, with Enko resting against the wall looking up at the ceiling beside her. Ino nodded. She sounds nice. I'd like to have met her. Tatsumi chuckled. She probably would have annoyed you too. She was the oldest in her house and had 4 little sisters. She was the youngest one here and 16, and she hated it. She kept going on about how we all treated her like a kid. Sakura looked a little pensive. Even if we didn't like her, we wouldn't have wished for something like this. Anko gave a sigh. I knew Kentaro too. He was a nice kid. Yuki looked over at her. He had a bit of a crush on Amabor. He was a nice guy. I think she was starting to notice it. Yeah, grumbled Tatsumi as she took another drink. Anko glared at the ceiling. Welcome to the Anbu. The younger girls all looked at her. Yugo gave a nod and took a drink from the can next to her. Here's to hoping it's a bit longer before we're all sitting like this again. The other girls didn't speak up. Yuki knew what they meant and nodded. Sakura and Ino were sympathetic, but glad they were a bit detached from it this time. Aya shivered and rubbed at her arms. Ooh. Sakura gave a small sigh as she walked out of the room with Ino. They had stayed for a bit, out of respect for their fellow Anbu. Neither of them knew the girl though, and they left the others to grieve for their friend. The pink-haired girl tugged on Ino's arm. Come on, let's go get lunch or something. The blonde nodded. All right. The pair was moving through the entrance hall on the first floor. It was a 4-story building, and they resided on the 3rd floor. The 4th was reserved for Junin-level ninja, and was pretty empty. Most Junin had their own homes, or had gotten married. The dorms were only for single kunoichi without children. They were mostly populated by a younger crowd. The bottom 2 floors were usually relatively full, but the Anbu and Junin floors were only sparsely populated most of the time. Ino? Sakura? The 2 girls turned and looked at who had called to them. Tenten walked up and smiled. Hey. Are you visiting someone here? Ino shrugged. We live here. The black-haired girl smiled. Really? I haven't seen you around before. Sakura nodded. We live on the 3rd floor. Tenten looked surprised. 3rd floor? She looked over her shoulder and saw 2 levels of windows. Both of the Anbu girls' arms tingled before they said anything. Ino gave a small sigh. We're Anbu. You probably won't see us much beyond running into us on the way in and out. Sakura smiled and nodded. Yeah. Sorry, we keep odd hours and we're pretty busy most of the time. Oh, said the dark-haired girl. Well, be sure to say hello if we run into each other. I'll see you later. I promised some friends I'd go shopping with them later. Bye. Ino looked around. All the girls who stay here our age live down here. Sakura shrugged. Actually, I think Hinata is the only other girl in our class. The blonde frowned at her. You know what I mean. Every other girl we hang around now is at least 20. The pink-haired girl nodded. Well, I guess so. That's not so bad. Ino gave a sigh. It's not as cool as I thought it'd be, but I guess you're right. We don't talk about the same stuff we used to. When was the last time you talked with another girl about a great pair of shoes, or some coat you saw in a shop, or what kind of fruit goes best with chocolate, or how bad you felt after eating a really great dessert, or a great haircut or something? I haven't been shopping with friends in ages. You're the only person I even hang around with lately who might be interested. Sakura gave her a scowl. I never did to begin with. With a frown, Ino looked at her. Yes, you're correct, I forgot. As a social freak, you are. But you see what I mean. Well, what the heck? So we're a little older now? Ino furrowed her brow. It's boring. Sakura grimaced up at the heavens. Oh my god. I had forgotten how luminous this place is during the day. Ino hung her head. I am aware. I'm not used to having free time and being off when the sun is up and everyone else is awake. That made the girl with the pink hair laugh. It is a little weird not having to be in class anymore, isn't it? The blonde gave a nod. Yeah, now that you mention it. After all, we've grown up and become kunoichi full-time employees. The lack of a library, study hall, or classes is a little strange. Not that training ends for us or anything. We haven't had a day off in a long time, really. Whenever we were awake during the day, that is. Sakura let out a sigh. Yes. What happens next? Would you like to browse shoes and discuss dresses or something else then? Ino gave her a scowl. No, I'm hungry. So, where else? Chinese? Ramen, please? Yakitori? The blonde turned to face the sky. What's closest? After giving it some thought, she made an adjustment. Never mind, what's cheapest? Sakura gestured with her thumb, Ichiraku, in that general direction. With a gesture toward the sky, she exclaimed, Ramen it is. It took 5 minutes to get here, take a seat. Hey. Naruto appeared happy as he looked over from his position. Nice day, huh? Oh, you're eating here too? Ino questioned, astonished. Sakura laughed. At least once a day. Usually twice, Naruto nodded, looking pleased. Diet ramen? Ino asked, her eyes wide. Tucci puffed out his chest and placed a few bowls in front of Naruto, saying, yes, that's right. The sales are better than I anticipated. My tiny Ayame thought of it. Who is she? 2? Naruto muttered, shattering his chopsticks. The man's daughter was a pretty 18. Year. Old girl. She appeared happy to see the blonde ninja while working behind the counter. Talking about which, won't that boy of yours grow up enough to occasionally play bowls with his dad? He's so cute, you should bring him over more often to visit us. He gave a nod. I might bring him over later. However, he's still a little too young for ramen. At least a few more months. He's only recently started eating solid food, so too much spice might be harmful to him. Sakura grinned at him from the other side of the bar. I'm surprised you're still up. He gave a nod. Kitsuma had certain fussiness. If I tried to sleep now, I would just end up lying in bed, so I'll probably turn in early. Of the two of you, I could say the same. Sakura's head was hung. Yes. Those two who were killed last night were friends with a few of our neighbors. We couldn't get any sleep, and it was kind of depressing. We're presumably stuck awake for a while now as well. Ino gave a nod. Yeah. Tucci nodded solemnly. Yes. That's what I've heard. It left a terrible mess in front of the administrative building, whomever it was. For a few days, the genin will most likely be tidying everything. Naruto let out a sigh. Well, it's better than creating the mess, even though they might not realize it. I will have some sore spots for a few days. Indeed. There was a familiar voice, most genin aren't wise enough to realize that. Sakura turned and smiled at him, Kakashi-sensei. Hey, the man greeted. Naruto gave a friendly smile. Iruka was beside him, smiling and waving a little. Naruto. How are you doing? The boy gestured for them to join him, saying, have a seat you two, it's on me. Tucci grinned in response. It is not a concern. This time, it's all on me for this group. Sakura and Ino had shocked expressions. Are you sure? The blonde inquired. Ayame was staring at Kakashi with fluttering eyes. He has the money to do it. We use ramen to pay our rent. Sakura's expression dipped. What? How does that operate? While he ate, Naruto glanced in her direction. I'm the landlord. The woman with pink hair Kunoichi gave a nod. Oh. It all makes sense at once. Kakashi gave a nod. Does it not, though? How are you doing? Everything operating smoothly? Ino furrowed her brow. Well, it's been a bit of a mess since last night. Sakura gave a nod. Yes. A few people lost their lives, and the Hokage's office is in the middle of a mess on Main Street. Iruka nodded solemnly. Yes. I observed it. The entire street is in ruins. In any case, what was that about? The trio of teenagers fell silent. Naruto raised his voice. All we can really say is that last night, a fool attempted to attack Konoha on his own. Dealing with it kept us all awake for the most of the night. Kakashi gave a nod. Been a while since something like that happened. Iruka appeared confused. By himself? Who the hell would do something like that? He seemed irritated and wasn't really asking. His eyes slid to Naruto. "So, how are things?" The boy gave him a smile. "Really going really well. Although terrible last night, everything has been going well overall." Sasuke didn't tag along? Kakashi didn't seem overly shocked. Naruto smiled. "Nope. At home, he's passed out." Most of the excitement from last night was shared by him. After the mess was over, he appears to be the only one who managed to get any sleep. The youthful Junin grinned at his previous teacher. "Still, he's doing incredibly well. I'm a little shocked." Sakura snarled, "What do you mean by that?" "You're right, Sasuke is amazing," Ino said. Their leader gave a headshake. "He's still a useful emo prick, but that's better than nothing. Considering we get along well." Ino furrowed her brow. "Guys. It's almost like you two are best friends." Iruka gave her a smile. "It's specific to guys. Don't stress over it." Kakashi nodded. "He's right." Sakura angrily said, "It's stupid, why can't they admit that they're best friends and be done with it?" Naruto sped in their direction. "Yes. Who would behave in such a manner? You two have no idea at all about that, I'm sure." He narrowed his eyes and aimed his chopsticks at them. They both crossed their arms and averted their heads from him in the same way. They said, "I don't know what you're talking about." Simultaneously, Iruka and Kakashi didn't seem to notice as they continued to speak in silence. Anko approached the ramen bar and took a quick look around. "Hey, Tucci, you seen that lazy boyfriend of mine around?" The man gave a headshake. "Not at all. He takes 2 days off from work. Later, Ryu will arrive." The woman's eyes went narrower. "No, he'll just assist him in avoiding me. I'll eventually catch up with him." She pivoted and moved on. "If you see him, let him know that I'm not letting him get away so easily." As soon as she left, everyone ignored her and got their lunch ready, setting their plates in front of them. Ayame remarked, "I wonder what that was about." Naruto remarked, "I'm happier not knowing." Though he was not about to approach it, he had a suspicion. The world is a happier place if you ignore stuff like that and let it be what it is naturally, without getting involved. A prudent step, Kakashi concurred. Iruka also gave a silent nod of agreement.
So that's it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Don't forget to like, share and subscribe to the channel for more awesome stories like this. Thank you. See you all in my next video.